A new day begins as a fresh apron is tied, ready for work. The comforting sounds of the espresso machine fill the quiet cafe. The barista takes a deep breath, remarking how amazing the first coffee of the day smells. But as she sips, a nagging feeling creeps in. They're forgetting something, and then it hits them. They never actually flip the sign to open. Elsewhere, under a sky full of cherry blossoms, a path is walked, one filled with unspoken thoughts and a deep sense of longing. Someone makes their way forward with gentle, determined steps. A voice calls out for a boy named Young, but he's completely lost in his music. She tries again, but her call is drowned out, unheard by the boy in his own world. She finally spots him in the crowd, a familiar face walking just ahead. Reaching out, she calls his name, determined to get his attention. A firm tug on his backpack finally breaks through the wall of music. Jin, surprised, pulls off his headphones and turns to see who it is. Hez met with a bright, beaming smile from a girl who's a little out of breath. She happily introduces herself as Yoon Bomi, a new freshman at Hongdaeuk University. Then, with a proud little grin, she gestures towards him, but Jin just stares past her smile, calmly telling her there's a bug on her head. Her cheerful introduction immediately devolves into a comically tiny shriek of terror. As the bug falls off, she quickly tries to play it cool with a flustered thanks. She proudly calls him her kind and attentive boyfriend, Jin Young. Tying up her messy hair, she remembers the long road that led them here. After countless twists and turns, they finally confess their feelings back in high school. But back in the present, she's confused about why he's so far from his department. He calmly explains he's headed to the club room, completely ignoring the onlookers. The moment he turns, however, the crowd of students can't hide their flustered reactions. Bomi can't shake the feeling that everyone was just staring at them. Jin just shrugs it off, telling her to ask Lee Jaemin to handle anything weird that follows her. She smiles it away, thinking that while she isn't famous, their relationship certainly is. But she has to admit, their campus life is far from the pink, romantic dream she imagined. She had meticulously planned her schedule like a true academic powerhouse, but a quick comparison revealed a painful truth. Her and Jin's timetables were completely out of sync, making it nearly impossible to meet on campus. Suddenly, a cheerful voice cuts in, surprised to see the two of them together. It's their old friend from high school, Jaemin, who greets them with a bright, welcoming smile. He explains that one of his lectures ended early, so he was just on his way to the library. Bomi reflects on his infectious energy, knowing that beneath it lies a painful past that brought them closer as friends. Jin, however, is thoroughly unimpressed, annoyed by his friend's sudden and overwhelming enthusiasm. She notices Jin is accidentally stepping on Jaemin's foot, but their friend just laughs it off as Jin being his usual grumpy self. Jaemin then playfully points out on a campus map that his department is much closer to Bomis than Jin's is. Seeing them bicker like this, Bomi can't help but feel a warmth in her chest. Their friendship is something she truly cherishes. As they stand there, a single cherry blossom petal drifts down, landing right on Jin's glasses. The small moment sends him spiraling back into a memory of another spring day in high school. Back then, Jaemin had been teasing him about the very same thing. Annoyed, a younger Jin had tried taking his glasses off, muttering about how uncomfortable they were. But before he could put them away, a hand suddenly shot out and intercepted them. It was Bomi, who gently but firmly placed the glasses right back onto his face. She'd given him a strained smile, insisting he wouldn't be able to see properly without them. Snapping back to the present, Jaemin slings an arm around Jin's shoulders with a knowing grin. He groans internally, tired of having to watch these two dance around each other like a couple. Meanwhile, their little group has started to attract the attention of other students on campus. The whispers start, focusing on the beautiful Yoon Bomi from International Relations. Other students can't help but gush over her, with some comically declaring their undying devotion. The conversation quickly turns to rumors. Her high school boyfriend is apparently on campus too. It was a hot topic on the school forums, with anonymous posts digging for information. A second-year girl smugly admits she started that thread, and she knows who the boyfriend is. She claims to have seen them sneaking away together during the freshman welcoming party. Pointing to Bomi's group, she says the boyfriend is one of the two guys standing beside her. With a dramatic pause, she lets her friend wonder which one it could possibly be. She scoffs, saying it's obviously the taller one, Lee Jaemin, and that they look great together. And it seems everyone agrees, as Jaemin, the PE freshman, is already making quite the impression. Jong Hanbit is unnerved by how much his friend knows, but she just proudly calls herself the university's top informant. Just then, they're startled by a girl who overhears them talking about Yoon Bomis' boyfriend. She walks past without a word, leaving the two gossipers stunned. Munyoung quickly identifies her as another freshman in international relations, just like Bomi. Her name is Oh Purium, and apparently, she's famous for being a gifted child on TV back in the day. But the rumor mill says her personality isn't the best, leading back to an incident a few days ago. After the freshman welcoming party, Pooram seemed to hold a grudge, vowing to repay Bomi for something. Her obsession was already clear. She'd only go to parties if Bomi was attending. And in class, she'd just stare daggers at Bomi from across the room. Back in the present, Hanbit realizes this is the freshman fight they'd only heard whispers about, and it seems Pooram is targeting Bomi exclusively. Suddenly, a thought strikes Lee Jamin like a bolt of lightning. He realizes he's completely forgotten about his liberal arts class. With a hurried apology, he sprints off, leaving Jin to mutter about how insane he is. As he vanishes, Jin casually invites Bomi to the game club room, an offer she happily accepts. Meanwhile, Jamin bursts into his lecture hall just as the professor begins taking attendance. He practically crawls to his seat, barely managing to answer when his name is called. He settles in, only to hear the next name on the list. Pooram, who's sitting right beside him. Being the friendly guy he is, Jamin turns to her with a bright, welcoming smile, but Pooram just gives him a blank, uninterested stare. She then pointedly turns her head away, leaving him utterly baffled by the cold shoulder. As Jamin sits there cluelessly, Pooram's thoughts drift to the rumors she's heard. So this is him, Yoon Bomi's supposed boyfriend. Her mind paints a picture, analyzing the world in hues of cobalt blue and manganese. She sees everything through an artist's lens, priding herself on her aesthetic sense. Pooram has always observed others from a distance, noting their perfume or the way they walk. She's watched people hesitate to approach her, and frankly, she couldn't care less. Her mother used to tell her to make friends, but Pooram has always been alone. Loneliness was a familiar state, something she'd accepted as she went about her day. Elsewhere in the classroom, other students whisper, wondering if she's still hung up on someone. But Pooram's solitude is shifting. She's found someone she wants to get close to, but she has no idea how. Suddenly, a sound pulls her from her thoughts, and her eyes lock onto a new subject. It's a boy with a soft, light brown appearance that seems to perfectly match her aesthetic. He turns around, offering a casual, friendly hi that catches her completely off guard. She resolves to get closer, even as the professor's lecture on color theory begins. But when he ends up sitting beside her, he's quickly bored, letting out a massive yawn. He flusters, apologizing, but she just offers a dry remark, a cold wall between them. Jamin can't figure it out. Her behavior is just so strange, like she doesn't even recognize him. His mind flashes back to the freshman welcome party just a few days prior. The student council had announced the professors were paying, telling everyone to have fun. One by one, students were introducing themselves, and he remembers a group from Busan. A shy freshman named Jin Young introduces himself, sticking to his can of cola. Immediately, an upperclassman starts teasing him for not drinking alcohol. Jin Young is clearly uncomfortable as the senior gets pushy, insisting it's fun to make people like him drink. But then, another group walks in. It's Jamin and his friends from the phys ed department. He mentions that he heard Bomi was nearby and that they could all go home together later. The nosy senior mishears, jumping to the conclusion that Bomi must be Jin Young's girlfriend. He gives a condescending warning about girls from international relations, calling them intense, heavy drinkers. Overhearing this, Jamin turns and shuts him down with a cold, firm refusal to drink. And right at that moment, as if summoned, Bomi herself appears at the restaurant entrance. Jamin remembers that she's the last person who needs protecting at a party. She's the best drinker there. Jamin's memory flashes back to Bomi, a girl who could down a massive mug of beer without even flinching. Even when pressured after losing a drinking game, she was an absolute legend. An hour into any party, she'd still be going strong while others were a mess. Back in the present, Jamin is thinking of heading home when a loud thud echoes through the room. He turns to see Jin completely passed out, face first on the table, sending the other students into a panic. The seniors quickly pass the buck, asking someone to take the lightweight Jin home so they can keep drinking. And of course, Jamin is the one stuck carrying him out, trying to call Bomi for help. He stammers into the phone, trying to explain the situation while Jin just hangs limply on his shoulder. But then, to his utter shock, Jin suddenly lifts his head, perfectly sober, and calmly removes his glasses. Jamin stares, dumbfounded, as Jin puts them back on, realizing the entire collapse was just an act. His mind flashes back to a strange encounter, seeing Bomi talking with that girl, Pooram. Jamin's brow furrows with concern, the memory still unsettling him. At the time, Pooram had nervously claimed she was just sneaking out to help a sick friend. This memory prompts him to ask Jin later, inside the game club, if she's still acting strange. Jin, controller in hand, has to jog his memory before realizing he means Pooram. The topic comes up again while he's gaming with Bomi, reminding her that others warned her to be careful. But the conversation distracts her just enough to get completely wiped out in their game. She groans in frustration. Throwing her head back, she lost again. Jin just smiles, patting her head and reassuring her that Purayam doesn't seem like a bad person. He then leans in, gently kissing her cheek and melting away any lingering annoyance. While relaxing with Bomi, Jin remembers that Jaemin is in the same elective as Purayam. Bomi muses that it would be nice if the two of them could become friends. The scene shifts to that very lecture hall as the professor dismisses the class. Just then, Jaemin strolls in, and his gaze immediately lands on Purayam. His friend tries to make plans for soccer, but Jaemin is completely locked in. He tells his buddy to wait a second, his eyes never leaving her. He strides over and confidently plants his hand on her desk, stopping her cold. With a bright smile, he introduces himself as a phys ed major, asking her to remember him. He then correctly identifies her by name and department, leaving her utterly stunned. As he walks away, his friends gossip in disbelief, while Purayam is left wondering what just happened. Jaemin's mind drifts back, a soft smile on his face as he recalls a hidden memory. He remembers thinking how unfair it felt, a bittersweet secret he held alone. A moment where he felt completely swept off his feet, as he and Purayam shared a passionate kiss, a memory she seems to have forgotten entirely. The scene then cuts away to a small, unassuming cafe. Inside, we meet a trio of part-time workers who seem to be in charge, and based on the unique drinks they've just prepared, their skills are a little questionable. Two of the girls whisper nervously, wondering if they're about to poison a customer. The third girl, the one who made the drinks, overhears them, her expression turning sour. She mutters that their teacher is too picky to hire proper help, but that she's still doing her best. But it seems they have a dedicated taste tester, who happily declares the Americano is finally drinkable. The girl who made it, Seon-hee, watches him her official coffee guinea pig as he wonders why her compliment feels so harsh. Just then, the bell on the door chimes, and a cheerful voice announces a new arrival. The coffee taster's head snaps around, his attention completely stolen. A girl slams a clipboard down on a table, confidently calling out for the repeat student. With a smug grin, she announces that her name is Gyuri, and she's here to take charge. But her dramatic entrance is interrupted by another person walking in right behind her. She turns to a boy named Youngshik, asking if He's leaving already, and reminding him of something they'd discussed. This triggers a memory, and we're pulled into a flashback of her life as Jo Gyuri, who met Yoon Bomi in a very eventful year of high school. She recalls studying relentlessly in 7th grade. But despite her efforts, her grades didn't really improve. But then, a miracle. She got accepted into a university close to home. After that, she worked hard to completely reinvent her image, becoming friendly and popular. She was living a brand new life even if she knew, deep down, she was rotten on the inside. Her new persona was built on gestures, like sharing supposedly rare CSAT exam questions. She'd persuaded a classmate to give her his notes, just so she could be the one to hand them over. This need for validation carries into the present, where her self-esteem soars from helping the student. Her coworkers watch the whole display, some finding it cute, others a little suspicious. A couple of them get nostalgic, remarking on how it reminds them of the good old days. Just then, the student nearly chokes on his coffee, and Gyuri rushes to ask if he's okay. But Seon-hee just sips her own drink, silently judging everyone for being so ridiculously dramatic. And as Gyuri thinks back, she remembers just how much Seon-hee has changed since high school. Back then, Seon-hee had dreams of working in the beauty industry and a fiery romance to match. But just a few months before the big college entrance exam, their year-long relationship suddenly ended. The breakup, combined with failing her exam, sent Seon-hee spiraling into a deep depression. It was the cafe's owner, who everyone called teacher, that finally pulled her out of her funk. She gave Seon-hee a job, and Gyuri admits that seeing her rival working so miserably made her feel a little bad. But that was a total lie. Inside, Gyuri was gloating, thinking Seon-hee had finally gotten what she deserved. The chime of the cafe door brings us back to the present, as Gyuri herself walks in with a young man. He immediately calls her out, bluntly asking if she's here to bother Dongchae again. Gyuri is instantly offended, sputtering that she came to help him, not cause trouble. Dongchae brings up another memory, this time of Yoon Bomi and her ex, Choi Jin-young. Back then, even Purayam and Seon-hee had to agree that dating had somehow made Bomi a complete idiot. Speaking of Jin-young, his old friend group has since scattered to the winds. One went to study fashion in France, while another is just attending a local university. Purayam, however, steers the conversation, asking why Jaemin didn't show up today. Dongchae explains he had a football game, and Purayam can't hide her slight disappointment. Apparently, Jaemin's circle of friends are like celebrities now, all busy with their own college lives. At least one of them, Kim Jae-hyun, seems to be doing just fine, judging by his social media. Purayam's expression shifts, her mind clearly connecting some dots. She suddenly realizes something important. Even Donghae knows about Jaemin and his situation. Having cornered Dongkai, Purium gets his full attention. She leans in, cutting straight to the point, and asking what the deal is between those two. Specifically, she wants to know about the connection between Jaemin and her sister, Yoonchae. The question sends Dongchae's mind spiraling back into a high school memory. A book goes flying across the classroom, thrown carelessly by another student, but a boy swoops in, making a slick catch right before it can hit Yoonchae. He turns to her with a smile, asking if she's all right after the near miss. Her inner thoughts reveal a critical detail. This was Shin Jaemin, a completely different person. She remembers her own frustration of all the names in the world for this guy to have. The memory ends on the one she was actually interested in, Lee Jaemin, being called over after a game. Lee Jaemin is approached by his friends about a department meeting, an idea he immediately shuts down. But they're desperate, insisting they need his good looks to represent them, and they know he's not against meeting girls. He keeps refusing, which only makes his friends jump to the wrong conclusion that he must have just broken up with someone. Jaemin denies it, but his friend doesn't care, begging him to just come and save the department so they can all have a good time. The pleas continue, with promises of free meals and endless whining, wearing down his resolve. And sure enough, a few days later, we find ourselves outside the Green and Gray Cafe. Jaemin is there, forced to join, looking completely miserable and wondering why he ever gave in. But as he glances around, his eyes lock onto a familiar face sitting across from him. He realizes it's Opoo Rayam, and what's more, she's been staring at him intensely this whole time. He squints slightly. Noticing her mouth is moving, she's trying to silently send him a message. Her lips form the silent words, a desperate plea only he can see. He pieces it together. Help me? Her expression confirms it. She's trapped and utterly miserable. The scene flashes back, revealing the cause. A welcome party for the new department students. And of course, the seniors are already pressuring the freshmen into drinking games. We see Purium herself, flushed and overwhelmed, weakly asking if this is the last one. But her upperclassmen are just getting warmed up, cheerfully mixing potent drinks. A massive glass is slammed down. The rule's simple. Chug it all, or you get another. Shed skipped work for this, hoping to make friends, but now she's all alone with them. But just as she braces herself, a hand suddenly intercepts, taking the drink from her grasp. A girl she's never met before chugs the entire glass without a moment's hesitation. Purium can only stare, completely baffled by this sudden intervention. The upperclassmen are just as shocked, their jaws on the floor. Did she really one-shot that? Wiping her lips, her savior turns to face the group, totally unfazed. She smiles, declaring that since she acted as the Black Rose, she gets to make a wish. And in that one moment, Purium's mind short-circuits. She's found her soulmate. Ever since that fateful party, all she's wanted is to become friends with her savior, Yoon Bomi. Back in the present, she's still searching for the perfect opportunity to get closer. But her train of thought is shattered by an incoming text from her boss. The message is blunt and cold. She's been fired from her part-time job. Purium can't believe it. She'd been so focused on work, she hadn't made a single friend. But all her worries melt away when she spots the one person she wants to get closer to. Bomi. As usual, Bomi is surrounded by a crowd of friends, all begging her to join them for drinks. With a charming smile, Bomi expertly deflects, promising they'll all hang out together next time. Purium watches from her seat, feeling the immense social gap between them. It sinks in her friend-to-be is incredibly popular and already has other plans. For a fleeting moment, Bomi seems to greet her, but a friend quickly whispers to just ignore the girl. And with that, the popular group moves on, sweeping Bomi along with them. She's left alone again, watching them go. A thought suddenly strikes her. Maybe her part-time job wasn't the real reason she was so isolated. Just then, she overhears a frantic conversation. A girl is complaining that her friend just bailed on an event. Desperate for a replacement, one of the girls suddenly turns to Purium, asking if she's free. Purium is completely stunned by the sudden invitation to a group date. She can't help but wonder why on earth would they ask her of all people. The scene shifts to the date, where a guy named Lee Jaemin is being introduced. Suddenly, the girls at the table start whispering this is supposedly where they'll meet Yoon Bomi's boyfriend. But Purium is lost, wondering what any of this has to do with Bomi. We cut to Bomi, who's clearing up rumors that she's with Jaemin, insisting he's just an old friend from high school. Her friends agree that while the two look good together, they don't give off a couple's vibe at all. The source of the rumor? Probably some nobody who wanted to feel important by spreading baseless gossip. Hanbit teases his friend for her terrible guess, calling her a self-proclaimed insider. She's used to it, and they both dismiss the mistake, figuring no serious harm was done. But back at the group date, Purium is spiraling, totally lost in her thoughts. She can't stop staring at Jaemin, questioning why someone with a girlfriend would even be here. Her mind races. Is she somehow involved in a cheating scandal with her best friend's boyfriend? The tension spikes when one of Jaemin's friends jokes that his real hobby is just flirting. Jaemin is absolutely mortified, hoping nobody takes his idiot friend seriously. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens, locking onto someone directly across from him. He's looking right at Purium, whose mind has just gone completely blank. And in that moment of pure panic, she blurts out the one word echoing in her head: cheating. The word hangs in the air as she silently calls him a jerk, the regret instantly crashing down. All she can think is that he's a master of flirting, and her own outburst feels mortifying. Meanwhile, one of the other girls silently judges Boma's taste in men, thinking it's absolutely terrible. Jaemin, however, completely misreads the room, asking if Purium is surprised that he knows her secret. But his confident act crumbles in a second. He has no clue what she was actually talking about. He plays it off with a strained smile, admitting he didn't quite get what she meant. That's the final straw for Purium, who abruptly stands to make a desperate escape to the bathroom. As she leaves, another girl's eyes follow her, a sudden, confident thought taking shape in her mind. Purium is still a flustered, blushing mess, trying to get a grip after her social catastrophe. And the girl's big revelation? That Bomi is obsessed with looks, an accusation that leaves Bomi herself totally stunned. And elsewhere, Jaemin's so-called friends are gathering with mischievous smiles on their faces. Their mission? To make sure his group date doesn't go too well, purely out of petty jealousy. One of them admits they're rotten to the core, and honestly, the whole group seems to agree. After a brief debate, the decision is made, and a phone starts dialing, sealing Jaemin's fate. Back at the cafe, his phone rings, forcing him to step away from the table to take the call. Of course, this is the exact moment Purium peeks out from the bathroom hallway. She overhears him being brutally cold, asking someone who told them to wait for him. He tells them it doesn't matter if Hez with other girls, and from Purium's perspective, Hez just a stone-cold player. But on the other end of the line, his friends are absolutely losing it, howling with laughter. Even Jin is there, calling out a friend who's pretending she tried to stop the prank a complete lie. Done with their nonsense, Jaemin tells his friends he's hanging up. The pranksters quickly switch gears, inviting him out for meat later, and he casually agrees. But as he ends the call, he says a name out loud, and Purium's ears perk up. Yoon Bomi? Her mind instantly flashes back to the very same Yoon Bomi, who was supposedly busy dating her boyfriend. The pieces click into place in her head, painting Jaemin as the cold-hearted guy on the phone. He hangs up, completely oblivious to the judgment brewing just a few feet away. Stepping forward, Purium glares at him, her voice dripping with contempt as she calls him a jerk. Jaemin is completely blindsided. Was she talking to him? What did he even do? She sees his confused expression not as innocence, but as pure, shameless audacity. He just stands there, frozen, trying to process why this girl is looking at him with such hatred. Jaemin jumps back, startled by her sudden accusation. He tries to play it off cool, admitting she might have overheard his harsh tone. He explains it was just a joke, that some guys like being treated that way. But Purium's mind is racing, twisting his words into a horrifying confession. She asks if Bomi knew he was coming, and he casually dismisses it, worried a breakup would make things awkward. A breakup? Her heart sinks. He's already thinking about ditching Bomi. She realizes, with dawning horror, that Bomi must have given him permission to be here. But Jaemin, still completely lost, says he didn't need any permission. That's the last straw for Purium, who explodes with rage at his shamelessness. The two of them stand in the stairwell, a vast, unbridgeable misunderstanding separating them. After that disaster, Jaemin and his companion decide it's probably best to just retreat. Later, over sizzling Korean BBQ, his friends are still trying to process what happened. One of them tentatively asks him to spill the details on how the group date went. Jaemin, seemingly unfazed, just takes a bite of meat and begins his story. He explains that after the bizarre confrontation, he simply made an excuse to leave and join them instead. His friends are in disbelief. He got cursed out for no reason and just left? Hojin tries to lighten the mood, telling everyone to eat up, though the others aren't so amused. Meanwhile, Purium's friends note that Jaemin is popular even without their meddling, but she's in no mood for it. Her friend Gyuri worries, wondering if she should check in with Purium later about what happened. But Jaemin decides to let it go, figuring he'll clear up any misunderstanding next time he sees her if he can ever figure out what it is. A few days later at the Youth Blossom Cafe, that awkward encounter is clearly still on someone's mind. Jaemin lets out a deep, world-weary sigh, looking completely drained. He's just sprawled out on a couch, lost in thought and radiating gloom. His co-workers, Somong and another staff member, can't help but notice something is seriously off with him. With another dramatic huff, he practically sucks all the good vibes out of the room. But his pity party is interrupted when a drink is placed right beside him. It's Seon-hee, and she's had enough, telling him his moping is so heavy the whole building might collapse. She demands he spit out whatever's bothering him instead of being so annoying. Forced to confront his feelings, Jaemin reflects on the situation from a new angle. He realizes that, up until now, he's never actually experienced being disliked before, a revelation that earns a deadpan stare from Seonhee and a giggle from Somang. His coworker puts two and two together, asking if this is all about that girl from the group date. Jaemin flinches, the question hitting a little too close to home. He admits that he genuinely had no idea how annoying being disliked could be. He begins to vent, describing how Purium straight up ignores him whenever she sees him. She's not even subtle about it, obviously trying to hide whenever he's around, which just pisses him off more. But he says there's something that gets under his skin even more than her childish antics. It's the way she looks at him, with an expression of pure disgust, as if he were something dirty. Taking a sip of coffee, he admits he's just flustered because it's his first time experiencing this. But unknown to him, her reaction isn't about him at all. It's tied to a terrifying memory. A flash of trauma, of helplessness, reveals the true, dark reason she keeps her distance. And for Jaemin, that single look is a source of pure, confused frustration. For Purium, however, it's a memory that brings nothing but fear. He takes a long sip, thinking to himself that he gets angry just remembering what happened that day. But his dramatic brooding is cut short when he spits out the drink. Oh right, his friend made that one. Meanwhile, over at the Hongdaek University Library, someone else is deep in thought. Purium is focused on a computer, clicking away, when a voice suddenly calls out her name. It's her friend, Yoon Bomi, who cheerfully asks if she's also here for assignment materials. Startled, Purium quickly tries to play it cool, denying that's why she's here. Bomi peeks at her screen and realizes she's looking for a part-time job, but Purium admits her search is fruitless. A light bulb goes off for Bomi, who mentions a cafe she loves is hiring and suggests Purium apply. Bomi mentions the boss is a bit picky but a good person, so Purium shouldn't expect too much. Purium can't help but recall a moment when Bomi looked like she had something important to tell her. Elsewhere, at that very cafe, the owner suddenly remembers she forgot her laundry. She quickly asks Bomi and her friend Jin to watch the place for a bit, as her other staff are out. Muttering about how distracted she's been lately, the owner hurries out the door. Just as she leaves, Purium arrives, finding the entrance to the studio. She's happy to have an interview, but her heart sinks a little. An art studio is a risky choice. Taking this job would mean keeping another secret from her parents. But she trusts Bomi's recommendation and decides to head inside, calling out to announce her presence. Her eyes widen as she nervously says she's here for the interview. But the first thing she sees is a shocking sight. Bomi, blushing and clinging to some guy. Her eyes lock onto the scene as Jin calls out her name in surprise. Purium's mind immediately starts cataloging the scandalous evidence before her. Smudged lipstick, bodies pressed together, and who is this mystery man? Her imagination spirals. Could Bomi be the one having an affair this whole time? Overwhelmed with secondhand embarrassment, she apologizes and makes a break for the exit. Bomi tries to call her back, but Purium is already bolting through the door. In her blind panic, she runs headfirst into someone standing just outside. Dazed from the impact, she finds her face pressed against a stranger's chest. She pulls back, mortified, as the man calmly asks if she's okay. And of course, the man she crashed into is Lee Jaemin, who asks what she's doing here. The terrible truth hits her. She wasn't catching a cheater, she was walking into a setup. At that exact moment, Bomi and Jin reappear with a friend, who looks utterly unimpressed. The friend immediately starts grilling them, asking if they were caught kissing again. Then more friends pop out from behind, all staring at Purium, wondering who the stranger is. Before she can even form a sentence, Jaemin smoothly introduces her as his classmate, Purium. Bomi seizes the opportunity, rushing over to protect the shy girl from being overwhelmed. She then turns to Jin, wiping the lipstick from his mouth while telling him to be less tactless. Purium watches, her mind cataloging every detail, so Bomi prefers this brazen type. As Jaemin tries to calm everyone down, Purium feels like an outsider and starts planning her escape. Jaemin calmly tells the couple to behave themselves in the cafe. Bomi is stunned by how cool-headed he is, even asking if he came for a reason. The attention snaps back to Purium, who nervously explains she's here for a part-time job interview. The friends immediately start bickering, with one teasing that she won't want the job if he's always around. Jin playfully grabs his glasses, retorting that he'll just have to come every day to see him then. Purium watches this chaotic display, her mind trying to piece together their relationships. She sees the girl flanked by Jaemin and Jin, and her brain makes a wild leap. Pointing a finger, she declares that the girl must have a very cool relationship with both of them. The girl stares back in disbelief, utterly insulted by the implication and calling her an idiot. And just like that, Purium bolts. the sound of her frantic footsteps echoing away from the cafe. Bomi tries to clear the air, explaining there was a rumor about her and Jamin, which only makes her friends laugh harder. She finally clarifies that Jin is her boyfriend, not Jamin, and Purium's world comes crashing down. The horrible realization sinks in. She called a complete stranger a jerk twice for a crime he didn't even commit. An icy chill runs down her spine, and she slowly turns to face the source of the cold energy. It's Jamin, leaning in with a smile that's anything but friendly, teasing her about her little misunderstanding. Watching this, something clicks for Bomi, and she suddenly understands Purium's bizarre accusation from earlier. Her mind flashes back to another time, a memory of Purium seeking her out with a serious look on her face. Purium had approached her then, handing her a cold drink as if to prepare her for some bad news. She had warned Bomi to stop seeing that guy, her voice laced with urgent concern. Because if she didn't, Purium insisted, she was going to get hurt, leaving Bomi utterly confused by the ominous advice. Back in the present, Bomi explains the whole thing. Purium thought her boyfriend was trash, and was trying to save her. She lovingly calls Purium a psycho with terrible social skills, telling her to wipe her tears as Jin watches in confusion. Later that day, the door to a local cafe swings open, interrupting the quiet afternoon. A couple of the staff look over, surprised to see that she's back again. And there she is, our girl, Purium, looking completely lost and out of place. But her confusion is cut short when the owner points dramatically and announces that she's hired. And just like that, she's tying on her new apron, now officially part of the team. Her new co-worker, however, is still stuck on the earlier drama, asking why she ever thought Bomi and Jamin were an item. To believe it so strongly that you'd cause such a ridiculous scene, she thinks Purium went a bit overboard. Caught completely off guard, Purium stammers, trying to explain the real source of her grand misunderstanding. She's at a loss for words, her green eyes wide with lingering embarrassment. It all started, she recalls, because she'd seen Jamin and Bomi locked in a close embrace. A faint blush creeps onto her cheeks as she remembers her initial shock. So they were a couple? And then came the quiet, selfish little thought that followed. She really wished they weren't. She trails off, admitting she jumped to conclusions just because, leaving her coworker utterly baffled. At that moment, the bell chimes as a new customer, a thoughtful-looking young man, arrives. His friend chatters excitedly, confirming this is the quiet cafe and art studio she'd mentioned. Its only flaw, she explains, was the coffee, but she heard a new hire recently improved the quality. Inside, the staff feel the weight of their new customer's gaze, wondering about this rumored part-timer. The young man looks over at them, a hint of concern clouding his expression as he takes it all in. The scene shifts, and a girl with boundless energy slides into a classroom. She calls out cheerfully to her friend, a girl named Yunche. The newcomer, Da-hyun, strikes a playful pose, clearly the life of the party. She then lavishes Yunche with affection, explaining she had to wear short sleeves because of the heat. Yunche just smiles, watching her friend's antics and wondering where all that cuteness comes from. But then, her gaze hardens as she notices someone else in the room. Da-hyun turns, her own friendly demeanor vanishing as she confronts a boy named Shin Jaemin. He turns to leave, brushing off her questions about why he's even here. He casually mentions hearing that his brother Jaehyun is having a blast at college. Da-hyun just scolds him for making his family worry, but he laughs it off and heads out. Yunche asks if she was close with Jaemin, but Da-hyun clarifies they all knew each other from Taekwondo, along with Kim Jaehyun. Her friend just smiles, assuming they're both just too busy having fun at college to notice anything else. But the mention of Jaehyun's name gives Da-hyun pause. She immediately refutes the idea, explaining that because of him, her family has been in chaos lately. Her demeanor shifts entirely, getting intense as she blames everything on that girl he was with. Her story flashes back to Kim Jae-hyun, and to the girl in question, who looks just like a younger Purium. She remembers seeing him at the cafe with another woman, as Purium asked for his order. Da-hyun's voiceover finishes, explaining that ever since Jaehyun broke up with her, he's become weird. The memory lingers on Purium's eyes, a silent, knowing glance, and as if on cue, the present mirrors the past. Jaehyun walks in with the very same girl. She happily calls out his name, just like she did back then. A picture of effortless charm. She turns her head with a bright, innocent look. But in the present, Purium is having a full-blown meltdown, convinced she looks like a total wreck. Her mind flashes back to Jaehyun awkwardly explaining that the girl was just a friend from the club. The girl's subtle reaction, however, told a very different story. Back in the present, the cafe owner cheerfully greets Jaehyun, pulling him further into the store. Purium desperately tries to hide, groaning internally about her horrible luck. Her coworker Da-hyun doesn't miss a beat, bluntly asking if that's her ex before adding a savage remark about her usual appearance. But even as Da-hyun offers to handle it, Purium grits her teeth, determined to face him herself. With a dark glint in her eye, Poo-ryum declares she'll make a drink so awful they'll never want to come back. Meanwhile, at their table, the orange-haired girl cuts right to the chase, asking Jae-hyun if that's his ex. He awkwardly apologizes for bringing her into this, but she insists it's fine, since she knows the owner. Still, he offers to leave if she's uncomfortable, a flicker of concern in his eyes. But his attention is suddenly snagged by a strange commotion erupting from behind the counter. He can only stare as Da-hyun force-feeds a flailing Poo-ryum what looks like a very questionable concoction. His companion, completely oblivious, mentions their friends are on the way before noticing he's totally spaced out. Jae-hyun just stands there, arms crossed, his gaze locked on the bizarre scene unfolding with his ex. He's completely lost in thought, the world around him fading away for a moment. His friend has to call out to him, her eyes widening as she realizes he hadn't heard a single word. Her heart pounds as she finally works up the nerve to say something important to him. But the moment is shattered by the click of the door as their friends finally stroll in. Jae-hyun turns to greet them, a little annoyed by the timing but asking what took so long. He remembers his manners though, turning back to Sari to ask what she was about to say. She quickly plays it off with a nervous laugh, claiming the interruption made her forget everything. Their newly arrived friends immediately start teasing, sensing something between the two student council partners. As they laugh, the dark, sticky mess from Poo-ryum's earlier incident is quietly cleaned up off the floor. Watching from a distance, Da-hyun observes how well Jae-hyun and Sari seem to get along. Jae-hyun, now fully engaged with his friends, is the lively center of attention at the table, and Sari watches him, thinking to herself that he's already charming someone new without even trying. Da-hyun recalls their breakup, how he begged her not to say things she'd regret, but she was just too fed up. Back in the present, her coworker Poo-ryum notices her staring at Jae-hyun's table, listening to the gossip. Poo-ryum calls her out immediately, saying she's not being subtle at all with her glances. And honestly, how could she not look? He's right there, smiling as if nothing ever happened between them. She tries to convince herself that seeing him move on so easily is for the best, erasing any regret she might have had. But then, the very next day, Jae-hyun shows up at her cafe again, this time with a different friend. And the day after that, he's back once more, bringing an even larger group with him. Day after day, he's there, just laughing and chatting, completely oblivious to her growing confusion. Da-hyun is losing her mind. Her ex-boyfriend keeps visiting her job every single day, and she has no idea why. Meanwhile, as Da-hyun frets, Poo-ryum seems to be having a realization of her own. It seems Da-hyun's predicament is triggering a memory for Poo-ryum from her own freshman year. A classmate had asked her why she was pretending not to know him after they'd met at a party. She had bluntly explained it was awkward to be friendly with someone who already had a girlfriend. Then she dropped the hammer, telling him she saw exactly what happened that day. She saw him and a girl named Yoon Bomi hugging, which makes the guy choke on his drink. He nearly shouts in shock, barely containing himself in the middle of a lecture, completely flustered. He mutters to himself about what a mess this whole situation is. Poo-ryum, however, is unfazed, and asks if he has anything else to say for himself. She tells him that if simply remembering the event is his only defense, then frankly, she's a little disappointed, leaving him stewing in his own awkward silence. As the lecture ends, she presses him, wondering why he'd ask for her help when he sees Bomi all the time. She asks if it's because he just doesn't care what happens between them, her voice laced with disappointment. But instead of an answer, Jaemin abruptly stands, announcing he's leaving first. He walks away without another word, leaving her to wonder if she'd made him angry, her thoughts drifting back to Yoon Bomi. In her mind, Bomi is an idol, surrounded by adoring fans, a level of competition she feels completely unprepared for. But the fantasy fades, replaced by regret. She realizes all she wanted was for him to deny everything. Now at her part-time job, she resolves to apologize the next time they meet, if he even decides to come. Her coworker Da-hyun has to call her name several times to snap her out of her daze. Da-hyun teases her, asking why a college student is spacing out at work instead of going to parties and meetings. Then, a sudden realization. She pokes Poo-ryum's cheek, remembering she's the girl who was rude to Lee Jaemin at that department event. Da-hyun bursts out laughing, thinking Poo-ryum actually believed Lee Jaemin cheated, while Poo-ryum panics, realizing she needs to apologize. Her laughter dies down as a familiar clang at the door catches her attention. She wonders why Poo-ryum was so down when he's right here. It's Kim Jae-hyun, and Da-hyun groans, playfully asking if he's trying to overwork her by showing up every single day. Her mind drifts back to her high school days, to a conversation she had during lunchtime. Her friend Yoon-chae had been talking about none other than Jae-hyun. She gushed about his accomplishments, how he was a department representative on the student council. Yoon-chae painted a picture of a perfect all-rounder, a star in every club, while a younger Da-hyun looked on, utterly unimpressed. But Da-hyun had cut through the fantasy, suggesting he was probably just busy with his duties. Yoon-chae quickly disagreed. She explained that the old Jae-hyun hated taking responsibility, but because his home life was such a mess, he took on those roles. His chaotic daily life with his sisters flashed through Da-hyun's memory, though Yoon-chae had quickly realized she was getting off topic. Yoon-chae brought the conversation back, admitting she was worried he was pushing himself too hard. For Jae-hyun, however, staying busy was a defense mechanism to keep pointless thoughts at bay. Yoon-chae continued, noting she'd seen him date before, but this time felt different. She could almost feel his pain, the frustration of missing someone you can't see. And so, fate intervened, leading to an accidental meeting between the two of them. The memory shifts, showing a younger Da-hyun serving a very specific coffee order. The recipient is Jae-hyun, who looks up from his book to offer a quiet thanks. A moment of silence hangs between them after the slightly clumsy delivery. Da-hyun breaks the ice, teasing him about trying to look cool, but he just says it's for his book club. She blinks, a little stunned. Wait, wasn't he in a completely different theory club just last time? Da-hyun is left completely speechless, trying to argue but finding no words. The scene shifts, and we're back in the cafe where Gyuri and Youngshik are gossiping about their co-worker, Sunhee. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Gyuri leans in to tell a scary story. The tale? Jae-hyun always tries to order everything Sunhee makes, a fact that gives poor Youngshik traumatic flashbacks. Jae-hyun, sitting nearby, scoffs internally, wondering how they could possibly know who made his drink. But as he takes another sip, the horrifying realization hits him like a truck. His dramatic spit take gives it all away, and the gossiping pair know he just figured it out. Gyuri's imagination runs wild, convinced this is all part of his grand plan to get back together with Sunhee. Another coworker adds that the breakup was devastating for Sunhee, and Jae-hyun's return was inevitable. Just then, Pooraeum delivers their drinks, confirming she made them, much to Youngshik's relief, before they pull her into the drama. They put Pooraeum on the spot, asking if she thinks Sunhee still has feelings for him. Pooraeum hesitates. She's noticed Sunhee putting in more effort lately, but that's hardly proof of anything. Over on the couch, Jae-hyun can't believe the nonsense these people are spouting. Just then, Sunhee herself appears, having heard everything, and asks them directly why she and Jae-hyun broke up. But before they can answer, a sharp noise from the entrance cuts through the tension. A new girl peeks around the corner, her eyes widening as she spots someone. Without hesitation, she storms into the cafe, heading straight for the group. Her dramatic entrance freezes everyone in place, the gossip instantly forgotten. Jae-hyun looks up, his face dropping as he recognizes the newcomer Seri, and with a furious cry, she swings her handbag right at his head. The entire cafe staff can only stare, wide-eyed and speechless, as the drama explodes before them. Seri lets out a furious scream, her voice filled with rage as she calls out Jae-hyun's name. But the scene flashes back to a quieter past, with a younger Jae-hyun lost in his own world, listening to music. Suddenly, a gentle hand reaches out and pulls one of his headphones away. Startled, he turns to see who interrupted him. It's a smiling Jo Gyuri, who sweetly apologizes for making him wait. A soft smile forms on his face as she tells him she loves the song he's listening to. As they walk together, she casually drops a warning. Never drink the coffee Sunhee makes. The seemingly happy memory continues as they decide to go grab a pizza. But the flashback dissolves, and the gossipy whispers return, speculating that Jae-hyun is just trying to get back with Sunhee. Meanwhile, Jin and Yoon Bomi arrive with pizza and snacks, hearing a couple of their co-workers aren't in today. As they approach the cafe door, Bomi can already tell it's noisy inside, guessing everyone must be there. She hesitates for a moment, but a sudden clang from within catches her attention. Pushing the door open, she peeks her head in with a bright, cheerful greeting for her friends. With a huge smile, she starts to announce that she's brought pizza for everyone, only to be met with absolute pandemonium, as the co-workers scramble around a drenched and furious Seri. The two of them freeze in the doorway, completely stunned by the chaotic scene they've just walked into. But let's hit rewind for a moment to see how we got here. A few minutes ago, the cafe door burst open as a handbag swung through the air, aimed right at Kim Jae-hyun. The rest of the staff could only stare, wide-eyed and frozen, as the drama exploded right in front of them. With tears in her eyes, Seri lets out a furious scream, calling him every name in the book. Her purse connects with a solid smack, sending her lipstick and compact skittering across the table. Jae-hyun is just stunned, asking what that was all about as he notices something smoking. The onlookers are a mix of shock and irritation, with Da-hyun ready to throw hands while others suggest hearing her out. Seri turns her back, shoulders trembling as she tries to compose herself. Her hands clench into tight fists, gathering the courage to finally explain everything. She tells him that all she ever wanted was to get closer to him, so she started joining all sorts of clubs she didn't even care about, just for a chance to see him. The list of clubs gets bizarre, with the staff imagining him in a magic club and even a dad jokes club. When she mentions a rap battle club, they're completely baffled. This guy's interests are just weird. She endured murderous stares and awkward encounters, telling herself it was fine since it was just a one-sided crush. But then her voice breaks as she looks at Jaehyun, asking him how he could just leave her. She explodes, screaming that he quit all the clubs without a single word. Jaehyun flinches, finally realizing the source of her rage. She was left totally embarrassed and alone on stage at the rap battle club, all because he bailed. And just like that, the entire cafe turns on him. The staff stares him down, their judgment cold and sharp. Sari recalls the fallout, how her friends treated her like she was crazy, forcing her into isolation. But she whispers that none of it mattered as long as she knew he was by her side. All she needed was that small comfort, the feeling of being close to him. That simple presence was enough to make all the hardship worth it. And in a flash of collective understanding, the staff realizes, oh, this isn't an attack, this is a confession. But she couldn't stop her tears, and the story flashes back to that very night, when Head offered her a tissue. He had gently asked her to calm down and just listen to him for a moment. Jaehyun confessed he had no idea. He just thought she was a club hopper like him, trying everything out. He says her name, and despite everything, her heart still flutters. Back at his place, Head noticed the smell of alcohol, shocked to hear Shed had soju before the rap battle. She struggles to her feet, suddenly mortified, not wanting him to see her looking so pathetic. Mumbling for something to drink, her eyes land on the cup sitting on his table. Without warning, she lunges for it, apologizing but saying she needs a sip of his coffee. And in the present, that exact memory strikes Jaehyun like a bolt of lightning. Because in front of the entire stunned cafe, Sari grabs his cup and starts chugging it down. Dahyun screams for her to stop, but it's too late. The coffee is already gone. But it's Purium who freezes, the taste hitting her with an unexpected jolt. What is this feeling? In an instant, her world explodes into color. Her synesthesia triggered by an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. Her mind flashes back, remembering this exact same rainbow aura from a different day, a different person. She recalls a quiet, nervous moment standing next to Jin. Back in the present, her eyes are wide with dawning comprehension. She finally understands what's happening, what she's tasting. Across the cafe, Sari lowers the now empty cup, her expression hard as stone. Jaehyun can only stare, utterly speechless, as she levels her gaze at him. She tells him if all he can do is remember what happened that day, then she's truly disappointed. The memory hits her hard. A day she had long forgotten, when she happily arrived with pizza. She wasn't alone. Jin was right there with her, holding a cake, both of them walking into an ambush. They entered to find utter chaos, with Purium completely overwhelmed by a rainbow-colored drink. One of their friends, Dahyun, clutched her stomach, feeling sick just from the sight of it. As the panic escalated, she realized exactly who was behind this cruel prank. Yoon Bomi. Meanwhile, Jin and Bomi herself just stood at the doorway, completely baffled by the scene unfolding. But Dahyun's gaze was filled with pure fury as she screamed Bomi's name. The prank wasn't just for laughs, it was a setup, an experiment to capture Poo Rayam's synesthesia. A cheap TV crew had been waiting, ready to exploit her talent for a quick interview. The producer's words about her talent trigger a fragmented memory of another woman's voice. The dream sharpens into a chilling vision of that same woman, her face cold and judgmental. Poo Rayam jolts awake with a start, her heart pounding from the nightmare. She's not in her room, but outside in the cold night air, under a pale moon. A gentle voice cuts through her confusion, a figure in the darkness asking if she's okay. It's a friend of Bomis, who explains he stayed behind because he couldn't just leave her passed out. He asks if she's all right, having seen her struggle in her sleep, but she just shakes her head. It was just a dream, she explains, a memory of a face she hadn't seen in a very long time. Then, with a strangely serene expression, she looks up and asks, "Isn't it fascinating?" He offers a theory. When you dream of the past, you become just as powerless as you were back then. Turning to her with a smile, he wonders aloud if the person in her dream was someone she missed. Or perhaps, he suggests, it was someone who left her with a painful memory. Poo Rayam buries her face, admitting she isn't really sure which it was. But she peeks over her arm, turning the exact same question back on him. Her gaze drifts to his hair, fluttering gently in the night air. He meets her curiosity with a soft, knowing smile. For him, he confesses, it's both. A blush creeps onto her cheeks, he's so pretty. And in that moment, her world explodes with color, a beautiful new memory being forged. Or so she thought, until that beautiful feeling was instantly replaced by an awful, cringy memory. The memory begins with a sudden mess, a clatter of a mop and bucket hitting the floor. The cause? Yoon Bomi, theatrically passed out in her chair. Much to her friend's bewilderment, it flashes to a moment later, with Bomi a sobbing, blushing mess on the lap of a guy she's just met. Her friend Seonhee remembers it well. This entire dramatic scene was all because of her coffee. But Bomi, looking up through her tears, asks the stranger a bizarre question. How did he know Kim Jae-hyun would be here? She's completely overwhelmed, waiting for an answer as the tears keep flowing. And just like that, Kim Jae-hyun appears, coolly stating that he just had a feeling. Back with the group, Youngshik wonders if he should just kill Bomi for her power of love performance. Meanwhile, back in the present, Poo Riem is just trying to clean up the cafe. Suddenly, her coworker casually mentions that Jaemin is here to drop something off. Poo Riem freezes, her mind racing. What is Lee Jaemin doing here of all places? Her friend explains she just called him since he lives nearby and could bring some clothes. But the simple explanation does nothing to calm her nerves as Jaemin steps inside. A wave of panic washes over her as she remembers Jaehyun is in the restroom. Did he hear them? As if on cue, the men's room door swings open. Out walks Jaehyun, now in a ridiculously oversized hoodie, explaining he just ordered the wrong size. But before he can say more, Sari looks up with tear-filled eyes and calls out his name. Jaehyun tries to calm her down, saying it's fine and hell, just wash his clothes at home. But Sari is already spiraling, tearfully asking if they can take this outside. She's already decided He's going to reject her and cuts him off, saying she gets it. As Sari laments her drunken behavior, Poo Riem cleans nearby, her ears perked. Every word of self-criticism disgusting. A nuisance, Poo Riem directs at herself. Her co-worker Da-hyun just watches on, completely confused by Poo Riem's sudden intensity. For Sari, the ultimate humiliation was doing all this in front of her crush. The sheer embarrassment becomes too much, and she just breaks down into a wailing mess. Da-hyun is left utterly baffled, wondering what is wrong with her friend. Sari clings to Da-hyun, who can only think how pathetic and crazy her friend is being. Jaehyun tries to cut in, waving his hands and telling her that's not what he meant at all. But suddenly, Poo Riem steps forward, her voice cutting through the drama, saying this is far better. Better than being stuck up and hiding your feelings. Sari's crying sputters to a halt. She turns, her entire demeanor shifting as she tells Jaehyun he's not even her type. He's left completely speechless, blindsided by the sudden and bizarre accusation. With a new fire in her eyes, Sari calmly crosses her legs, a plan clearly forming. She pulls out a makeup compact, her hands steady. Then, she calmly informs everyone that she's not the type to get dumped, so she's simply changing her strategy. Later, we see Sari with her friends, complaining that her pure-hearted act failed for the first time, and her pride is a little hurt. She snaps her compact shut, deciding that it's fine. She'll just move on. Back at the cafe, Da-hyun eagerly asks Poo Riem what she did to make Jaehyun react like that. As Sari finally heads for the door, she drops something from her bag without realizing it. Poo Riem picks it up to find a student ID for Lee Sari of the theater and film department. The major makes everything click into place. It was all an act. Sari thanks her for the ID, then casually roasts their coffee, calling her dramatic breakdown a performance. With a cheerful promise to return, she makes her grand exit, the door clanging shut behind her. The entire cafe is left frozen in stunned silence, staring at the empty doorway. Back at home, the weight of the incredibly long day finally settles in. Even her little hamster seems to feel the shift in the quiet room. Poo Riem collapses into bed. So exhausted she's sure sleep will take her instantly. But her mind is plunged into a bizarre dream, a flash of a sparkling rainbow shirt. Her eyes snap open, the strange and vivid image jolting her from the edge of sleep. She thrashes under the covers, a restless energy now keeping her awake. The difficult night eventually gives way to the morning sun. The next day at university, students pour out of a lecture, minds already on lunch. But a voice cuts through the chatter, calling out Yoon Bomi's name. It's Poo Riem, who gets a surprised invitation to lunch, leaving Bomi's friends wondering at her sudden change. Ignoring her friends' worries, Poo Riem insists on speaking with Bomi alone. She finally asks about the freshman welcome party, the memory she thought was a dream. Bomi is surprised, admitting she assumed Poo Riem was deeply offended by that night's events. Poo Riem is completely baffled. Why on earth would she have been offended? Well, Bomi explains, it's because the very next day, Poo Riem had threatened to pay her back. A flashback shows Poo Riem passed out drunk while Bomi cleaned a stain off Jaemin's rainbow shirt. And when they tried to wake her up to go home, she had stirred in an absolute rage. Poo Riem breaks into a cold sweat. She doesn't remember any of that. Then what did she see? The image flashes in her mind. Bomi leaning in close to Jaemin, a perfect, intimate angle. But Bomi just smiles, clarifying that she never said she was the one who was offended. Poo Riem clarifies she only said that because she was grateful. But Bomi wonders why she would phrase it like a threat. So if that was all a misunderstanding, what was the real issue back then? The scene flashes back to Jaemin, standing alone and exhausted on the school track. Purium had found him later, accusingly telling him she saw Yoon Bomi hugging him. He was worn out, a fresh bandage wrapped around his head, the weight of the day hitting him. He couldn't believe his own reaction. He could have just said she misunderstood and ended it there. But instead, he just stared back at her, a thought forming in his mind. Without a word, he turned and walked away, leaving Purium standing there in the classroom. In reality, he was hiding a smirk, thinking it was fun to tease her and let her think he was angry. But then the memory shifts again, to a time Purium was utterly stunned to see Jaemin just walking into her house. His friends asked if he was okay, but all Jaemin could think was that she probably hated him now. But in reality, his feelings were a bit more complicated than that. The memory shifts to another night, where he found Purium passed out against a wall, debating if he should just leave. But then he noticed her shivering, mumbling incoherently in her sleep. He leaned in closer, confused, realizing she must be sleep-talking. His annoyance melted away, replaced by a genuine sense of concern for her. She slowly woke up, and they sat there for a moment in the quiet evening air. Looking at her properly, he saw a vulnerability he'd never noticed, wondering if she had her own trauma. And in that unguarded moment, a single, unexpected thought hit him: she was pretty. Suddenly flustered, he shot to his feet, making a clumsy excuse to get water, but he was the one who decided to stay. But as he turns to leave, Purium lets out a small, flustered sound. Her hand shoots out, instinctively grabbing a tight hold of his sleeve. Jaemin freezes, looking over his shoulder, completely caught off guard by her sudden action. They stand there for a beat, the quiet street holding its breath around them. The memory fades, and Jaemin knows the girl who made him feel that way was her. Back in the present, practice is finally over. Waving a quick goodbye, he ditches his friends, rushing off with a purpose. He makes a call, telling the person on the other end that he's free now and to start the video. And on the screen appears a woman holding a tiny baby in a strawberry outfit, announcing that her big brother is here. Jaemin pulls his best goofy face, trying to get his little sister, Somin, to say her first appa. But all he gets in return is some adorable baby talk, and a heartwarming smile spreads across his face. Jaemin keeps making his best duck face for Somin, completely unaware that Jin is silently judging him from behind. He finally senses a presence and stops, a flicker of confusion breaking through his goofy expression. Startled, he nearly drops the phone, but Jin just deadpans that he's the one who should be scared. Jaemin quickly recovers, waving his friend into the call to greet his mom, who seems to know Jin. He then gets uncomfortably close, asking Jin what's up while explaining his sister Somin is on the screen. Jin's quiet presence seems to work wonders, as Somin breaks into a huge smile, earning Jaemin a compliment on his kid-charming skills. Just as Jin begins to walk away, Jaemin calls out, stopping him in his tracks. He offers a surprising invitation. Why don't they go see his older brother, together with Somin? Their destination is soon revealed, a quaint little place called Cafe, Youth, Blossom, and Studio. But their arrival is met with an icy glare from Da-hyun, who mutters that this particular customer has a lot of nerve coming back. She demands to know why he keeps showing up, but he just calmly says he had assignments to finish. Then, with a straight face, he drops the bomb. He wanted to get back together with her. Da-hyun is stunned, silent, but he quickly backpedals, claiming it was a joke as he orders his usual. But as she rings him up, her mind drifts. She's been quiet for everyone else's sake, but after what happened yesterday, she can't shake this uncomfortable feeling. She looks up, a flicker of disbelief in her eyes. Did he really mean what he said? He meets her gaze, his expression serious now, admitting that after all this time, he did come back for her. The weight of his words fills the room, and Da-hyun turns away, unable to respond. He finds a quiet corner to work, leaving the heavy confession hanging between them. Just then, two more friends arrive, immediately sensing that the mood in the cafe is incredibly weird. Youngshik and his friend note that the exes probably haven't had a real talk, deciding to give them some room. But curiosity gets the better of Youngshik, who suggests they stay quiet and listen in to find out why they broke up. Inside, Da-hyun aggressively wipes down the counter, her frustration boiling over. She finally breaks the silence, stating firmly that staying here isn't going to change her mind. Her ex looks down, quietly acknowledging her feelings but saying it doesn't matter. Da-hyun is stunned. How could her decision not matter to him? He begins to explain, recalling the last time they fought, admitting he didn't truly believe her when she wanted to end things. He just assumed she was stressed from college exams and that it would all blow over soon. He remembers waiting for her to call, even as they went through graduation, holding on to that hope. But the call never came, and it was in that crushing silence that he finally realized she was serious. He remembers how everywhere he looked, he saw her. Even when his friends asked if he was waiting for a call, he couldn't admit it. And so, looking at Da-hyun now, he finally confesses the one thing he's held on to, his deep regret for never trying to hold on to her. Da-hyun is completely silent, the confession hitting her with the weight of unspoken history. Meanwhile, our eavesdroppers are getting all the juicy details, shocked that he never even tried to win her back. But their covert operation is interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. His friend quickly throws up a shh, trying desperately to keep their new arrivals from blowing their cover. It's Yoon Bomi and Jin, who have just arrived, wondering why their friends are hiding by the door. Unaware of the chaos, Da-hyun finally opens her mouth, ready to speak on what happened back then. But suddenly, another co-worker, Oh Poo-ryum, jolts awake, yelling about trash and misunderstandings from a nightmare. She quickly collects herself, realizing she dozed off, completely oblivious to the real-life drama she just interrupted. Bomi asks what's going on, while Youngshik's friend panics, wondering how long she's been standing there. The whole crew is now awkwardly huddled by the door, and Youngshik is just surprised Bomi decided to join their little spy mission. Bomi immediately feels a pang of guilt. She knows she shouldn't be listening, even if she's dying of curiosity. As Poo-ryum heads off to wash her face, she spots the entire group peeking, thinking they're just giving the couple some space. Back inside, Da-hyun tries to brush him off, insisting that everything he's talking about is in the past. But he sees right through it, asking why she quit the academy to work here if she was truly over him. Cornered, she snaps back, admitting she's only here because she fell into a slump. She demands to know what he even wants from her, and he quietly begins to answer, saying he just wants. But the moment is shattered by a refreshed Poo-ryum, who pops back in with a cheerful victory pose. She looks around the quiet cafe, noting that none of the usual regulars have shown up today. Taking advantage of the quiet cafe, one of the friends suggests they could just start cleaning the restroom early. But the tension boils over as Giri tries to storm inside, with Youngshik desperately holding her back. At that exact moment, the door swings open as a new customer steps right in. It's Jin, who freezes on the spot, staring at the ridiculous sight of his friends in a heap on the floor. And right on his heels is Jaemin, who just looks on with a completely clueless smile. Meanwhile, Poo-ryum, ever so literal, has already geared up and started cleaning for real. The story then flashes back, showing us Da-hyun working at a different cafe during her slump. It's a hot day, and she groans in annoyance, realizing she completely forgot to bring a hair tie. After a quick search, the only thing she can possibly use is a flimsy yellow rubber band. But as she's about to tie up her hair, a voice asks if she's sure, warning her that it's going to hurt. It's her ex-boyfriend, who gently offers to help, holding up his own hair tie. He explains with a small smile that he carries one because she's always forgetting hers. As he gathers her hair, he affectionately calls her a dumbass, bringing a tear to her eye. He pulls the tie from his wrist, thinking it would have been better if she had just been a little more honest with him back then. With a neat flourish, her hair is perfectly tied up, and she can't help but be impressed. And it turns out they have an audience, as their co-workers swoon at the shoujo manga moment. The two of them share a quiet, lingering look, a moment filled with unspoken feelings. But that tender atmosphere is instantly shattered by a door flying open. It's Oh Poo-ryum, proudly announcing that she's finished cleaning the restroom. Poo-ryum blinks, completely oblivious to the romantic tension she just shattered. But the other co-workers, who were invested, have had enough of her interruptions. They grab her, telling her she's been getting on their nerves and needs to step outside. With the mood killer gone, they corner the flustered couple, demanding to know the reason for their breakup. Poo-ryum is literally getting shoved out the door, still trying to process what's happening. Suddenly, a hand catches her, stopping her from being thrown out into the street. She looks up to see Lee Jaemin, who seems just as confused by the chaos as she is. Poo-ryum freezes, her face flushing at his sudden and very close appearance. The awkward memory haunts her later in class, as she wonders how on earth she's supposed to apologize to him. She dozes off, dreaming of the real, mortifying reason. She has to say sorry for puking on him. While taking out the trash, Poo-ryum rehearses her apology, but her brain just mashes puke and trash into nonsense. And of course, that's the exact moment she bumps into Jaemin, blurting out a garbled curse word right to his face. He just stares, completely baffled, as she tries to correct herself but only spouts more gibberish. She frantically waves her hands, trying to explain she didn't mean to say that, but her brain has fully checked out. Jaemin watches her mental short-circuit with a strange look, trying to figure out what she's even saying. Poo-ryum, meanwhile, is in full-blown panic mode, sweating as the simple words refuse to form. Has so lost he wonders if it's his fault, thinking this is the first time he's been cussed out so creatively. She finally manages to choke out that she just wanted to apologize, which only makes him more confused. But when she tries to say apology, the word comes out as a startled shout for apple juice. Now they're both frozen, him wondering about the sudden drink request and her wishing the ground would swallow her whole. And just like that, the conversation shifts to a group of friends cornering a girl named Seonhee, completely baffled. They ask if she seriously broke up with her boyfriend because of apple juice. Her now ex just stands there, looking sheepish. But Seon-hee's expression is grim as she begins to explain that at some point, she just got sick and tired of it all. Her story flashes back to last September, a time when she was convinced her life was completely screwed. Her midterm results were a sea of red marks, a clear testament to her academic struggles. She remembers a counselor bluntly telling her that her grades were a mess and that she'd failed all her early admission interviews. Even her homeroom teacher had to deliver the harsh truth. She couldn't rely on regular admissions to save her, either. He suggested she just lower her standards, mentioning he'd already spoken to her teacher at the beauty academy. Her hand clenches into a fist, the memory still stinging with frustration and helplessness. A year ago, she didn't even want to go to college, but now she was just one of those kids who slacked off and aimed too high. She couldn't even argue back. As much as it stung, her teachers were right. It felt pathetic, getting greedy about college this late in the game. Suddenly, her boyfriend appeared with a juice box, telling her not to look so down. He gently pats her head, asking if she forgot her hair tie again. While she mulls over her bleak options, he offers to tie it for her, a skill he picked up thanks to his 3 sisters. With a quick and practiced motion, he pulls her hair back into a neat ponytail. But the real reason she didn't want a far-off school was because it would mean leaving him. She wanted to be a better person, someone worthy of being by his side. But what kind of senior falls into a slump at the most important time? The thought echoes in her mind as her hand trembles, gripping a pencil tight enough to snap. Her own thoughts turn against her, a spiral of doubt asking why she's even trying. But the dark spiral is broken by a familiar, cheerful voice calling her name. Her boyfriend explains he was at the reading room and decided to take a walk. He's so bright, so driven, and all she can think is how she needs to keep up. His simple kindness, offering a juice box to cheer her up, only makes her feel smaller. She accepts with a quiet thanks, her fingers nervously fidgeting. But then, with a sharp snap, the hair tie he just did for her breaks. Her hair flies loose, a perfect symbol for her own unraveling composure. Her eyes widen in pure, unadulterated panic as everything starts to feel like too much. The question echoes in her mind. What if it all falls apart? A feeling Da-hyun knows all too well. And then we meet Lee Seri, the university's acting genius, lost in her own romantic thoughts. For her, everything is a study of emotions, a tool that will surely come in handy for her craft. Her classmates, however, see it differently, whispering about how she's known for being a pretty psycho. She's already got her next subject in her sights, finding the reactions of Jaehyun's friends to be quite fun. Her target, Shin Jae-min, looks deeply uncomfortable as she recalls an embarrassing drunken memory. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks, and she nearly collides right into him. He spins around, demanding to know what she's doing, and she can only offer a flustered apology. Without waiting for an answer, he quickly turns and walks away, leaving her confused by his haste. But as he escapes, his mind is frantically repeating a mantra, trash, puke, over and over again. And somehow, she hears it, the word echoing in her own thoughts as a strange realization dawns on her. She tries to explain, but the guy she's blocking is just annoyed, asking her to please move so he can pass. But Seri, completely unfazed, just smiles and breezes right through the door, leaving them all behind. She doesn't get far before she pauses, a strange expression on her face as if she just heard something. The scene cuts to a cafe, where Da-hyun and her ex-boyfriend are in the middle of a tense argument. He tells her that by hiding her problems, she's only making him feel more pathetic and useless. Stung by his words, she opens her mouth to shout back, her face flushed with emotion. But her mind flashes back to a simpler time, to a small act of kindness, an apple juice box. She remembers the exact moment her hair tie snapped, leaving her completely startled. Her eyes went wide with surprise, a brief, vulnerable moment she'd never forgotten, and she recalls his voice, full of genuine concern, asking if she was all right before an idea struck him. He looks on, a flicker of sadness in his eyes, knowing a simple drink won't fix this. Seon-hee, however, is lost in her own thoughts, feeling bitter about how easily things seem to work out for him. The self-loathing hits her like a tidal wave, and she physically cringes at how pathetic she feels. Suddenly, a soft plop from nearby snaps her out of her downward spiral. Her eyes widen slightly, registering the small object that just appeared. It's the juice box, a symbol of his kindness that only makes her feel worse about her own dark thoughts. Standing before him with her head down, she finally whispers that she's sorry. Hes completely blindsided, but her mind is already made up. She can't be with him when she's like this. Staring down at his simple gift, she quietly says she wants to take a break. No, she wants to break up. He pleads with her not to say something she'll regret, but she cuts him off, insisting she's just too tired to continue. She admits her plan was to call him after getting into college, but the embarrassment of failing was just too much. Her boyfriend just stands there, completely lost as to why this is such a big deal. She pleads with him, saying her pride is all she has left, but he's barely listening, just thinking she's cute. And the peanut gallery hiding behind the counter finally gets it. This whole drama was just about college stress. But Da-hyun has had enough, standing up to call out the story for what it is, pathetic. She sits down coolly, adding that if she were Seon-hee, she'd be too embarrassed to even think of dating him again. Then she twists the knife, calling Seon-hee arrogant for looking down on the hard work of others. The onlookers hold their breath, wondering if this is about to turn into an all-out fight. But the harsh words land perfectly, and a stunned Seon-hee can only whisper that she's right. We see a flashback to her rock bottom, crying on the floor, absolutely crushed by her failure. During those foolish days, her friend couldn't understand why she studied nonstop, even on her break. But Seon-hee saw others crying over just 2 wrong answers, and the weight of their effort finally hit her. Back in the present, she tells him the truth. She broke up with him because she felt pathetic. The confession leaves her sweating, ashamed but finally honest with herself and with him. The peanut gallery behind the counter is still struggling to process Da-hyun's sudden, savage personality. But the agent of chaos herself just gives a cheeky little thumbs up. Her work here clearly done. All the commotion inside means some people never even made it through the door. Poo-ryum and Jaemin are sitting outside, having completely missed their chance to go in. He finally breaks the silence, relieved, admitting he was worried that she hated him. Poo-ryum just turns to him, confused, because she honestly thought he was the one who hated her. She was worried because of that one mortifying rainbow-spewing incident. But Jaemin just laughs it off, saying he's seen far worse from his own friends. So, with the air finally cleared, he asks if they're cool now. He then leans in, wondering if they can still be friends, a question that completely short-circuits Poo-ryum's brain. He admits he's a bit nervous. She'd be his first friend since starting college. He wanted to ask about Bomi, but he decides against it for now. And as Poo-ryum thinks it over, she realizes being his first friend might not be so bad. As the evening deepens, the cafe finally closes up for the night. Poo-ryum and Bomi say their goodbyes and head home. And with a new friendship seemingly on the horizon, Jaemin walks off into the quiet street. Humming to herself, Poo-ryum is practically floating on air after making her first friend in college. But a nagging thought pops into her head. Why did she stop Jaemin from leaving earlier? She brushes it aside. Making friends with someone she thought would hate her is actually pretty exciting. But as she walks on, another girl is lost in thought on a different street. It's Seon-hee, and she admits to herself that she couldn't stop thinking about him, even at college. Suddenly, there he is, right in front of her, making her jump out of her skin. He'd been waiting. He looks at her, not with anger, but with understanding, saying he knows she just got swept away by everything. He reminds her that she already had a path, a dream that was far more important than getting into some university. After all, he says, college was never really her ultimate goal in the first place. And with a gentle but firm resolve, he tells her that he can wait as long as she doesn't hate him. He asks if he can at least stay by her side as a friend until she's ready. But Seon-hee turns away, her mind racing back to the past. She remembers the real reason she pushed him away. It was the crushing fear that he would be the one to leave her first. And as a new day dawns, we shift scenes entirely. Da-hyun cheerfully calls out to her friend Yoon-chae. She catches up, excited that she ran into her on the way to school. But her friendly chatter quickly turns to prying, asking what really happened with Shin Jaemin. Yoon-chae tries to play it cool, saying it was nothing. But Da-hyun isn't buying that for a second. Suddenly, a voice from behind calls her partner, and it's Shin Jaemin himself, looking awfully smug. And there he is, Shin Jaemin, looking far too pleased with himself for this early in the morning. But to understand this moment, we have to jump back to yesterday evening. Yoon-chae was leaving school early, catching one of her classmates by surprise. She just claimed she wasn't feeling well, brushing off their concern as she headed out. In the quiet classroom, she couldn't help but notice that Shin Jaemin's seat was also empty. She thinks back on him. He's always late and getting an earful from the teachers. But then again, he's not some loner. He participates in group stuff like gym class just fine. Walking home, she remembers the rumors that he hangs out with some sketchy people. She doesn't think he seems like a bad guy when suddenly she overhears an angry voice on a phone. It's Jaemin, and he sounds annoyed, telling someone he's not coming if kids from another high school are there. He complains that it's no fun when his friends are around because they just drink like idiots. He even had to deal with some guy from another school who tried to pick a fight, only to back down fast. Fine, hell go, but he's not drinking, and he'll leave if it gets boring. But mid-sentence, something catches his ear, and he pauses, confused. Down the alley, he sees Yoon-chae threatening to report a couple of guys who are cornering another student. His eyes widen in disbelief. Wait, is that his partner? A slow grin spreads across his face as he lowers the phone. Amazing. He'd always thought she was just some quiet girl, but this is a whole new side to her. He tells his friend on the phone that someone he knows just tried to stop an extortion and got herself into trouble. When asked if he's going to help her, he watches them take her phone and says, "Of course." His friend on the other end of the line scoffs, knowing he'd never play the hero. Jamin just smirks, admitting he hates getting involved in bothersome things. He hangs up and starts to walk away, ready to leave her to her fate. But then a thought stops him in his tracks. Wait, isn't she Kim Dahyun's friend? Lost in thought, he carelessly walks down the street right into someone. A girl, Sari, spins around, startled by the sudden impact. Jamin's eyes light up, and he smoothly apologizes, calling her a pretty Nuna. A flicker of interest, but then his brain kicks in. If only she wasn't Dahyun's friend. He has to be loyal. Meanwhile, as he's busy with his internal monologue, Yoonchae is being dragged away. The bullies shove her against a wall, demanding to know why a Cheongseum High student is meddling in their business. Having successfully bullied Yoonchae, they turn to the original victim and tell him to get lost before they change their minds. The kid doesn't need to be told twice, scrambling away as the bullies laugh at his pathetic retreat. The ringleader turns back to Yoonchae, poking her forehead and mocking her defiant glare. But Yoonchae is unfazed. She calmly informs them she's already sent her location to the police, which only enrages the bully, who rears back for a slap. Yoonchae instinctively flinches, bracing for the impact, but a sudden scream cuts through the air, and she opens her eyes, bewildered. The bullies whip around, annoyed at the interruption, only to see a familiar, unwelcome face. It's Shin Jamin, and he looks just as annoyed to be there as they are to see him. Yoonchae's eyes widen in disbelief. He's casually got his arm slung around the kid who just ran away, strolling in like he owns the place. With a smug lick of his lips, he tells the bullies to get lost and drop everything they stole. The next day at school, the story has clearly made the rounds, leaving Yoonchae's friend in shock. She worries over Yoonchae, saying she was lucky Shin Jamin showed up when he did. And of course, Jamin is right there, leaning in and begging Yoonchae to tell everyone how cool he was. But all he gets is a quiet, half-hearted thank you, which completely deflates his hero complex. Then she hits him with it. She heard the truth about him hating to deal with bothersome things. She remembers his exact words on the phone, complaining about having to get involved. Yoonchae admits that even so, she's grateful he came back to help her, causing him to flush. But she cuts right to the heart of it, asking if his heroic rescue was just on a whim. Her friend bursts out laughing as Yoonchae admits that, if not for what she'd overheard, she might have actually thought he was cool. Jamin, completely flustered, can only scratch his head and admit she's right. A pang of guilt hits Yoonchae. Maybe she didn't need to be so brutally honest. The awkward moment passes, and the day moves on with another lecture. But even later, Yoonchae finds herself wondering about his strange behavior. She keeps catching him staring at her with this weirdly focused smile. He even tries to act casual about it, leaving her completely baffled by his sudden interest. Her mind begins to drift, pulling her back to a memory of a sunlit building. It's a memory of a small baby, reaching out with a tiny, babbling voice. A hand presses against the cold glass, a soft echo of the baby's call. And on the other side, a young man with a kind, gentle smile looks back at her. The memory crystallizes into a single, warm moment, the man holding the baby close. But it fades into a colder scene, a vast hall where a child's cries for her father echo unanswered. The story then pivots, introducing a young woman with dark, flowing hair. It's Oh Purium, holding a bouquet of flowers, clearly on her way to an important meeting. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Dahyun peeks through the door, a little confused. She finds her co-worker, Somang, already behind the counter, greeting her with a cheerful good morning. Dahyun immediately asks about Purayam, and Somang explains she's just filling in for the day. Somang is glad Purayam is out with friends, but Dahyun cattily remarks she didn't think Purayam had any. Choosing to ignore the comment, Somang simply slides Dahyun her favorite iced vanilla latte. As she takes a sip, Dahyun notices the rain has begun, a sudden shower on what was a clear day. Dahyun gazes out the window as the first drops begin to fall. She lets out a small smile, hoping Purayam is happy to see her younger siblings. The destination, however, is a somber one. A memorial hall, now slick with rain. Purayam stands outside, feeling the cold droplets collect in her palm. She looks up, her thoughts interrupted by the sudden downpour. A familiar voice calls her name, and she turns, her eyes widening in surprise. Standing before her is a young man she never expected to see, holding a small baby. Her mind reels, Lee Jamin? Why in the world is he here? Her stunned gaze darts from his face, down to the child cradled in his arms, leaving her utterly speechless. And the baby, it looks just like him, leaving Purayam sweating and completely rattled. The world blurs into the falling rain as she wonders if this can possibly be real. Elsewhere, at a cozy cafe, a young woman named Sari walks in, looking around curiously. The part-timers, including So-mong, recognize her immediately as Jae-hyun's friend from last time. Sari smiles and politely corrects them, explaining she's actually in the theater and film department. Her charming vibe wins over one coworker, but Da-hyun is already fed up, thinking she'll tell Jae-hyun to stop coming. Meanwhile, So-mong finishes helping out and realizes the cafe has gotten much busier. A gentle smile spreads across her face, happy to see the place filled with students studying and enjoying their afternoon. One of her coworkers praises her for being so sweet, while Da-hyun just ignores them, glued to her phone. As life rushes by, one question echoes in the mind of every student. Why in the world do you still have to study for exams even in college? For Yoon Bomi, the grind is real, and she desperately needs to see Jaemin to refuel her energy. But her friend Youngshik casually crushes her hopes Jaemin isn't coming today. She turns to her other friends, who just shrug, admitting they don't really keep tabs on each other's schedules. Bomi pouts, explaining that their group just has an unspoken understanding of who will be around. Youngshik finds it amusing, revealing that he knows because he happens to be friends with the person Jaemin is meeting. The scene cuts to a notebook, a flashback to someone studying English vocabulary. We hear a voice from the past calling out to Jaemin. It's Youngshik on the phone, remembering that Jaemin always tells him when he's meeting his Hyung, especially with baby Somin. On the other end of the line, Jaemin calmly confirms the plan. He explains that since the anniversary is tough for his mom, he wants to introduce Somin to his Hyung. Youngshik thinks back, realizing that Jaemin often shares his schedule when it involves his brother. He figures that by talking to him and Miss So-mong, Jaemin is trying to soothe his own nerves. It's a way to feel connected to his unfamiliar Hyung before they even meet, and suddenly, it all makes sense. Back in the present, Yoon Bomi's jaw practically hits the floor. She can't believe what she's hearing. The person Jaemin is meeting is Youngshik's younger sister. It takes her a second to process, but she realizes that explains why Jaemin was so secretive about it with everyone else. Youngshik, however, just sighs internally, thinking about how dense his friends are for not seeing what was right in front of them. And across town, Jaemin feels a similar wave of frustration, muttering to himself about how clueless Jo Gyuri can be. And so, Youngshik began his little test on his friend. The news that Jaemin is dating someone hits Yoon Bomi like a lightning strike, leaving her utterly devastated. He leans into the lie, saying they look good together and that he can trust Jaemin with his sister. But seeing her reaction, he immediately wonders if he's taken this cruel prank a bit too far. Her soul practically leaves her body as she mumbles that he must be lying. She then snaps, calling him a traitor for helping them get together, completely ignoring his attempt to take it back. Youngshik's expression turns serious as he watches her reaction, his little joke having gone exactly as planned. Nearby, Jin and another student overhear the word traitor and glance over, completely lost. Finally, Bomi breaks, confessing that she likes Jaemin and can't stand to hear about this anymore. With the truth out, Youngshik stands up, admits he lied, and tells her what she does next is her own problem now. And with that, Youngshik turns to leave, leaving Bomi standing there completely stunned. He throws a cold goodbye over his shoulder, not even bothering to look back at her. He walks out without another word, the tension in the cafe thick enough to cut with a knife. All the onlookers can do is stare, whispering and trying to piece together the dramatic breakup they just witnessed. Bomi remains frozen, the humiliation of her confession and his cruel exit finally hitting her. The shock gives way to sorrow as tears begin to stream down her face. But as Youngshik walks away, a different story plays out in his mind. He's like someone from the start. He remembers his own sister, Gyuri, her face lighting up whenever she talked about Jaemin, and he sees the same look on Bomi's face, a mirror image of that same hopeless crush. The painful memory of Gyuri's smile makes it all clear. For both of them, it was always about Jaemin. He thinks back to the old saying, that people in love just seem to sparkle. A memory surfaces of his sister, Gyuri, rambling on about Jaemin under a shared umbrella. She didn't want him to get a girlfriend, not forever, but she just couldn't bear to see it happen. It was like being an Idols fan, Shed insisted, tugging on his sleeve to make him understand. Youngshik just listened in silence, caught in the rain with her one-sided love story. Then she made him promise, with a bright smile, to be her informant if anything ever happened. But as she spoke, his own heart began to pound uncontrollably. He realized, with a sinking feeling, that her sparkle was affecting him, and he was done for. It all flashes back to the day they first met, when she greeted him with an annoyed complaint. She hadn't wanted to meet him either, bluntly saying she was just told to bring him along. Back then, he thought she was just some pathetic, talkative girl who didn't realize she was his next target. Gyuri muttered to herself, wondering aloud if she should just try to get in with another group. He asked if she had any useful info, deciding to help because she reminded him of his sister, despite no resemblance. For some reason, he just couldn't bring himself to ignore her, and so their odd friendship began. carrying on into their senior year of high school. She'd often come to him for small things, like borrowing a literature book, but her attention would snap away the second she heard someone call for Jaemin. Youngshik could only watch, a small smile on his face. Her crush was just so painfully obvious. Even after graduation, she was the same, rushing to get ready for a studio visit just because Jaemin was there. He found her complete lack of subtlety charming, patiently handling the call as she got all worked up. One day, Seonhee suddenly declared that since they were graduates, he should cut his hair, and she knew just the place. Youngshik looks back on this, admitting that her simple act of seeking him out had honestly made him happy. Emerging from the salon, he touches his newly short hair, feeling a little self-conscious as he asks if it's all right. Seonhee is momentarily stunned into silence by the change, but she quickly recovers, stammering that it's actually not so bad at all. A quiet moment passes, and she seems to be thinking about something as she adjusts her scarf. Then, Youngshik turns the tables, asking her why she hasn't cut her own hair in all this time. He adjusts his own scarf, a serious look crossing his face. The air grows heavy with the unspoken question. Her expression falters. He must have noticed her situation, a silent admission that she was having a hard time. Her mind flashes back to a memory to Youngshik, surrounded by a group of jeering classmates. He stood there, hair covering his face, trying his best to hide how scared he was. And in that instant, everything clicks for Seonhee. She finally understands. He admits that he was dealing with that weaker side of himself back then, though he insists it's fine now. He always believed that the one person who had seen him at his absolute worst could never think of him as anything more than just a friend. The somber moment is broken as the first drops of rain begin to fall. Elsewhere in the city, under the downpour, a voice remarks on unexpectedly seeing a familiar face. That face belongs to Opurium, who seems completely lost in thought. But her friend Jaemin snaps Gyuri out of her own daze, leaning in close to ask if she's thinking something weird again. Jaemin smirks, seeing right through her, and asks if she thought he was some married man with a kid. Gyuri quickly backpedals, explaining it's his much younger sister, not a cousin or anything else. She can still feel her cheeks burning, her heart pounding from how close he was just a moment ago. The mortifying memory of her puking incident almost resurfaces, but she pushes it down. They stand in an awkward silence, both explaining they're stuck here because of the sudden rain. Each of them has their own umbrella woes, leaving them trapped in the same spot. They both sense the other's complicated situation, but know that sharing would only make things worse. Suddenly, Jaemin asks her for a small favor, to watch his little sister for just a second. Before she can even process why, he's already shrugging off his jacket. He flashes a charming smile, holding the jacket over his head and asking if she needs an umbrella too. He tells her to just explain things to his mom if she gets back first, then dashes into the rain. Gyuri is left completely stunned, now the temporary guardian of his little sister, and as she watches him go, her heart begins to pound for a reason she can't quite understand. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young man named Jaehyun gets an urgent text from a friend. The message is a warning. There's a psycho at the cafe, so he shouldn't go. But it's too late, he's already standing right outside the building. He decides to just pop in for a moment, but immediately bumps into someone on their way out. It's his friend, Dongchae, who seems surprised to see him. Dongchae says he's leaving early because it's too noisy to focus on his studies today. Seeing that Jaehyun doesn't have a proper umbrella, he kindly offers him his own. But instead of taking it, Dongchae pushes the umbrella into Jaehyun's hands with a special request. Before Jaehyun can even protest, his friend hoists his bag over his head and dashes into the rain. He watches him go, a small smile on his face. Dongchae was surprisingly cool. Holding the umbrella, he puts two and two together, so there's something going on with him and Gyuri. But as he turns to enter the cafe, the door swings open and smacks him right in the face. Stunned and blushing, he barely has time to register what just happened. The person on the other side of the door stops dead, recognizing him instantly. It's Gyuri, looking frantic as she asks if he saw which way Dongchae went. And as their own little drama unfolds, elsewhere, Opurium is lost in a world of her own, while a certain someone's baby sister quietly watches the world go by. In her memory, Opurium holds a small child, her hands resting gently on his back. She kneels down, marveling at just how tiny the little one is. A voice calls out, urging young Lee Jaemin to hurry back inside. Meanwhile, in the present, the rain pours down, but Gyuri is prepared. She's glad she brought her umbrella, a blush creeping onto her face as her heart thumps. She thinks to herself her name is Gyuri, and she wonders when the rain will let up. After all, she's been a self-proclaimed expert in one-sided love for over a decade. She glances at the boy beside her at first. She didn't think much of him, but then she notices his eyelashes, so long and natural they could rival hers. He's not a supermodel, but has got this charm you just can't ignore, and she realizes a guy friend of hers might actually like her. She'd always been so focused on Jaemin that her social circle had shrunk to almost nothing. After sorting out her friendships, she needed a textbook and saw a perfect excuse to approach Park Dong-chae. He was, after all, the only one she could really call a friend, and as their hands brushed, something felt different. He was always her go-to, the one she'd call in a frenzy if it meant a chance to see Jaemin, and he never once turned her down, always there with a smile, becoming the person she called when she was bored. But then, one day, she gets a message from him after he got a haircut. He sends a photo, looking a little shy, asking her if it looks okay, and suddenly, her heart skips a beat. The comfortable friend was starting to bother her, so she does what anyone would do. She starts frantically Googling the signs a guy likes a girl. Lying in bed, a video explains they'd never say no to you, and it hits her that's exactly how Dong-chae has always been. But she tries to rationalize it away. He's never said no to anyone, so it's too vague to mean anything. This new awareness, however, makes the comfortable silence between them suddenly feel awkward. So, to break the tension, she defaults to her safe topic, bringing up Jaemin. The flicker of disappointment on Dong-chae's face is almost too quick to see. He tries to recover with a weak smile, but she notices immediately that wasn't his usual reaction. And in that moment, she recognizes that look, a familiar feeling from her own past. She's seen it and felt it through all her own one-sided crushes in middle school. From the kindergarten boy she left behind to the high school idol she worshipped from afar. It all clicks into place with an electric jolt. That look, it means he likes her. The staggering realization hangs in the air as their footsteps echo in the quiet street. Her mind spirals, comparing Dong-chae's clear affection to Jaehyun's confusing silence. She remembers how she used to daydream about what she'd say when he finally confessed. A fond smile graced her lips back then, thinking Jaemin was surely just shy. But the reality was far colder. He'd admitted her feelings made him uneasy. His strange reaction left her completely baffled. She recalls nervously pulling at her sleeve, trying to figure out what went wrong. So she tried to provoke him, playfully asking him to tell her if he ever liked someone else. But Jaehyun shut her down completely, his face like stone. She was just a kid, and she never thought her little games would make him so angry. A voice cuts through the memory, a coworker asking if she's all right, startling her back to the present. Her mind flashes back to another time, to a different piece of advice. It was Dong-hae, telling her to stop watching from afar and just be honest with herself. She didn't understand why his simple, cold words made her tear up in that moment. Then, in that same memory, she literally runs right into Jaehyun. But he wasn't looking for her. He was asking if she'd seen Dong-chae. He points in a direction, and she immediately dashes off without a word. As she runs, Jaehyun suddenly remembers something important he was holding. He calls out to Gyuri, tossing her the umbrella as the rain pours down. He tells her it's from Dong-chae, who asked him to pass it along. She thanks him and runs off, leaving him to wonder why people don't just use the umbrellas they have. Jaehyun can only offer a weak wave, thinking she might need some good luck. The look on her face is so intense, he feels like she's a soldier marching into battle. As she runs through the rain, Gyuri steals her resolve. She's getting that confession today, but she slows to a stop, realizing she has to be honest with herself first. She looks across the street, finally facing her true feelings as she sees Dong-chae. He, meanwhile, is just shaking the rain from his hair, oblivious to the impending confrontation. He glances up, completely unaware that his peaceful day is about to end. And that's when he spots Gyuri, wondering why on earth she isn't using the umbrella she's holding. She just stands there, soaked, her mind spiraling, and Dong-chae thinks she looks a little scary. He's completely baffled when he pieces together her thoughts. A confession? From him? What is she talking about? Gyuri finally works up the courage, her voice cutting through the rain. She accuses him directly. He likes her, doesn't he? And Dong-chae just stares back, utterly speechless. Elsewhere, Pyu Riem reflects on her own fears, admitting she'd been hiding her feelings too. She'd been feeling lonely after visiting her mom, a quiet ache in her heart. But that surprise encounter with Jaemin had washed it all away, leaving her feeling refreshed. Still, a part of her is anxious, hoping his reason for being here is for someone else. Someone far removed from her and the people she's close to. Her heart hammers in her chest as she anticipates the worst. Because if she has to watch that bright smile of his crumble, she knows she'll break down too. And then he appears, umbrella in hand, asking if she waited long. And just like that, her own feelings had grown so large they were impossible to hide. Having finally confessed, Gyuri stands there, vulnerable in the pouring rain. Dong-chae is completely stunned, reaching out as she begins to turn away. But she pulls back, overwhelmed with embarrassment and ready to flee. He remembers confiding in her, telling her something he'd told no one else. So her sudden confession hits him like a lightning bolt, leaving him speechless. She can't hold it in any longer, the tears finally breaking free. Without a second thought, He drops his bag and steps toward her. He gently but firmly takes the umbrella from her trembling hands. And with a soft click, he shelters them both from the storm. The silence between them is heavy, broken only by the sound of the rain. She desperately pleads for him to say something, anything at all. Instead of words, he simply takes off his soaked sweater, leaving her completely confused. He gently drapes it over her head, asking why she's even more soaked than he is. Flustered, she quickly tries to explain her feelings about Jaemin. She admits her crush was just for show, mostly because she liked seeing his jealous reactions. Overcome with embarrassment, she buries her face in his chest, just as another figure approaches. Suddenly, a new umbrella shields them from the rain, and Donghae looks up to see Jaemin standing there. The unexpected arrival shatters the intimate moment, as Jaemin calmly opens a door for them. Seeing her distress, Donghae takes her hand, silently reassuring her that everything is all right. Gyuri tries to reassure him, insisting that Jaemin isn't the person he's so afraid of. She puts on a brave face, blushing as she offers to beat Jaemin up for him, thinking to herself that things are different now. But Donghae just looks at her, his expression unreadable as he murmurs that others will help too. Her bravado crumbles into genuine worry, and she asks if he's really going to be okay. He finally admits it that whenever he sees someone who reminds him of his trauma, he's useless. He confesses that he'll just tremble in fear, unable to protect her, before his strength gives out and he leans against her. Seeing this raw vulnerability, she whispers that she should be the one asking him that question. But instead of an answer, he suddenly nibbles her ear, making her flinch as she warns him about her bad personality. Flustered but not retreating, she tells him he can back out now if he doesn't like where this is going. He holds her face, asking if she's serious, but she just ups the stakes. If he leaves, he won't get to hear her confession. And with that challenge hanging in the air, his response is simple. He kisses her, finally confessing that he likes her. Back in the present, Gyuri can't help but purse her lips, the memory still fresh. The mood shifts abruptly to a comically awkward scene where a young man, Jaehyun, sits stiffly across from a cheerful woman. And we see why Gyuri is there, shooting daggers with her eyes, clearly not happy about this new development. Jaehyun tries to play it cool, thinking he just wanted to pop in for a moment. But a few minutes earlier, he'd walked right into the cafe she works at. The cafe owner greets him with a huge, welcoming smile, while Gyuri freezes in the background, a mop in hand. She immediately stomps over, asking if he didn't see her text telling him not to come. The owner senses the strange vibe, asking if they're back together, which they both awkwardly deny. But she's seen it, that weird spark, and her cheerful welcome now has a hint of suspicion behind it. This woman, Sari, explains she's here to discuss the student council's poster model, and she wants Jaehyun to choose based on his type. But her personality suddenly flips, and she starts berating him, calling him high and mighty and annoying, leaving him stunned. She's putting on a full performance, acting like a spoiled, demanding daughter, a type that seems horrifyingly familiar to Gyuri. And from behind the counter, Gyuri and her coworkers watch the bizarre soap opera unfold, wondering what on earth is happening. Her coworkers are actually getting into it, thoroughly enjoying the show, while Gyuri just wants the floor to swallow her whole. Jaehyun tries to put a stop to it, telling Sari she's making things awkward, but the peanut gallery cheers them on. Sari then turns to Gyuri, asking her with a straight face if Jaehyun's type has always been so prickly. She seems to be genuinely analyzing this charm, a personality she finds she can't quite replicate herself. She muses that it's a mix of acting tough, but also being like a puppy, a description that makes Gyuri absolutely lose her mind. Then, just as suddenly, the act is over. Sari turns back to Jaehyun, telling him to stop slacking so they can talk business. Sari warns Jaehyun that if he won't cooperate, she'll just have to handle things her own way. She suddenly leans in close, whispering her audacious plan right into his ear. Jaehyun is completely stunned, barely able to process what she just proposed. A nervous sweat drips down his face as he tries to maintain his composure, but Sari just gives a sly, satisfied smile, knowing she's already won him over. Watching from afar, a masked Gyuri can only stare, completely lost. The scene shifts to a rainy day, where Purium politely declines an offer for a ride home. She waves goodbye to a woman and the baby she'd been looking after, Soman. Jaemin smiles from the car, telling her to take care and that he'll see her in class. The car drives off, leaving Purium standing alone under her umbrella at the bus stop. As the rain falls, Purium thinks about her classes tomorrow, her face calm and thoughtful. The bus arrives with a soft beep, and she quietly boards it for the ride home. Seated by the window, she stares out at the wet streets, lost in her own little world. The next day, the sun is shining on campus as she heads to her next class after a tough exam. A sudden wave of nervousness hits her, and she wonders why until she remembers who she's about to meet. Her mind flashes back to Jaemin's warm smile under his umbrella in the rain. In that instant, Her green eyes widen with a startling realization. A blush creeps up her cheeks as everything suddenly clicks into place. She can't believe it, she's just the type of girl who easily falls for handsome guys. And right on cue, she nearly walks straight into another student, who looks up in surprise. Oh, Purium recognizes him. Isn't that Yunboma's boyfriend? She can't quite recall his name. The guy she bumped into also tries to place her. But they're not familiar enough to actually speak. An awkward, suffocating tension hangs in the air as they both walk away in opposite directions. Just then, they both turn as a group of girls recognizes them, shouting out their names. The friends immediately start gossiping about the icy stare-off they just witnessed. They heard he's a freshman in the education department with a terrible personality, and they wonder if the two hate each other. But Yunbomi cuts them off, proudly announcing that the guy they're talking about is her boyfriend. With a slightly terrifying smile, she insists her Jinyoung is sweet and lovely, even if his personality isn't perfect. Her praise escalates as she calls him the cutest and most amazing man, all while Jinyoung overhears, completely baffled. As her friends beg her to calm down, Jinyoung decides he's heard enough, and should probably never come back here again. Meanwhile, Oh Purium takes a steadying breath before stepping into the classroom. She anxiously scans the room, her eyes searching for one particular person. While waiting, she's literally Googling how to say hi in a cool way, trying to prep herself. But all that planning evaporates when a warm voice greets her, asking if she got home safe yesterday. It's Jamin, and he's got this impossibly bright and friendly smile on his face. Purium's heart starts pounding in her chest. He just seems to be shining lately. Her entire system overloads, leaving her a flustered, sweating mess. He seems a little amused by her reaction but is happy when she finally manages a tiny hi, realizing it's the first time she's ever done so. Then he leans in with a smile, casually mentioning that a girl named Soman seems to have a crush on her. Purium is completely thrown for a loop, her brain just buffering on that last comment. Her mind races, trying to process if he was even serious. But her train of thought is derailed by a sudden notification on her phone. It's a text from an unknown number, asking why she hasn't called since she came back. Meanwhile, at a nearby cafe, Jaehyun and Seri are sitting in a comfortable silence. Hez focused on his laptop, and she's completely absorbed in her book. Watching them from the counter is Jo Gyuri, looking more than a little annoyed. She mutters to another worker, wondering why Purium is running so late today. But back at the table, Seri breaks the quiet, leaning in to whisper something that clearly catches Jaehyun off guard. Sarah's pointed whisper hits its mark. He hasn't pushed her away, but he's not exactly getting closer either. Jaehyun can only sweat, lost for words as their drinks are brought to the table. The server is none other than Jo Gyuri, and Seri immediately starts prodding, asking if she made the drink. Gyuri flatly denies it, then throws a sharp, sarcastic comment about how well the two of them seem to be getting along. His eyes go wide, and Jaehyun desperately tries to signal to her that it's not what it looks like. But their silent, frantic exchange is watched closely by a very amused Seri. A sly smile creeps across her face as she lifts her glasses. It seems it's time for her to be the meanie again. "Hey, ex-girlfriend," she calls out, and Gyuri whips around, threatening to introduce her to the serving tray. Seri just beams, completely unfazed, and says Gyuri's makeup has given her a brilliant idea. She pitches her idea to the stunned Seon-hee. Do her makeup for a play and use it for her portfolio. Seri gets right in her face, boasting that using her face is a golden ticket that she denies to major companies. Jaehyun quickly steps in, trying to tell Seri to back off, explaining that Seon-hee is in a slump. But Seon-hee can barely process his words, completely drained by this stranger's chaotic energy. For the first time, she realizes just how vast the world is to contain psychos like this. As Jaehyun tries to console a pouting Seri, Seon-hee watches them. A thought crosses her mind, this isn't some test she's being graded on. And suddenly, a fire lights up in her eyes. She can do this. No, she wants to do this. From behind the counter, a coworker just smiles, enjoying the lively chatter in the otherwise empty cafe. The story then shifts, pulling us into a flashback of their high school days. A flustered Yoon-chae confronts a classmate, asking if he's really going to be this difficult. But Jaemin just smirks back at her, feigning ignorance with a playful "like what?" She points out that all the guys are playing basketball, so why is he insisting on staying here to play dodgeball with them? Her irritation boils over as he keeps teasing, even promising to win if she just passes him the ball. So she gives him a pass all right, a dodgeball slammed right into the back of his head. She furiously declares him out, ignoring everyone's protests that hitting a teammate doesn't count. From the sidelines, another girl watches in shock, thinking she'd never seen Yoon-chae get so scary before. But her shock turns to resignation seeing them together. She decides it's time to let go of her crush on Jaemin. Later in the cafeteria, Jaemin grabs a spoon, a cheerful grin already on his face. He spots Yoon-chae, happily calling out her name and introducing her to his friend as his seat partner. His buddy looks on, bluntly pointing out that from her expression, it seems like she absolutely hates him. Yoonche's mind drifts back, not just to a while ago, but to a specific moment where her frustration with him had boiled over completely. She remembers the intense glare she used to give him, a look of pure, unfiltered annoyance. She recalls him goofing off with his friends as usual, and then his face, right after that incident that changed everything. Back in the present, Jaemin just laughs, telling his friend they're on great terms and wishing Yoonche a good meal. And she thinks to herself that ever since he helped her back then, he started acting close, and maybe just maybe they had gotten a little closer. This memory of him being overly familiar continues right into the lunch line, where he playfully pesters the server and a very annoyed Yoonche. He even turns his attention to his own friends, noticing one has a rather sparse-looking tray. With a wicked grin, he loudly announces his friend Dongche is on a diet, effectively sabotaging his meal. Yoonche can barely contain her irritation as he tries to chat her up while they walk away with their food. So when he cheekily asks if he can eat with her, she shuts him down with a flat, resounding no. The entire awkward exchange is being watched from a distance by another classmate, who looks on with suspicion. Jaemin, however, seems completely unfazed by the rejection, cheerfully returning his tray after his meal. But he's immediately cornered by the girl who was watching, and she looks serious, telling him they need to talk. She gets straight to the point, saying it looks like he's gotten pretty close with Yoonche lately. Then she drops the accusation, asking if he's bullying her, leaving Jaemin completely stunned and sputtering. She puts on a show of concern, asking if he's really bullying Yoonche, and why he's acting so suspiciously. But Jaemin just grins, saying he only wants to be friends, and that he's heard a few things himself. He casually brings up a major school violence incident that happened right before they enrolled. An incident, he continues, where the victim was none other than Park Yoonche's older brother. But his little story is cut short by Yoonche's voice, appearing from nowhere, asking if he got close just to dig up her past. Her eyes are filled with pure venom as she asks if it's fun for him to gossip about other people's scars. He's left stammering as she calls him a truly horrible person, his friendly act completely exposed. The scene then cuts away to a painful memory of a young Purium, anxiously working on her art. A harsh instructor's voice rings out, scolding her for having an ego and not sticking to the basics. The memory ends with her mother pulling her into a protective embrace, vowing to take care of her from now on. The memory twists, her mother's voice echoing the pressure to showcase her daughter's supposed talents. An argument between her parents flashes in her mind, her father wanting a normal life for her, but her mother insists she's the only one who understands Purium's world, the only one who can guide her. She passionately asks her husband if he wants to throw it all away after everything they've sacrificed. The memory shifts again, back to her mother's face, filling her vision, a comforting presence, a gentle voice calling her name, a moment of safety that's about to be shattered. Because a young Purium was there, hiding, and she heard her mother's quiet, painful thought, a thought that maybe, just maybe, they would have been happier if she'd never had her talent at all. Her eyes snap open, the traumatic memory broken by Jaemin's worried voice pulling her back to the present. He sighs in relief as she seems to calm down, leaving her huddled under a sweater, completely stunned. And we flash back just a few minutes to see what truly triggered this episode. It was a text message from an unknown number, someone from her past wondering why she hasn't called. The words hit her like a ton of bricks, her mind going completely blank as Jaemin watches in confusion. He immediately senses something is wrong and asks what's bothering her, but she can only cover her mouth, stammering that she feels like she's going to be sick. Jaemin doesn't hesitate for a second, scooping her up and rushing her from the room. Another classmate just stares after them, coldly remarking that she must be ill. Back in the present, they sit outside, Jaemin having already handled things with their professor. Hes still worried, asking if she's sure she doesn't need to see a doctor. She tries to brush it off, but he sees right through it, asking her point blank if it was a panic attack. He gently corrects her that wasn't just nausea, she was hyperventilating. He presses further, asking what kind of message could make her face drain of all color like that. But before she can answer, Purium lets out a sudden gasp, her eyes locking onto something. Jaemin follows her gaze and his expression sours. It's those two. The rumor starters are just walking by, complaining about a professor and a failed exam. Purium points them out with a shaky hand, identifying them as the ones who spread the false news. The gossiping duo freezes mid-step, the realization dawning that they've been caught. The tense situation suddenly cuts away, flashing back to Yoonche's past. She remembers sitting in class, seeing Jaemin's friendly smile, and thinking she was completely screwed. She regrets it all now, realizing he must have misunderstood her, but she never got the chance to explain. She remembers him sliding a note onto her desk, asking her to talk. Jaemin, being his usual playful self, just wanted to hang out during break time. Yoonche had tried to ignore him, but a classmate suddenly announced she had a visitor. It was a freshman, her friend said, waiting for her right by the classroom door. And she remembers looking over, seeing the boy peeking inside. In her memory, Jaemin just looks confused by her cold shoulder. But that was then. Back in the present, Poo-Riem finally identifies the culprits. The two gossip mongers freeze, a wave of panic washing over them. They are so screwed. Without a word, they turn on their heels and make a desperate dash to escape. But Jaemin's voice cuts them short, demanding to know exactly why they're running away. They desperately ask why he's chasing them, completely out of breath. Jaemin, barely breaking a sweat, calmly replies it's because they keep running away. He notes how stressed Poo-Riem looks and thinks she shouldn't have to deal with this. Meanwhile, Poo-Riem herself is getting flustered trying to navigate the crowd. Jaemin's focus snaps back to the chase, his expression hardening. He spots his friend Jin Young in the distance and yells for him to grab those two. Jin Young, looking utterly lost, flails his arms in a clumsy attempt to intercept them. The gossip girl scoffs, wondering why Jaemin would ask a weakling like that for help. Jaemin then calls out to Bomi, warning her to be careful around them, catching her off guard. And in that moment, Jin Young's foot slides out, tripping the guy clean off his feet. The stumbling rumor monger crashes right into Bomi, who stands her ground and stops him cold. Instead of shoving him away, she flashes a disarmingly sweet smile, saying this is actually very important for a friend of hers. Her unexpected kindness completely short-circuits their brains, leaving the two gossips a flustered, blushing mess. And just like that, the situation is handled, with both of them sitting on a bench, forced to apologize. They immediately start backpedaling, blaming alcohol and trying to save face, but it's a pathetic sight. Bomi is willing to accept their apology, but Jaemin and Jin Young look far from convinced by their excuses. Just as things are wrapping up, Poo-Riem finally arrives, completely out of breath from her desperate chase. Jin Young tells her not to worry, they've already dealt with them, and now she's the only one left. She's utterly baffled, asking if the whole point wasn't to chase them down to tell her something. But before she can get an answer, a sweater is suddenly pulled over her head, hiding her from view. And just like that, the tension evaporates as Poo-Riem explains she was just trying to return the sweater the gossips left behind. But elsewhere, a completely different drama is unfolding as two students peek around a corner, spying on someone down the hall. Suddenly, one of them stumbles forward with a sharp kick to the back of the leg. It's his friend, who lands a solid smack on his back, clearly annoyed with his creeping. He whines about how mean she is, insisting he only came to ask if she and Yoon-chae had a good talk. The question seems to trigger a flashback for her, remembering a time she acted strangely around Yoon-chae. She'd suddenly bolted from the table, leaving her friend to deal with the awkward silence all alone. Snapping back to the present, she asks what he was even looking at, though he mutters it was nothing to interfere with. But she follows his gaze and sees Yoon-chae, who seems to be getting along surprisingly well with another student. He complains about how cold Yoon-chae is to him, but his friend is focused on the other guy, realizing his silhouette is strangely familiar. Her friend asks if she knows the guy, but she's completely lost in thought, trying to place him. He just sighs, already regretting asking her in the first place. And then, a spark of recognition flashes in her eyes, she remembers. She blurts out the name Jaemin Appa, leaving her friend utterly baffled. He recoils, disgusted shed, call him that. But she snaps back that she obviously wasn't talking about him. A memory surfaces of Lee Jaemin, a friend of Jae-hyun's, who was always seen with Yoon-chae. That's why his silhouette was so familiar. It was him all along. She explains that Jaemin is a popular senior who was preparing for college, but was a big deal with the girls. But then she gets sidetracked, suddenly furious about him calling her cringe a moment ago. The scene shifts, showing a past moment of Yoon-chae playfully defending her own appa. Back in the past, Yoon-chae observes some students bickering in the library, wondering what on earth they're doing. She's pulled from her thoughts when a junior from the book club approaches her. He dutifully asks if he should go inform the other members about something. Yoon-chae gives a small smile, thinking it's nice to have such a diligent freshman. But the perspective shifts to her brother, Dong-chae, stewing in his seat during class. He finds himself distracted, glancing over at his sister. He muses that whatever incident happened back then must be why she's always so on edge. A memory surfaces of his friends gossiping at karaoke, revealing the girl he'd helped was his own sister, Park Yoon-chae. They drop a bombshell. She was the one who got rid of Cha Woo-jae, a fact that made Jaemin ecstatic. His friend just shrugs it off, saying Jaemin had his reasons, leaving a deep mystery hanging in the air. Dong-chae recalls his determination. He knew he couldn't just let things slide. He remembers approaching his sister, Yoon-chae, trying to find the right words. He just wanted to tell her that he thought she was incredible. That's why Head wanted to get closer, but she just looked at him, completely puzzled. His thoughts then drift to the bullies, reaffirming that those guys were the absolute worst. As she asks what he means, He admits he felt like a fool who couldn't do a thing. But then he brings up a name that changes everything, asking her who Lee Jaemin is. The air goes cold as Yoonchae shoots him a withering, unimpressed glare. He immediately backpedals in his mind, realizing she'd finally given him an opening, and he got too meddlesome. The memory of that moment, and that critical mistake, remains sharp in his mind. Because to Yoonchae, this Jaemin guy was something more. He was a savior. And we get a little glimpse of that charm as the scene shifts to him, Purium, and their friends. He watches with a warm, gentle smile as she recovers a sweater she'd dropped. She starts to offer a quiet thank you for his help, only for him to playfully snatch the sweater right out of her hands. He can't help but let out a little laugh, quickly apologizing that he meant to ask if she was okay first. He explains he thought she'd been furiously chasing the bullies, not just him. Realizing she was only running after him made him feel a little bad, but he admits he also thought it was cute. But as Purium gets flustered, Jaemin suddenly recalls someone telling him not to say things like that so easily, and he's immediately caught, stammering with a goofy smile when Bomi asks exactly who told him that. Bomi's mind drifts back to a time when she was struggling, recalling her high school days, where she'd just watch him from her desk, but then he'd turn around, as if sensing her gaze, and to her, he was nothing short of a savior. He was the one who could make her smile like that, her first love. Of course, back then, everyone else was busy wondering about him and Yoonchae. The classroom buzzed with gossip about their relationship, even if some pretended not to care. Bomi remembers bringing him snacks, insisting he take them even if he felt bad. She told him it was nothing compared to everything he'd already done for her, and her earnest gratitude always left Jaemin just a little bit flustered. Bomi remembers another time he called out to her, insisting she take a gift he'd brought. It was a small cushion that doubled as a blanket, something he got just for her since she was always cold. She adored it instantly, wrapping it around herself and feeling it was worth so much more than the snacks she gave him. Seeing her so happy, Jaemin couldn't help but smile, softly calling her cute. But that one word completely short-circuited her brain, freezing her on the spot. Blushing, she stammered that he couldn't just say things like that so easily. The sweet moment quickly turned awkward as they both rushed to say their goodbyes for the day. And just like that, they walked away in opposite directions. Looking back, she thinks a friend had it right. Jaemin was too careful to ever date his friend's little sister. But even so, she would always treasure the small, thoughtful gift he'd given her. She still remembers that feeling, hugging the gift close with a gentle smile. Back then, Shed simply hoped he'd get into the college he wanted, just so she could see him again. But her trip down memory lane is suddenly interrupted by a classmate's curious voice. Dongchae leans in close, asking if that guy was her first love, or if they were dating. The school bell rings, but Yoonchae, annoyed, tells him to just finish what he was saying. His face lights up, excited that she's finally listening as he asks how she knows Cha Woo-jae. A smug little grin spreads across his face as he prepares to spin a grand tale. He boasts that he was a top talent Woo-jae desperately wanted, much to Yoonchae's silent disgust. She nearly slams her desk in secondhand embarrassment, but he insists he's being serious. Finally, he drops the act and reveals the truth. He quit Taekwondo in middle school due to a knee injury. Dongchae explains to Yoonchae that he was naive and fell in with a bad crowd for a while. His memory flashes back to the day he met Jaemin, who was with Woo-jae and his crew. The group was trying to rope Jaemin into a bet, wanting him to show off his Taekwondo skills. They casually referred to him as a human sandbag, betting cash on him per minute. Back in the present, Dongchae explains he immediately ran away, disgusted by their twisted games. But he guesses Jaemin didn't appreciate being abandoned like that, and things got complicated. Unable to stand it, Jaemin started picking fights constantly, which led to him getting suspended. He quickly earned a reputation as a thug, always getting called to the teacher's office. Dongchae, feeling like he was unfairly caught in the drama, decided to transfer to Jaemin's school. He explains that when Woo-jae got expelled, he figured the enemy of his enemy was his friend, but Yoonchae realizes his motive was simpler. He just wanted to be friends. Yoonchae admits she's never been one to meddle, especially when she can't even solve her own problems. She had just figured his whole transfer was based on a simple whim. But when she said that, Dongchae thinks back. He looks at her and confesses that, to be honest, he thought what she did was pretty cool. Later that night, as the cafe prepares to close, Munyoung sends a weary Purium home, explaining that Jaemin told her she was sick. Walking out, Purium feels a wave of exhaustion, blaming it on the exams and living alone. A cold dread washes over her as she wonders if her panic attacks are coming back. But then, a different thought cuts through the anxiety. She suddenly recalls Jaemin's expression from earlier, wondering why he made that face. It wasn't a question she needed an answer to, but it still bothered her that she never heard his reply. She wonders if it's even okay to like a friend's face so much, then realizes that's probably why she wanted to befriend Yoon Bomi too. Meanwhile, Bomi's friend confirms to her mother that she saw Purium working a part-time job nearby. The mother's face darkens with annoyance, clicking her tongue as she recalls telling that girl to come to her directly. But Purium, oblivious, is suddenly distracted from her thoughts when she spots a shooting star in the night sky. The sight triggers a vivid dream, a memory of Jaemin's voice playfully asking if she only likes his face. He leans in with a smug, charming smile, pressing her on whether his looks are all she's interested in. His hand gently holds her chin, his voice a low murmur, as he reminds her she claimed they were just friends. "Liar," he whispers, and her eyes fly open in the dream, her face flushing bright red. Purium jolts awake in her own bed, shouting an apology to the empty room. Her mind, however, represents this guilt as a tiny hamster, berating itself for being a terrible friend. But Purium's drama is just one of many, as elsewhere, a different girl is stunned by some unexpected news. At Cafe Blossom, the mood is lighter, as Jo-gyuri and Seri gossip about Sunhee doing makeup for a stage play. Speaking of Sunhee, she's right there in the cafe, nervously tapping her fingers on the table. She notices Jaehyun sitting nearby, looking even more tense than she feels as he waits impatiently. A quiet, anxious energy passes between them, both wondering why their hearts are pounding so hard. Then, breaking the tension, one of them makes a move, and their hands gently intertwine. While a new connection blossoms, an old one is being tested. As another couple's argument spills into the street, their friend desperately tries to mediate, insisting that her friend is blowing a small mistake way out of proportion. The commotion seems to echo miles away, as a sudden clang at the cafe makes Jo-gyuri jump behind the counter. Sunhee storms out from her makeup gig, utterly furious and muttering threats under her breath. Back at the cafe, Jaehyun is practically vibrating with anxiety, desperate to know if her big job went well. She collapses, explaining it was a complete bust because someone mistakenly called her his ex-girlfriend. Jaehyun's concern instantly turns to rage as he realizes Lee Sarah's carelessness caused the whole mess. The story then cuts to the source of the problem, a friend complaining that Seri has never once used her boyfriend's real name. She thinks it's completely disrespectful that Seri can't even bother to remember it. In her anger, she compares Sera's memory to the notoriously forgetful Jin-young, catching his and Bomi's attention. Bomi immediately jumps to his defense, trying to argue that he's not nearly that bad. But Sunhee, who was there for that argument too, just smirks, reminding Bomi it took Jin-young a year to learn her name. The group walks off, leaving the others to bicker, as Sunhee wonders aloud if her name is just cursed to be forgotten. A young couple approaches Purium, and the girl boldly asks if they can get a couple's set. She immediately gets flustered as her boyfriend takes her hand, surprised by her own forwardness. He blushes furiously while she tries to play it cool, telling Purium the owner was considering it anyway. Elsewhere, Bomi looks completely done as the group continues to grill Jin-young about remembering Sunhee's name. She clasps her hands together, practically begging everyone to just let it go. But her friends see a new opportunity, challenging Jin-young to name the part-timer right in front of them. The entire group turns to stare, putting Jin-young and the completely bewildered Purium on the spot. To everyone's shock, Jin-young confidently claims he knows exactly who she is. He proudly announces her name is Kim Borium, a guess so comically wrong the couple just wants to escape. But the situation gets worse when a new voice pipes up from nearby, asking, "So who's Kim Borium?" A new girl shyly corrects the name, wondering if he meant Purium instead. The blonde-haired guy who asks simply offers a friendly, oblivious smile. She immediately ducks behind a menu, completely flustered by his direct gaze. He's left utterly confused by her sudden and strange reaction. The topic shifts as another customer asks her friend if Donghae and Gyuri are a couple now. This rumor spreads like wildfire, and soon people are congratulating the blonde guy and another girl who seems thrilled by the attention. The sudden news sends a shockwave through the cafe. Onlookers start piecing together old memories, reinterpreting a past argument as a simple lover's quarrel. But Gyuri, the girl at the center of the rumor, just sips her drink, deadpan, sarcastically thanking the clueless humans. She mutters to Purium she thought he was already taken, then pointedly adds that she guesses that excludes Purium from the picture. Purium tries to work, but she can't help but notice that he's sitting over there again. The handsome customer she's been crushing on, looking effortlessly charming. She's completely overwhelmed, hiding her bright red face behind a tray, as her friend Bomi looks on in confusion. Her manager, Sunhee, has to snap her out of her daze. But Sunhee seems nervous herself, asking the owner if it's possible for someone to cover her shift for a week. The reason? A sudden opening for an on-set makeup assistant. Jaehyun immediately looks to Seri, who proudly explains an acquaintance of hers needed a recommendation after seeing her makeup. And despite Jaehyun's withering look of disbelief, Seri insists this is a real opportunity that Sunhee earned with her skills. Hearing this, the owner looks over at Sunhee, a proud expression on her face. She smiles warmly, telling Sunhee not to worry about the cafe and to go for it. Sunhee's boss playfully reassures her, saying the cafe is so slow no one will even notice she's gone. But then she realizes they actually do need someone to fill the spot, and a light bulb goes off in her head. Her eyes land on a customer, and she asks Jaemin if he'd like to work part-time for a week. He's hesitant, having no cafe experience, but the owner waves it off, declaring that Poo-Rayum will help him out. This triggers a flashback for Poo-Rayum, remembering a classmate who claims she doesn't pursue friendships with people she's attracted to. The girl explained that if she starts liking a friend romantically, she just maintains her distance until the feelings fade. But then she leaned in and told her friend, "But there are exceptions like you," causing Poo-Rayum to jolt upright in her seat. She whips around, giving the girl an intense, piercing glare that makes everyone uncomfortable. Internally, she's thinking what a sensible person she is. But on the outside, it's just another classic Poo-Rayum misunderstanding. Back in the present, she steals her resolve. She'll maintain her distance from Jaemin, just like that girl said. That should be fine, right? Poo-Rayum arrives for her shift, tentatively peeking through the door. And there he is, Jaemin, already suited up in a pink apron that's just a little too short. As the manager greets her, Poo-Rayum can't help but think he actually looks pretty good in that. She immediately snaps out of it, remembering her plan as Jaemin waves a friendly hello for the week. And so begins day one, with Poo-Rayum grabbing a mop, determined to use cleaning as an excuse to keep her distance. But her plan immediately hits a snag when the manager, So-Mong, starts training Jaemin on the register. She tells him Poo-Rayum will handle the drinks, and if he needs anything at all, he should just ask her. While they chat about how slow the cafe is, Jaemin wonders aloud if this place even turns a profit. Just then, So-Mong cheerfully announces her shift is over, reasoning that a dead cafe doesn't need 3 workers. She leaves, and Jaemin turns to a panicking Poo-Rayum, asking if she has any idea how this place is run. He just smiles, completely unfazed by her silent meltdown. Panicked, Poo-Rayum stammers that she doesn't know and quickly retreats to her cleaning duties. Jaemin cheerfully asks if he can help, but she just waves him off, desperate to get away. And as he watches her go, it finally clicks she's been actively avoiding him. He realizes it's a frustrating pattern. Every time they get closer, she just pulls away again. But her introverted retreat only awakens the hunting instincts of an extrovert like him. It reminds him of another time his fighting spirit was sparked, a challenge he faced back in the game club that he just couldn't ignore. So, with a newfound sense of determination, he decides to make his move. He casually corners her against the wall, leaving the flustered Poo-Rayum with nowhere to run. She tries to find her happy place, thinking how cleaning usually puts her at ease. But Jaemin breaks her focus, calling out her name to get her attention. Before she can even process it, his finger is poking her cheek, and her mind goes completely blank. She's frozen in confusion as he just keeps poking. He was just trying to mess with her out of boredom, but a thought crosses his mind. Her cheeks are surprisingly soft. He apologizes with a smirk, but the sudden closeness has Poo-Rayum overheating. In her flustered state, she knocks over a bottle and offers to make him a drink. Desperate for an escape, Jaemin just leans in closer, pointing out she's already doing all the cleaning. He suggests she could just relax, but as he speaks, her foot lands right on top of the fallen bottle, and with a sickening squish, a geyser of red sauce erupts across the cafe floor. Poo-Rayum is thrown completely off balance, her mind blanking as she starts to fall. Jaemin's eyes widen in panic, his hand shooting out to try and catch her, but it's too late. Her foot slides right through the slick pool of red sauce. A heavy thud echoes through the otherwise quiet cafe, and somewhere else entirely, Yoonbomi is suddenly struck with a terrible feeling. Jin-Young asks her what's wrong, and she simply says the name that's on her mind. Jaemin. She explains he's substituting at the cafe, and her woman's intuition is screaming that this is a very, very bad idea. Jin-Young, ever the fan, selfishly hopes Jaemin stays single for a bit longer, a thought Bomi finds terrifying. He admits it must be hard for Jaemin to date with so many fangirls, revealing there are 4 sister-in-law candidates in waiting. But back at the cafe, Poo-Rayum braces herself against the wall, trying to avoid making an even bigger mess. But just in the nick of time, Jaemin lunges forward, catching her in his arms. He breathes a silent sigh of relief, having barely avoided a disaster that almost gave him a back cramp. He asks if she's all right, but Poo-Rayum can barely answer, her heart pounding against her ribs. She's acutely aware of his warm hand on her back, their hearts beating so fast she can't tell them apart. As he leans in closer, she wonders if there's any point in hiding these overwhelming feelings anymore. But then a strange smile creeps onto Jaemin's face as he admits that he's ticklish. Poo-Rayum's eyes widen, realizing her hands are clutching his sides, and a new wave of heat rushes to her face. The air between them crackles with a tension neither of them expected to feel today. It's too much for Jaemin, who suddenly pulls away, hiding his completely flushed face against the wall. And in that moment of intense déjà vu, he's hit with a memory of holding her just like this once before. The memory hits him with the force of a physical blow, his younger self, lost and suffocating. He remembers a strange, inexplicable connection with a girl from his past. He told her how dreaming of someone from back then makes you just as powerless as you were. He'd asked if she was thinking of someone she missed, or someone who left a painful memory. She had turned the question back on him, and he admitted that for him, it was both. But the memory wasn't just their late-night conversation. It was the sight of a ketchup bottle, knocked over and spilling its contents. The red liquid pooled on the floor, looking unnervingly like blood right by their feet. And then, the memory of her face, so close to his, the air between them tingling. Snapping back to reality, he sees that same look on Purium's face, her cheeks flushed bright red. But even now, he can't help but wonder why. Why her hand was suddenly in his hair, a gentle touch that caught him by surprise. She had pulled him closer, convinced he was crying because his eyes held so much sadness. She told him it was okay to feel a little powerless sometimes, and that if he just kept pushing forward, he'd eventually get to where he wanted to be. They were just drunken words, but they meant the world to him. It was such a shame, she'd said, because he'd look so pretty if he smiled, and she gave him a radiant one to show him how. But the spell broke as she suddenly collapsed against him, the alcohol finally winning. He held her, her words about a pretty smile echoing in his mind. And the memory crashes down on him now that the one she was comforting was never him. Jamin snaps back to reality, a deep blush burning across his face. He jolts back, waving his hands dismissively and blaming his intensity on a joke. Turning away, he grabs for an excuse to leave, muttering that he'll clean the floor. He can't let that happen again. He has to be more careful from now on. Purayam is left breathless, her own heart pounding, but then she realizes she stepped in something. Jamin, trying to fill the awkward silence, muses about the best way to clean the paint, but when he gets no reply, he glances over his shoulder, a little confused. He finds her crouched on the floor, her finger tracing a line through the spilled red paint. His eyes widen, trying to process what he's even looking at. She's not cleaning it up, she's smearing the bright red liquid across the clean white floor. With a few deft strokes, the red paint is no longer a spill, it's a fish. Jamin stares, his mind struggling to catch up with what she's just created. Puriam gazes at it, lost in her own interpretation of fish out of water. He finally breaks the silence, admitting it's amazing, like a real piece of artwork. His praise jolts her back to reality, and she immediately apologizes, ready to clean it all up. But he just smiles warmly, telling her it would be a shame to erase it so soon. He insists there's no need to rush, that they can leave it for a bit. She, however, is already worrying about the paint leaving a permanent stain, and just like that, her practical side takes over, and the art is wiped clean in a flash. But Jamin was faster, proudly showing her the picture he snapped, saving her masterpiece forever. Jamin smiles, casually asking if painting is a hobby of hers, since it's not her major. But she flatly denies it, insisting she doesn't even like painting, which clearly surprises him. He points out she was humming and completely lost in a trance, making her flush with embarrassment. Looking at the photo again, he admits that he loves art, but only as an admirer, not a creator. She quietly mentions that her older brother was the one who was the real artist. With a distant look in her eyes, she explains that for him, art was as essential as breathing. Those words strike a chord with Jamin, a level of passion he's never personally known. She quickly tries to downplay the intensity, saying her brother must have meant it metaphorically. To change the subject, she slides a drink over to him, and they both sip their drinks, a moment of comfortable silence hanging between them. Puriam starts to say it wasn't a metaphor for her brother, but Jamin interrupts her. He understands completely, confessing that for him, art was once just as natural as breathing. With a somber look, he explains that at some point, he simply forgot how, and that's why he quit. His confession strikes a chord with Puriam, who admits the spilled paint made her feel like she'd returned to her own past. Their heavy conversation is suddenly shattered by the clang of the front door. A couple of Jamin's friends walk in, completely surprised to see him working behind the counter. And they're not the only ones soon. A whole group arrives to cheer him on for his first day. The owner steps in, deciding to close up and telling Puriam she can leave early. But Jamin, the rookie, has to stay. And with that, his eventful first day at the cafe finally comes to an end. The next morning, a different coworker is already there, greeting Puriam as she arrives for her shift. Puriam offers a simple hello as she steps into the cafe for her shift. Her eyes scan the room, and she can't help but wonder if Jamin has arrived yet. But then, her gaze lands on something on the wall that makes her eyes pop wide open. Her coworker points it out, explaining that Jamin showed the owner her art yesterday, and she loved it. Puriam is stunned, remembering Jaemin's strange worry that the fish couldn't breathe outside of water. The coworker continues, explaining the owner simply printed it with a pond background to solve the problem. Hearing about his quiet, thoughtful gesture makes Putium's heart pound in her chest. The chime of the door cuts through the moment, and a familiar voice asks if she's seen it. Jaemin steps in with a hopeful smile, wanting to know what she thinks now that the fish can breathe, but her stunned silence makes him falter, a flicker of worry crossing his face as he wonders if she hates it. After a heart-stopping pause, Putium finally manages to get a few words out. Her face then erupts into the brightest, most genuine smile he's ever seen, as she declares it's really cute. The sheer force of her joy short-circuits Jaemin's brain, leaving him blushing and completely speechless. Just then, outside the cafe, a pair of students seem to be hopelessly lost. They spot the sign, wondering if this little shop is an art studio or a cafe, realizing they've got the wrong address. The door slides open with a soft chime as they accidentally peek inside. Jaemin, who's in the middle of cleaning, looks up, surprised by the unexpected visitors. The two students freeze in the doorway as he immediately clocks their familiar school uniforms. A friendly smile spreads across his face as he mentions that he went to Chongseum High, too. After they explain their mix-up, he gives them a warm invitation to stop by the cafe next time. Purium calmly places her order for an Americano and an iced mocha latte. Feeling a bit bad, Jaemin offers to take care of serving the drinks once they're done. She tells him not to worry about it, turning her attention to the coffee machine. But as they work side by side, the air immediately fills with a thick, awkward silence. Purium wonders if the cafe kitchen always felt this small and cramped. Hez thinking the same thing, frustrated that he can't even think of a simple joke. It's been like this ever since that day he saw her truly, breathtakingly happy smile. He scolds himself to get a grip, while she internally panics, unable to focus with him so close. Their shared daze is suddenly broken by a voice from the customer counter. A coworker peeks over, casually asking if the drinks are ready, oblivious to the tension. Startled by the interruption, both Jaemin and Purium jump back to reality. Their coworker, however, can't help but notice the incredibly weird vibe between them. Jaemin quickly tries to play it off, placing his hands on Purium's shoulders and telling her he'll pass the drinks out. But the lingering tension is so thick that Purium lets out an adorable, betraying little hiccup. Watching from the sidelines, their coworker is left utterly confused by the whole exchange. Later, she grabs her friend Yunbomi, insisting that something feels completely off in the cafe. Bomi pauses, trying to understand what her friend is getting at, her mind drawing a blank. She glances around, and just assumes her friend means that the place is unusually busy today. But the coworker shakes her head, admitting that while true, something else is really bothering her. Her gaze is fixed on Jaemin, who is effortlessly charming two female customers at the counter. She asks Bomi what they'll do if Jaemin really replaces Kang Sunhee for good. Even though Sunhee messes up orders, she'd much rather have her working here. This place is special because they can all gather together, a feeling that might vanish if it gets too popular. Meanwhile, in another corner of the cafe, Jin Young teases Gyuri about her deep love for their friends and this spot. His comment about we catches her completely off guard, leaving her a blushing, flustered mess. The subject of all this conversation, Kang Sunhee, is having a much rougher day. She's struggling to carry boxes at a new job, getting yelled at for not moving faster. The constant nagging brings back memories of being called a slow, useless kid. To cope, she starts a strange mantra, repeating Yunbomi's name over and over to herself. It's a desperate trick she's been using to survive for the past 3 days. Elsewhere, Jaemin is lost in his thoughts, quietly admitting how much he misses them. He's trying to cope with a cigarette when a voice cuts through the silence. It's Joe Gyuri, playfully scolding him for smoking so much now that his ex is gone. He just stares back, unimpressed, wondering if she's some kind of stalker. But Gyuri has an ace up her sleeve, threatening to tell his ex-girlfriend about his little habit. She even boasts about taking pictures of his cigarette butts at the cafe, calling it her lucky day. In response, Jaemin just calmly flicks his lighter, a new warning in his eyes. He tells her that since she introduced Sunhee to that job, he's holding her responsible for whatever happens. A cold reminder that his personality isn't as nice as she might think, leaving her stunned. And as that tension hangs in the air, the scene cuts back to Bomi, recalling a time she found a strange cafe by mistake. Her story continues, recounting how a handsome upperclassman from their school emerged from that very cafe. She was curious, but they were late for an appointment, so she planned to check it out on the weekend. Suddenly, a cheerful voice declares that he's curious, too. It's Jaemin, eagerly suggesting they all go together, making Bomi wonder when he got so friendly with everyone. His other friends call out to him, and he happily excuses himself, promising to be right back. He playfully tells his classmates not to have too much fun without him while he's gone. But the second he turns his back, the friendly chatter dies, replaced by a tense and awkward silence. Bomi is taken aback, realizing he's much less intimidating than Shed always thought. Her friend then explains the truth about Shin Jaemin. He had a fearsome reputation in middle school. So many kids from other schools came looking for a fight that he was ostracized, forced to find friends outside his own class. But once they saw how kind and playful he was, especially around Yoon-chae, they got curious and started talking to him, too. They quickly found he was easy to get along with, a completely different person from the monster they'd heard about in middle school. His friends insist the rumors were just a mix of nonsense and wild exaggeration. Bomi listens, realizing Jaemin must have joked about his past. But hearing the full story now, it hits differently. She looks over at him, thinking about how tough it must have been for him all this time. The scene then shifts, introducing us to Kim Chunho, a freshman who had one goal: get a girlfriend in high school. He'd even gotten a new popular haircut. But despite his efforts, his social life was going nowhere. Nothing had changed, or so he thought, until he noticed someone staring at him from across the hall. A classmate leans over, nervously pointing out that a scary-looking senior has been watching him for a while now. Just then, another student taps him on the shoulder, asking if he can come with him for a bit. And the source of all this anxiety? A treasured boys love manga on his desk. The student presents Kim Chunho, and our boy immediately recognizes the senior who was staring at him. He nervously sizes the guy up, lollipop in mouth, and his internal alarm bells start screaming delinquent. The senior coolly pops the candy out of his mouth and greets him with a dazzling smile, saying he just wanted to meet him up close. Chunho and his friend are just left completely bewildered by this friendly approach. The senior, Jaemin, asks his name and how he knows a girl named Eunchae. Learning they're in the book club, Jaemin looks Chunho over, pondering if this is really her type. He then casually offers one of Chunho's own candies to his friend, as if it's public property. And in that moment, Chunho connects all the wrong dots, realizing he's attracted attention from a place he never, ever expected. Panicked, Chunho blurts out an apology about having somewhere to be and just bolts. Jaemin is left standing there, completely baffled, wondering if the kid really hates candy that much. The bizarre encounter leaves a sour taste, feeling weirdly like he just got dumped, and it's starting to tick him off. His mind drifts to a past conversation, how Yoon-chae once told him that Chunho seemed similar to someone. He remembers her exact words, her quiet confession that this boy was her savior and her first love. The memory of her earnest, serious expression as she said it still bothers him. It brings up another irritating scene, a girl boldly asking a cafe worker for his number. The barista just smiled apologetically, smoothly turning her down with the promise of a great coffee instead. Jaemin scoffs internally. That kind of flawless, polite rejection, it just gets on his nerves. It's a feeling he's been familiar with for a long time, even as a 10-year-old kid watching these dramas unfold. Back then, he was a kid obsessed with superhero stories, always dreaming of justice. A small boy with a fierce glare, trying to stand his ground against some older kids. He was defending his little brother from a bully who thought the whole thing was a joke. Jaemin defiantly insisted he'd done nothing wrong, which only enraged the bully further. But just as a hand was raised to strike him, a girl appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the bully's wrist and stopping him cold. He could only stare up at her, shocked, as she fearlessly scolded the much bigger boy. To his 10-year-old eyes, it was like a true hero had just descended from the heavens. But as time passed, that boy grew up, and that vivid memory of his first love began to fade. Now, he's just another young man, the incident almost entirely forgotten until now. Then one day, he spots a girl in the distance, talking with her friends. But thanks to another fated meeting, that was all about to change. Even while out with his friends, Jaemin was completely detached, lost in his own world, until his eyes landed on her, and something deep inside him stirred. Suddenly, his heart began to pound with a familiar rhythm. A little voice in his head told him to hang in there, just like it did back then. It was that same heart-fluttering, racing feeling he thought he had long since forgotten. He saw her again, this time up close, and he couldn't look away. She was just reaching for a book on a high shelf, but the sight sent his heart into a frenzy, keeping him awake all night with a powerful, rekindled emotion. Meanwhile, the girl on his mind is completely oblivious, caught in her own conversation. Jaemin, on the other hand, looks absolutely drained from his newfound obsession. Her friend leans in with some classroom gossip, mentioning a boy named Cholsu seems confused. Apparently, the poor guy is convinced she's interested in him and doesn't know what to do. Her reaction is immediate. Is he crazy? She can't believe what she's hearing. The story then shifts to a quiet cafe, where Purium is closing up for the night. After cleaning the washroom, she notices someone still inside her coworker, fast asleep. She remembers he seemed worn out earlier, dealing with all the customers trying to talk to him. Her first thought is to wake him so he can go home and get some real rest. But instead, she quietly sits down, deciding to just watch over him for a little while. As she watches him, Purium finds herself wrestling with some rather distracting thoughts. There's an impulse she can't quite shake, a desire to get just a little closer. Her curiosity wins, and she slowly reaches out, her heart fluttering as she touches his hair. For a brief moment, she's startled by her own actions, a blush creeping up her face. But she can't resist, running her fingers through his hair, wondering how it's so soft. He suddenly stirs in his sleep, and she yanks her hand back, terrified she's been caught. False alarm. He's still out cold, but she knows she really does need to wake him up now. Still, she hesitates, wanting just a moment more, and gently pokes at his hand. But the second she makes contact, his fingers wrap around hers with surprising speed. Purium freezes, completely stunned, as her coworker holds her finger, still seemingly asleep. Panicked, Purium tries to gently pull her finger free, telling herself he's just moving in his sleep. But instead of letting go, his entire hand suddenly clamps down around hers with shocking force. He begins to murmur, whispering about how he's finally caught someone and won't let go this time. And as he mumbles about falling, we're pulled deep into the haze of his subconscious. It's a memory, a sweet moment of him holding a girl's hand, a stark contrast to the present. But the dream twists into a nightmare as a lone figure begins to walk away. A younger Jaemin screams out in desperation, pleading for them to wait, not to leave. His voice cracks as he calls out for his Hyung, his older brother, who keeps moving into the distance. He reaches out with all his might, his small hand stretching through the void. So close, just a little more, but his fingers grasp at nothing but empty air. And suddenly, his empty hand finds another, a firm and reassuring grip. A soft whisper escapes his lips. He's finally caught her. He murmurs that this time, he's really not going to let go. The promise hangs in the air as the hazy image of the past fades away. His dream self's vision narrows, focusing on a single point of light. And through that lens, we see Purium, completely bewildered by his sleep-talking. Jaemin's eyes slowly flutter open, the remnants of his nightmare still clouding his gaze. Purium is a blushing, stammering mess, caught completely off guard. He groggily realizes he must have dozed off right there at his desk. She can only stare, flustered and confused, as he finally wakes up. And as he comes to, he realizes his hand is firmly grasping hers. A sudden jolt, like a spark of static, makes them both pull away in shock. Jaemin's face flushes a deep red, his ears burning from the unexpected contact. Purium is just as flustered, clutching her hand as if she's been zapped. They both stammer out apologies at the exact same time, a mess of awkward excuses. He asks what she meant by it being a shame to wake him, completely lost. The question just hangs there, the silence between them thick with confusion. But the moment is broken by the clang of the cafe door swinging shut. A little while later, Purium stops dead in her tracks on the sidewalk. She sees two other students walking hand in hand, and her heart just sinks. Jin Young just stares, completely lost, asking her to repeat what she just said. But Bomi is all smiles, explaining that her parents are out for the night. She innocently offers a sleepover, and he can only think she has no idea what she's implying. Blushing, she frames it as a rare chance to hang out, and he finds himself agreeing. So he suggests a wholesome night of games and movies, totally misreading the room. Bomi is absolutely ecstatic, her heart pounding as she rushes home to get her things. A few minutes later, she's waiting outside, her happy expression slowly turning to confusion. Jin Young finally appears, but he looks incredibly apologetic about something. Turns out, he wasn't alone. A little girl had spotted him leaving and insisted on coming. She proudly introduces herself as Choi Jina, his guardian, just as a voice calls out to her. A woman peeks out as Jina explains her mom gave her pizza money, and Bomi can't help but find the whole situation adorable, despite the change of plans. The night kicks off with video games and pizza, but Jina soon cries out in frustration after taking a hit in-game. Bomi immediately jumps to her defense, vowing revenge as the three of them, now in pajamas, dive into the game together. Jin Young, however, just sits back quietly, clutching a bunny pillow and watching the two girls have the time of their lives. After an intense gaming session, Jina announces she needs to use the restroom, so Bomi suggests they all take a quick break. As the little girl runs off, Bomi can't help but smile, finding her energy infectious. Now alone, she turns to Jin Young, teasingly asking if he's bored just watching her and Jina have all the fun. He doesn't say a word, but slowly, almost imperceptibly, inches closer to her on the couch. Then, leaning in, Jin Young lands a soft, unexpected kiss on her cheek. Bomi freezes, completely stunned, as he pulls back and calmly says that he's having enough fun now. But the moment is instantly broken when Jina walks back in, calling out to Jin Young. The little girl rubs her eyes with a big yawn, announcing that she's finally sleepy. Bomi, seizing the chance to act normal, quickly asks if Jaina remembered to bring a toothbrush. The scene then cuts away entirely, shifting to a different girl lost in her own racing thoughts. She thought she'd gotten used to kisses, so why does her heart still pound in her chest? We see a flashback of her walking down the street when a young man suddenly stops her. A hand gently but firmly grabs her shoulder, halting her in her tracks. It's Jamin, looking a bit flustered now that he has her attention. She whips around, annoyed, and coolly asks him what he wants. He instantly recognizes her from the cafe, wondering why she's being so prickly as he tries to start a conversation. She cuts him off with a flat, uninterested no. As she turns to leave, Jamin is left completely baffled, wondering if he'd mistaken her for someone else. He calls out again, certain that she's the reason he came here. But before he can get an answer, another girl, Purium, pops up, assuming a teacher sent him to check on her. Her friend immediately scoffs, telling Purium not to be ridiculous and that she shouldn't have transferred to their school. Jamin is just caught in the crossfire, confused by her mention of 3 attempts. The bitter rant continues, aimed squarely at Purium for always monopolizing the teacher's attention. She accuses her of acting disinterested despite getting special treatment, always wearing that gloomy expression. With a cold, steady gaze, she finishes her thought. It all just gets on her nerves. Jamin is left stammering, completely caught off guard by her sudden hostility. He tries to defend himself, pointing out that she took a picture earlier too. She waves it off, claiming she only took it for confirmation, as if that makes it okay. Then she brings up the photo on his phone, a shot of him and Purium, and asks if deleting it is enough. Jamin's face flushes red as he sees his own dazed expression staring back at him. He can't help but cringe, thinking how embarrassing he must have looked to everyone. Snapping him out of it, she bluntly asks if Hayes Purium's boyfriend, stunning him into a frantic denial. She plows on, warning him that dating Purium for her looks won't be easy, given her lack of friends and social skills. But just then, Purium herself appears, quickly jumping in to say they're not in that kind of relationship at all. Jamin steps between them, coolly telling the girl that their relationship is none of her concern. She glares back, retorting that he's the one who should be apologizing to Purium, not her. The girl then accuses Purium of being upset that she was the one who got their teacher's attention. Purium denies it, saying she never meant to cause trouble and just wanted the girl to be noticed for her skills. Despite knowing she's not at fault, a wave of guilt washes over Purium, who wonders if she did something wrong. But her words only enrage the other girl, who explodes, calling Purium an irritating mooch. The insult escalates to parasite, shocking Jamin, who is immediately told to shut up when he tries to intervene. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the chaos, and the girl freezes it's their teacher, demanding an explanation. The teacher ignores her flustered student, her gaze fixed solely on a stunned Purium. With a cool, judgmental gaze, the teacher simply adjusts her glasses, observing Purium's distress. She claims she was just worried and, having confirmed things, turns to leave without another word. Jamin turns to Purium, asking who called the teacher, gently chiding her for not calling him instead. But Purium just grabs his shirt, her hand trembling as she tries to process what just happened. The teacher's final words echo in her mind. "You can live without making art," a statement that shatters her world. Jamin watches her horrified expression, a chilling realization dawning on him. He glances at her phone, wondering if it was that person who set all this up. His eyes then catch the other student, Kim Munyoung, quickly getting into a car and driving away. Everything clicks into place as he stands beside a stunned Purium, who can't seem to shake the teacher's cruel remark. Jamin stands beside her, his mind reeling from the cruel setup he just uncovered. He gently takes her hand, trying to offer what little comfort he can, promising it's all right. The scene shifts, and back at Bomi's apartment, a door quietly opens. Choi Gina steps out, fresh from a shower, and toweling her wet hair. Bomi takes over with a hairdryer, explaining that it's better to dry long hair all the way. But even after the shower, Gina admits she's still wide awake and can't sleep. Bomi suggests they watch a movie, and Gina excitedly asks for one called Hamster Tui. The animation is about a hamster who secretly controls a webtoon artist to change the world. As the film's odd plot unfolds, Bomi watches in stunned silence, a dawning horror on her face. Jin-young just listens, completely baffled by the movie's strange plot about a hamster's lifespan. Meanwhile, Gina is already dead to the world, dreaming about the very webtoon the hamster couldn't finish. As the credits roll, Bomi is a complete mess, sobbing over the emotional ending as Gina snores peacefully between them. But even with her guest fast asleep, Bomi isn't ready for the night to end, turning to ask Jin-young for one more movie. Sometime later, the second movie is over, leaving only empty beer cans and a silent screen. And through it all, Gina hasn't stirred once, sleeping with the untroubled ease of a child. Watching her, Bomi whispers that she wishes she had a younger sibling just like Jaina. She smiles, leaning in and adding that being like this almost feels like they're a family. That one word hangs in the air, leaving Jin-young completely stunned as Bomi waits for a reply. And through it all, Jaina sleeps peacefully, oblivious to the romantic tension swirling around her. The comment hangs in the air, and Bomi, suddenly embarrassed, tries to retreat to bed, only for Jin-young to grab her wrist. He looks at her intently, reminding her that she was the one who wanted to stay with him longer. She's completely caught off guard, stammering that she obviously has to go to her own room to sleep. Her mind races as she panics, blurting out that they can't do anything with Jaina there, before backtracking that it's just about the lack of space. Jin-young's expression sinks, a quiet disappointment washing over him. He turns away, his sullen silence making her heart drop. Seeing him so dejected, Bomi completely backpedals, telling him he must be drunk as she insists they should stay together regardless of space. His voice finally cuts through her rambling, simply saying he understands, and that she'll stay. Walking under the dim streetlights, he apologizes for keeping her out so late, but she just squeezes his hand, reassuring him that she's fine now that he's feeling better. A moment later, she yanks her hand back, flustered, complaining it got sweaty because he held on for so long. He lets it go, but his curiosity is piqued, asking what that woman meant about her taking 3 exams. Puriam's gaze becomes distant, as she admits the woman was her former art teacher. She explains that this teacher was a huge deal, an amazing artist everyone desperately wanted to be noticed by. She then quickly adds that yes, she took the entrance exams late, but tries to brush it off as unimportant. But the truth comes out during that period. Her mother was so sick that she had to take care of her. And yet, she says with a heavy heart, she still chose to go to her teacher instead. And in that moment, she felt like she betrayed her own mom. A memory surfaces of her grandmother's complaints. Why was Puriam so aloof, so uninterested in people? But her mother always defended her, explaining that while she might struggle a bit with socializing, it was only because she had such an ordinary, yet wonderfully rich inner world. While her grandmother would leave, completely exasperated by the girl, her mother would find the bedroom walls covered in a chaotic, colorful mess. Instead of scolding her, she would gently cup Puriam's face and praise her beautiful flower garden. She always told her that her heart was just too big to ever fit inside a tiny sketchbook, and Puriam, feeling safe and understood, would bury her face in her mother's embrace. But even then, her grandmother's parting words about money and a producer hinted at the family's hidden struggles. Her grandmother's words echoed, insisting that talent without money was just a burden. But then, a flicker of hope arrived. A TV producer took notice of Puriam's incredible gift, and soon, she was introduced to a special art teacher, though something about her felt wrong. Her mother saw the change in Puriam first, as she quietly picked at her food. Then she spotted the painful-looking marks across the back of her daughter's hand. Realizing the teacher's methods were cruel, she embraced her daughter tightly. This so-called expert was nothing but a cold, harsh critic. Without the teacher's help, her mother faced the pressure alone, even as neighbors gossiped about Puriam's future. They whispered that it would be a shame if such a talented girl fell behind due to a lack of support. The constant pressure took its toll, and Puriam's mother grew ill from the stress. Overcome with guilt, young Puriam knew what she had to do. She finally worked up the courage to tell her mom she wanted to quit art. In her mind, that single decision would make everything better. But as she explains to Jamin, her mother collapsed and was hospitalized soon after. With her family in crisis, the only way she could help was to go back to making art. It felt like her childhood was tossed away in that single moment. As Puriam's story concludes, the scene shifts to the next morning. Bomi slowly wakes up, letting out a long and satisfying stretch. But her sleepy haze vanishes when she realizes she's in the living room. And just a few feet away, Jin-young is still sleeping peacefully. A soft, affectionate smile spreads across her face as she gazes at him. Feeling a little bold, she leans in to give him a sweet good morning kiss on the cheek. But her tender moment is immediately shattered by a tiny, disapproving voice. It's Jaina, wide awake and looking utterly unimpressed, asking if they forgot she was even there. Boma's face flushes bright red with embarrassment, but she's confused. What did Gina mean by both of them? Right on cue, Jin-young finally stirs and sits up, completely unaware of the drama unfolding. Jaina scolds them like a tiny adult, saying she'd rather not have a front row seat to their morning romance. Jin-young, however, is far from embarrassed, touching his cheek with a grin and wishing her a good morning right back. The sudden, sweet turn of events leaves Bomi a blushing, flustered mess. The awkwardness continues into their morning routine, with little Jaina brushing her teeth. The three of them stand side by side in the bathroom, feeling surprisingly like a family. Bomi can't help but glance over, still a bit flustered from earlier. But Jin-young, ever the opportunist, leans in for another bold kiss on the cheek. Jaina, completely deadpan, just points out the toothpaste foam he left on Bomi's face. A little while later, a dressed and ready Jaina politely thanks Bomi for having her over. She gives a comically deep bow goodbye, which makes Bomi laugh at the old-fashioned gesture. Jin Young confirms he's taking her to school, promising to see Bomi there later. With a warm smile, Bomi waves them off, telling Jaina to take care. The door clicks shut, leaving her alone in the suddenly quiet apartment. But just as he reaches the elevator, Jin Young stops, telling her he forgot something. Before she can ask, he grabs her wrist and yanks her forward. He pulls her close, their faces inches apart, and declares this is what he left behind. Ah, a goodbye kiss. Bomi realizes what he's after. She thinks it's a little silly but undeniably cute, and closes her eyes to meet him. As they kiss, he murmurs that she needs to be prepared for what's coming next time. Because next time, his sister definitely won't be there. And he promises they won't just be falling asleep holding hands. Her eyes fly open, the meaning of his words finally hitting her. But he's already gone, the elevator door clicking shut, leaving her completely stunned. Bomi is left a blushing, stuttering mess, her mind completely short-circuiting. Her brain basically flies out the window, screaming into the morning sky. Meanwhile, at an outdoor photo shoot, Lee Sari arrives looking for her friend. She walks right into some workplace drama, as a senior artist berates Kang Sunhee. Sunhee can only bite her lip, enduring the threats of being blacklisted from the industry. Sari coolly observes, all too familiar with the toxic dynamics of their field. As Poo Riem recounts this story, she recalls knowing that Sunhee's calm expression was just a mask, a fragile shield hiding how much she was really hurting inside. Hearing this, Jaemin's hand clenches into a fist, anger rising within him. He finally understands what he saw in her that day, a quiet strength forged in fire. Back on campus, Jaemin parts ways with his friends after a physically demanding class. He quickly showers, feeling refreshed and ready to find the person on his mind. Then, through the bustling crowd of students, he finally spots her. With a determined smile, he calls out to Poo Riem, his voice cutting through the noise. As they walk together, she casually mentions that she took her entrance exams late. The comment throws him, making him question his own perceptions. He always felt like she was younger, but now that he knows she's his senior, he finds he just can't bring himself to use the formal title, Nuna. But as Jaemin is lost in his own thoughts, a girl in the crowd suddenly recognizes him. She does a double take, a flash of surprise on her face as she turns to look. It all suddenly clicks for Jaemin. Of course, she seemed familiar. They're in the same elective. But his smile vanishes as a far more urgent thought hits him like a ton of bricks. He's late for that very class, and with a desperate cry, he bolts towards the building. He tries to slip in unnoticed, but the professor immediately calls out the student who just walked in. To his absolute shock, she knows his name and lets him off with a warning, much to his relief. Now for the next challenge. Finding a single empty seat in the packed lecture hall. Just then, a classmate waves him over, pointing to an empty spot right next to them. Hearing Jaemin's name called out, the girl sitting in that very row turns her head slightly. Her eyes go wide in disbelief as she whips around to get a better look. And he just stands there, completely oblivious to why this girl is staring at him so intensely. Just as he gets settled, the professor announces a group project, and Jaemin is instantly excluded by his new neighbors. His attention drifts over to Poo Riem, who's sitting with some other guy. That same guy keeps trying to get her attention, and she seems a little unsure what to do. From his seat, Jaemin can't help but glare, finding the guy incredibly annoying. But then a sudden, jarring thought stops him cold. He asks himself why he's getting so worked up over this. They only worked together for a few days. Is he really trying to interfere in her life? Just as he's cringing at his own possessiveness, Poo Riem turns her head. He's caught completely off guard, frozen like a deer in headlights. And her sharp, surprised glance confirms it. She definitely saw him staring. The moment their eyes meet, Poo Riem's expression freezes in pure surprise. Jaemin inwardly cringes, annoyed with himself for being so painfully obvious. He lets out a quiet, frustrated sound and immediately looks away, feeling like an idiot. This leaves Poo Riem to fend for herself as the classmate in blue tries to get her attention again. She turns her back completely, giving him the coldest shoulder she can manage. But a worried glance confirms he's still there, waiting for a response. Just as she's silently begging for any kind of escape, the teacher finally dismisses the class. Her relief evaporates instantly as the teacher's final words announce a partner project. Jaemin shoots up from his seat, ready to make a move, but his friend blurts out that he's already found a partner. Seeing his opening, the other guy grins smugly at Poo Riem, suggesting they'd make a perfect team. With a cheesy grin, the classmate makes his move, asking Poo Riem to be his partner. But before she can even answer, a shadow looms over him, and he glances up, confused. It's Jaemin, wearing a brilliant smile as he smoothly announces that she's already agreed to team up with him. The smile then twists into something far more menacing as he quietly informs the guy that the seat is his. Meanwhile, in a different scene, Kang Soon-hee is absolutely laying into a timid Yoon Bomi. She threatens to make sure Bomi never works in this field again if she dares to mess up her work one more time. Humiliated, Bomi can only start to stammer out an apology, her face flushed red. Suddenly, a bright, cheerful voice cuts through the tension. Lee Seri, the director, has arrived, leaving both Sun-hee and a startled Bomi wondering what she's doing here. Seri casually drapes an arm around Bomi, almost letting slip that she's her ex before playfully calling her a best friends forever, much to Bomi's silent horror. With a sly smile, Seri lets Sun-hee know she overheard that little threat about ending someone's career. But before she can get a word in, a mortified Bomi clamps a hand over Seri's mouth to silence her. Sun-hee, thoroughly intimidated, makes a hasty retreat while Bomi asks why Seri even bothered to intervene. Seri scoffs, coolly remarking that it's always the unskilled ones who try to leech off the talented. She then turns to Bomi, genuinely surprised that the hot-tempered writer managed to hold herself back. Bomi admits she almost lost it, but she's been carrying around a little something that helps her keep calm. Her secret? A lucky charm she keeps in her pocket, which turns out to be her giving the middle finger unseen. The sheer pettiness of it all sends Seri into a fit of laughter. Bomi just stares, completely deadpan, as Seri continues to crack up. Wiping a tear from her eye, Seri declares that she is seriously starting to like this girl. With a sly grin, Seri decides that since she's found something she likes, she should give a little gift. Elsewhere, Jae-hyun is about to enjoy a quiet smoke when his phone suddenly buzzes. He casually checks it, seeing a new message from his girlfriend, Sun-hee. But the texts are anything but sweet. She heard everything from Seri and is demanding to see him. Suddenly, the cigarette slips from his lips as a past conversation with Seri flashes in his mind. He realizes with dawning horror that she's the one who snitched on him. The moment plays again in his head, the lighter clicks, the phone rings. He stares at the words on the screen, each one a nail in his coffin. The cigarette falls once more as the full weight of the situation crashes down. A cold sweat breaks out across his face. He knows he is absolutely, utterly screwed. His mind races back to the beginning of their relationship, when Sun-hee recoiled from a whiff of smoke. She had looked at him with such disgust, declaring she would never date a smoker. And he, with a confident smile, promised her he'd never even touch a cigarette. Now, back in the present, he's a heavy smoker, whose secret has been blown wide open by Seri. He picks up the cigarette he dropped, thinking this might truly be his last one. But as he brings the lighter close, a familiar voice cuts through his despair. It's Jin Young and his friends, their eyes wide with shock, catching him in the act. A silent, desperate scream echoes through the empty street as his entire world crumbles. Meanwhile, in a completely different scene, Kim Mun-young smiles, remarking on how her last day flew by. Jaemin warmly tells her she's welcome to come back and help out anytime. Meanwhile, Oh Pyu-ram is running herself ragged, admitting she much preferred being a customer. She hopefully asks if Kang Sun-hee will be back to help out tomorrow. Mun-young sighs, complaining she feels like a coffee machine, but the real problem isn't the work. The worst part is that their cafe is packed, but not a single customer is interested in their art atelier. Still, she's grateful, telling Purayum it's a relief to have an experienced worker around. The scene shifts, and we see a memory of a smiling Jaemin ordering an iced Americano. Then, back in a lecture hall, a classmate cheerfully asks Purayum if he can take the empty seat next to her. He introduces himself as a returning student, insisting they become friends, but she just feels a huge burden. Her eyes dart around the room, anxiously wondering where on earth Lee Jaemin is. The guy keeps rambling about fate, getting way too close as she internally screams for Jaemin to appear. Purayum turns, finally asking the classmate why he keeps bumping into her. He plays innocent, offering a quick apology before asking why she's the one who keeps looking back at him. As he suggests they become partners, Purayum's internal monologue is a desperate plea for Jaemin to appear and help her. And as if answering her call, a radiant vision of Jaemin appears in her mind, declaring that seat belongs to him. Her heart skips a beat just thinking about it, lost in the memory of that moment. Lee Jaemin is just a part-timer, seen in a flashback stretching his tired neck after a shift. She recalls him giving her a warm smile and wishing her good luck, with closing time just around the corner. This memory shines so brightly in her mind that she shields her eyes, making Mun-young ask what's wrong with her. Snapping back to reality with a clatter, Purayum looks around, completely dazed and confused. But Mun-young has already moved on, excitedly telling her that a friend just spotted a famous idol nearby. She whispers that the idol is in disguise, so you have to look closely, or maybe not. She quickly backtracks. Back at the counter, Purayum is a mess, just glad she found a seat and begging her coworkers to keep a secret from the boss. Suddenly, Jaehyun's entire friend group storms in, with Bomi immediately calling him out for going so far just to find a place to sit. An ever-curious Jaemin pops his head out, innocently asking if there's something wrong with Jaehyun. Bomi, who seems possessed by a gossip ghost, happily spills the beans. Kim Jaehyun was caught secretly smoking by Sun-hee. Jaemin reacts with the shock of a worried mother, asking his kiddo when he picked up such a bad habit. Jaehyun tries to calm everyone down, insisting he's going to quit and didn't plan on smoking for long anyway. His mind flashes back to a snowy day, remembering there's only one smoker in his entire family. It was his older sister, Joohyun, who he found puffing away after their SATs, complaining he was wearing her clothes. He recalls that idle time after the exams, when he had nothing to do but worry about how Sunhee's preparations were going. Back then, he was just lazing around, his mind drifting to how hard Sunhee's practical exams must be. He desperately wanted to call her, to send some words of encouragement, but worried he'd just be a bother. Finally fed up with the background noise, Jaehyun shot up out of bed. He decided to go out, grabbing a jacket, and noticing something unfamiliar in the pocket as he did. It was a single cigarette and a lighter, left behind by his sister, Joohyun. Standing out in the falling snow, he just stared into the distance for a long moment. Then, with a sigh of resignation, he decided to just try it, flicking the lighter to life. He tells his friends he did it, hoping the sharp feeling would distract him from his anxious thoughts. His plan was simple. He'd quit as soon as he started dating Sunhee again. It was supposed to be temporary, but he kept smoking to pass the time, and before he knew it, he just couldn't stop. And so, his story ends with him collapsing in defeat, moaning that the cigarette they tossed was his very last one. But just as his friends are processing this, the chime of the cafe door rings out. In walks Kang Sunhee, and from the look on her face, she is absolutely livid. She pulls Jaehyun outside, away from the prying eyes of their friends. With her arms crossed, she confronts him, demanding to know what's going on after the nonsense she heard from Lee Seri. Jaehyun, caught completely off guard, just scratches his head and apologizes, saying he wasn't really in his right mind. Sunhee tells him to stop apologizing. She's just so utterly stunned that she feels compelled to hear his side of it. How could he possibly think she fell for Lee Seri? He tries to interject, saying he was going to quit anyway. His bizarre response just leaves her completely confused, blinking in disbelief. Jaehyun clarifies with a question of his own. How could she have fallen for such a ridiculous story from Seri in the first place? And we see Lee Seri, a faint blush on her cheeks, admitting to herself that she's genuinely starting to like Sunhee. A sly grin spreads across her face as she recalls the gift she mentioned to Jaehyun. Sunhee, however, is immediately skeptical, knowing full well this isn't some simple act of kindness. Seri's offer is simple. Sunhee will become her personal makeup artist for every single performance. Without a moment's hesitation, Sunhee's face hardens with determination as she accepts the deal. Seri is shocked at how quickly she agreed, even trying to test her by mentioning a 3-month unpaid apprenticeship. But Sunhee coolly explains this is about building her portfolio and gaining experience. It has nothing to do with Seri. With the business side settled, Seri decides it's time to uphold her end of a different promise. She leans in close, ready to whisper the secret she'd use to corner Jaehyun. Her threat was simple and diabolical. If he kept pushing her away, she would seduce his ex-girlfriend. Sunhee is left completely stunned, her face flushed with disbelief. Seri smugly explains that she told Jaehyun this ridiculous story, and the fool actually believed it. In a flashback, we see her playfully taunting Jaehyun, asking why he thinks she couldn't pull it off. She had leaned in close, claiming that even his ex-girlfriend was starting to fall for her charms. She even used Sunhee's confused stares as proof that she was totally captivated. Back in the present, Sunhee can only cringe at the sheer audacity of it all. Jaehyun, meanwhile, realizes he's been thoroughly played by Sera's absurd mind games. He tries to explain to Sunhee that he only sucked up to Seri because he was desperate to find a job quickly. But Sunhee's real frustration is that he would believe such a crazy story instead of just trusting her. Jaehyun immediately softens, reassuring her with a gentle touch that he trusts her, and only her. With a blush on her cheeks, Sunhee's heart flutters as she decides she'll keep waiting for him. Elsewhere, their friends are already gossiping, wondering if Jaehyun is actually going to quit smoking now that they're back together. Her friend then announces that the director is treating them all to meet to celebrate, so they need to hurry. The news travels fast, as Munyoung rallies the kitchen staff to wrap things up quickly for the celebration. In the main hall, Jaemin and Pooraim are diligently working to close up the cafe. As he mops, Jaemin can't help but glance over at his coworker. He sees Pooraim cleaning with an intense, almost frightening focus, her entire being motivated by the promise of meat. The sight makes him burst out laughing, and Pooraim looks up, completely puzzled about where the noise is coming from. Flustered at being caught, he quickly tells her to stop staring and just finish up so they can go eat. She turns back to her task, completely baffled by his sudden outburst, as he sighs in exasperation. He tries to play it off in his head, telling himself she's just fun, not cute. But her baffled reactions are so satisfying, he can't help but want to tease her even more. Ram just stares, completely lost as to what's so funny. Was he laughing just a moment ago? What was that all about? Jaemin quickly turns his back, trying to escape the awkward moment he created. But he knows he's been caught again, and a deep blush spreads across his face. Whenever she looks straight at him like that, his mind just goes completely blank. That's when he notices Manhwa at the counter, giggling at his pathetic display. He frantically rushes over, insisting she's misunderstanding, as she playfully covers her eyes. This only adds to Purium's confusion, who now starts to wonder what kind of relationship those two have. Manhwa just keeps teasing him, pointing out how he's the only one who calls her the more intimate Nuna, making Jaemin blush furiously. From afar, Purium watches their dynamic. Feeling a pang of envy, they really seem like they're in their own world. Her mind begins to race, wondering if those two really are a couple, but her thoughts are cut short by the sound of the front door. A cheerful girl pops her head in, saying she heard about the cafe from her older brother. Her eyes land on Jaemin and she gives a bright salute, causing him to freeze in surprise. Dahyun? He quickly explains to Manhwa that she's Jaehyun's younger sister, which seems to clear things up. Dahyun invites them all to a BBQ after closing time, casually mentioning that she didn't come alone. From behind the door, another figure hesitates for a moment. A quiet boy with striking blue hair steps into the light, giving a simple greeting. Jaemin can't help but notice the guy's solid build, but a weird feeling creeps in. Why does it feel like he's being sized up? Jaemin can only stare back, completely thrown by the silent intensity of this new guy. Dahyun then explains that she didn't come alone. She brought a few friends with her. From behind the door, a shy girl named Yoonchae steps into view, giving a quiet hello. The story then flashes back to their classroom, showing how this whole cafe trip came together. One of their friends explains she can't make it to the cafe this weekend, since she has to visit her grandma. Ironically, she was the one who suggested the place. But now she can't even remember the name. It's Dahyun who pipes up with the answer, recalling it's called Cafe Youth Blossom. She turns to her blue-haired friend, asking if he's also heard the rumors about it. She quickly clarifies it's not really a rumor, just that her older brother has been going there a lot. Yoonchae overhears this, and her eyes widen as it all clicks. That's the place where Jaemin works. The bell rings, and just like that, Dahyun is gone, leaving the bomb she just dropped hanging in the air. Her blue-haired friend is left to process it all. Jaemin, huh? And Yoonchae is completely frozen, her mind spinning. Could it really be that Jaemin? She's so out of it that she gets bonked by a shuttlecock during gym class, barely even reacting. At lunch, her friend has to remind her that she actually needs to open her mouth to eat. She just stares out the window, lost in a world of her own. It's so bad that even the teacher calls her out in English class, but she's too busy admiring the weather. Her friend sighs, thinking she's had a screw loose ever since that cafe conversation. But then he sees her, dazed and bandaged, and suddenly realizes she's actually pretty cute like this. A moment later though, his heart sinks. He can't stand that it's all because of Jaemin. Still staring off into space, Yoonchae is suddenly snapped back to reality by a voice telling her it's time to go. It's her friend, and he's not taking no for an answer. He declares they're going to see this Jaemin Appa. Yoonchae is completely stunned. What is he even talking about? But it's too late. Another one of their friends, Dahyun, is already skipping ahead, leading the charge. Dragged along against her will, Yoonchae can only wonder why this is happening. As Dahyun cheerfully explains, her presence will make things go smoother. They arrive at the cafe, and her blue-haired friend nervously peeks inside, urging her to hurry up and go in. And there he is, the infamous Jaemin, looking over with a slightly puzzled expression. In our boy's mind, this rival was a perfect specimen, a handsome, athletic Adonis with a composed smile. But after seeing the real thing, he turns to Dahyun, absolutely fuming, asking if she's blind, because the guy in the apron has left him utterly speechless, shattering the perfect image he had built up in his head. Jaemin's eyes widen, a bead of sweat betraying his utter shock. And just like that, the chaotic trio of high schoolers makes their grand entrance. Pushed to the front of the group, Yoonchae manages to squeak out a nervous hello. But this little reunion is playing out for a very captive, and very annoyed, audience. Even Jaehyun is there, looking uncharacteristically timid as his friends watch the drama unfold. Jaemin is practically short-circuiting from the pressure, while a girl named Somang finds his panic adorable. And of course, Purium is completely misreading the room, thinking she's witnessing a fated romance. For Yoonchae, however, seeing her first love again stirs up a familiar flutter in her heart. Her blue-haired friend is already starting to regret this plan, while Dahyun's mind is solely focused on meat. But just as the awkward silence becomes unbearable, Another voice cuts in, ready to change everything. An older woman nearby can't help but notice the incredibly weird vibe hanging over their table. Somong, ever the instigator, thinks this is the perfect time for some adult beverages, just as the server arrives. The restaurant owner, all smiles, happily agrees, but she'll need to check their IDs first. Purium goes to hand hers over, but with a clumsy slip, the card tumbles from her fingers. Sunhee swoops in to grab it, but as her eyes land on the ID, she freezes. She stares at the card, completely baffled, wondering why the information on it is different. Holding it up, she points out the birth year is a couple of years earlier than theirs, to which Purium just casually agrees. The sound of metal tongs clattering to the floor echoes the group's collective shock. Joguri completely loses it. She's in the same department and had absolutely no idea. And yet, a little while later, the chaos subsides as the delicious sound of sizzling meat fills the air. Fueled by booze and betrayal, Sunhee points an accusing finger. She demands to know if Purium thinks being older gives her the right to lie, but Purium just cheekily states she'll let the disrespect slide. Jaehyun gently tries to intervene, suggesting Sunhee should probably stop drinking, which only makes her angrier. From the sidelines, Jaemin's friend mocks him for even trying, telling him to keep his nose out of it. Meanwhile, Jaemin turns to Yoonchae, apologizing that their long-awaited reunion has to be this dramatic. Yoonchae forces a smile, trying to brush it off, but the sheer awkwardness is suffocating. The only one completely immune to the tension is Da-yoon, who's in her own little world, happily munching away. But someone else has had enough. A man named Donghae chugs his drink and slams the glass down with a thud. He stands over the group, reminding them that the director is present and their little soap opera is completely unprofessional. With a sharp gesture, he orders them to stop the suffocating drama and make a decision. Now, Dongchae cuts straight to the point, asking Jaehyun and a blushing Sunhee if they're getting back together or not. Without missing a beat, he turns to Jaemin and Yoonchae, demanding an answer from them too. Watching from the side, Somong finds the whole spectacle surprisingly refreshing. She's completely sick of them all being so overly conscious of each other. Donghae points right at Sunhee, telling her to stop being so prideful and just admit her feelings. Then he pivots to Jaehyun, calling him out for being foolish enough to get caught smoking in the first place. But his crusade isn't over, as he turns his intense gaze toward Jaemin and Yoonchae. Purium, sitting quietly, can't help but wonder who he's even talking about at this point. He starts to say he wishes they would all just stop being so uncomfortable with each. But the words catch in his throat as a massive blush spreads across his own face. The problem solver suddenly mortified. His finger then lands on a startled Purium, asking what her deal is. He launches into a tirade, demanding why she didn't just tell them she was older than all of them. Purium sweats, thinking to herself that now it's awkward because she doesn't know what to call anyone anymore. Dongchae cuts himself off, realizing she's already addressing him so casually, which only makes him more flustered. The energy suddenly drains from him as he stumbles over to Sunhee, muttering that he's feeling a little strange. Sunhee just looks at him, confused, asking if he's alright, and with a soft thud, he passes out right on her shoulder, his ranting finally over. Yoonchae buries her face in her hands in utter embarrassment while Da-hyun just keeps eating, completely unbothered. The older woman with the glasses realizes she might be the culprit, wondering if she gave him too much alcohol. With the drama settled for now, the group finishes their meal at the restaurant. Sunhee takes charge, telling Purium not to worry while she helps a very drunk Dongchae get home. Meanwhile, another pair heads off, as Jaehyun gives a sleepy Gyuri a piggyback ride home. Somong sighs to the older woman, lamenting that she only meant to lighten the mood, not cause a complete scene. She turns to ask Purium which way she's headed, but before Purium can answer, another voice cuts in. It's Lee Jaemin, who greets her with a warm smile, saying it's great to see her out having fun. A blushing Purium happily promises that she'll definitely try to join them more often from now on. As she waves them off, Lee Jaemin gets a bit flustered, while Shin Jaemin just silently stews in the background. Lee Jaemin leans in to whisper to Purium, asking if her blue-haired friend is alright, since he's been acting strange. He laughs it off, waving goodbye and hoping to see her somewhere more chill next time, as he leaves with his Nuna. And that Nuna is Yoonchae, who immediately tries to get a very confused Shin Jaemin to walk home with her and Purium. Yoonchae begins to explain, recalling how she used to feel a pang of jealousy seeing others walk with Lee Jaemin. This, she admits, is the exact reason she never wanted to run into him in the first place. He just always seemed to be doing so well, so effortlessly popular with everyone. Shin Jaemin listens, then asks if something more happened, because it never looked like a one-sided crush. He correctly guesses it feels like she's already been rejected, and her flustered reaction tells him he's right. She flashes back to a memory of them standing close, but not too close. Yoonchae explains that they were both so careful that the distance between them never really closed. She remembers holding a gift, a small symbol of the feelings she had for him. She truly liked him, she confesses. But there was always a but, a hesitation that left her feelings hanging in the air, unresolved. In a flashback, she recalls telling him she wasn't expecting his kind of response. He had simply looked at her, saying her name with a gentle tone, but Yunche, lost in her own self-doubt, insisted she wasn't as good as he thought. She ended the conversation with a quiet, heartbreaking apology. Back in the present, she explains she built up an illusion of him that wasn't real. Shin Jae-min panics, thinking he's just rubbed salt in the wound of her rejection. He gets flustered, admitting he's frustrated because he actually doesn't want them to get together. The confession is so overwhelming he just drops to the floor, totally defeated. But then he cuts through the drama, asking if she still has feelings for him anyway. His question makes her pause, wondering if her feelings are separate from the illusion she built. Shin Jae-min spells it out for her illusion or not. He was still her first love. He insists that even though her fantasy was shattered, her feelings for him are still real. Her eyes widen as the truth of his words finally starts to sink in. He tells her that if he were in her shoes, he'd go after him immediately. After all, she's already been disappointed once, so what is there to be afraid of? And with that final push, she's gone in a flash, taking his advice to heart. He's left sitting alone on the floor, completely stunned by what he just set in motion. Da-yoon walks by, taking one look at the pathetic scene and calling him a dumbass. But Yunche is already racing down the street, her heart pounding in her chest. She spots him from behind, skidding to a halt as she calls out Lee Jae-min's name. But as he turns, her mind flashes back, not to the present, but to the past heartbreak of seeing him with another girl. Her memories then drift to a happier time, when she brought him a small gift from the cafeteria. She shyly told him it was the least she could do to repay all his kindness. And even back then, Jae-min knew. He could feel her gratitude was tangled up with something much deeper. She remembers texting him, her heart pounding as she asked to see him near the gym. He replied almost instantly, telling her to wait inside out of the cold until his break. That simple, caring message was enough to send her spirits soaring, a blush creeping across her face. But not all memories were so sweet. She recalls being cornered, desperately telling someone not to touch her. Just then, her phone rang. It was Jae-min, getting an earful from her bully for interrupting them. He ignored the accusations, his only focus on finding her, a wave of relief on his face as he finally spotted her in the crowd. He remembers her being honest and straightforward from the very beginning, even when guys tried to hit on her. But her boldness earned her trouble, as one of them angrily grabbed her by the arm. Before it could escalate, Jae-min's voice rang out, a sharp command to get their hands away from her. Later, she quietly apologized for making him worry, saying she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He was just so relieved she was safe, but he couldn't hide his fear, telling her that was way too dangerous. He admits that honestly, her safety is all that matters to him, more than anything else. Jae-min had always treasured that bright, unwavering gaze she gave him, but in that moment, he saw it flicker with surprise, a hint of confusion in her eyes. A cold fear washed over him, the fear that her bright look could one day turn into disappointment. She turned away, admitting that his worried lecture wasn't the response she had been expecting. He tries to call out to Yunche, searching for the right words to explain. Inside, he admits a long-held fear that this very moment would eventually come. Honestly, he was just so relieved, thinking she might never speak to him again. Meanwhile, her friends are watching, one quietly mentioning that Yunche has been acting strange for a while. Her friend decides not to pry, suggesting they meet up somewhere more chill next time. Jaina watches him go, thinking that at least the guy Yunche was with seems reliable. As their own group walks off, the complex dynamics between them start to surface. The friend in the green shirt glances over at Jaina with a warm, private smile. Hess just so glad that through whatever's happening, she's still able to smile. And he makes a silent promise that his feelings for her will never, ever change. Later that night, So-mong is chattering away, surprised to hear he and Jaina have a class together. She excitedly suggests they should all walk home together more often since they live so close. So-mong then playfully bumps into her friend, who quietly asks what she's scheming. But Jaina is just watching from the side, feeling completely left out of their inside joke. She can't help but wonder what exactly is the relationship between these two. Deciding she's had enough, Jaina announces she has something to do and will head off on her own. But before she can even move, So-mong is the one waving a cheerful goodbye and peeling off. He lets out a small sigh, realizing his friend's plan was just to leave him alone with Jaina. Now that it's just the two of them, Jaina blurts out that he seems to have a special relationship with So-mong. He scratches his head, admitting it is a special relationship, and Jaina's face falls. So she was right. He sweats, caught off guard and trying to figure out how to explain this. Jaina then asks him if he remembers what she casually mentioned about her own brother. With a slight smile, he finally starts to explain that his relationship with So-mong is, well, It might sound a little silly when he says it out loud. We see a flashback of Somong on the phone, gushing that she just wants him to be happy with someone. But on the other end, he was just typing away, telling her to focus on her own life for once. She'd even offered to introduce him to a coworker, but he quickly tried to change the subject. She just smiled, admitting she was stuck pulling overtime at work again. And while complaining about her manager's screw-up, something he said suddenly caught her by surprise. Back in the present, it seems the explanation ends abruptly as someone decides they've heard enough and runs off. Jaina gasps, realizing she just saw someone familiar dash past them in a hurry. But Jaemin continues his story, seemingly unaware of the interruption. He admits that with no one else to talk to about his brother, he ended up depending on So-mang. And he suspects that deep down, she probably felt the same way. His thoughts drift to a different memory, a time when a gentle hand rested on his head. Purium looked at him, explaining that a simple, soft pat like this had the power to make all the dreadful feelings just melt away. It was a special comfort, something her own mother used to do for her. He remembers the warmth spreading through him, a blush creeping onto his face, and he remembers her kind, reassuring smile, a sight that could calm any storm. He remembers her hands gently ruffling his hair. It was her signature way of comforting people, making him feel like a puppy. The warmth was undeniable, both back then and even now in this quiet moment of recollection. But his nostalgic trance is broken as he's jolted back to the present, thinking he heard something. Elsewhere, Eunchae is sprinting down an empty street, sure that someone just called out her name. The city hums quietly around her as she runs, focused on her destination. In another part of town, Shin Jamin lets out an exasperated sigh, complaining that he's stuck with Kim Da-yoon. He tries to pull rank, reminding her she only got that nice meal thanks to him, but she immediately calls his bluff. Suddenly, a figure slams right into his chest, knocking the wind out of him with a dull thud. Stumbling back, Eunchae rubs her forehead while he stares in disbelief, wondering why on earth she's back here. His face remains stoic, but internally he's just thinking one thing. Ow, that really hurt. Eunchae looks up at him, her eyes trembling as she's overcome with emotion. A moment later, the tears start to fall, and she breaks down completely. Jaemin immediately panics, while Da-yoon sarcastically asks if he hurt her with his so-called water muscles. Da-yoon quickly connects the dots, asking if this is about the other Jaemin, which explains why she ran back. Hearing this, Shin Jaemin abruptly turns away, telling them to stay put or he's leaving. The street is quiet for a moment as they process his strange reaction. Da-yoon learns that Eunchae didn't even speak to her crush. She just saw him from afar and ran away. But Jaemin tells her it wasn't for nothing, explaining that this was the outcome he expected, and seeing it was necessary. With a bright, relieved smile, Eunchae realizes he's right. She can finally put her feelings to rest. Her sudden cheerfulness catches Jaemin off guard, and he turns away, blushing, wondering why she suddenly looks so cute. With a small smile, Eunchae apologizes for being such a mess in front of them. Jaemin tells her not to worry about it, trying to brush off the awkwardness. To make her feel better, he decides to share a little secret of his own. He admits that he also had a first love, once a really cool older girl. He went to ridiculous lengths just to run into her, even bribing her little brother with snacks. Da-yoon, meanwhile, just looks on completely confused, mid-bite. The memory flashes back to a 10-year old Jaemin getting brutally rejected by his crush. Da-yoon bursts out laughing, recounting how he cried at the dentist after eating all the rejection lollipops. Jaemin cringes, admitting how embarrassing his past was, but says most first loves end that way. Da-yoon then remembers they both went to the same taekwondo class, and she knows exactly who he's talking about. And with that, Da-yoon drops the final bombshell. The girl he was so smitten with was her eldest sister. Jaemin is completely short-circuited, a puff of air escaping his lips in utter disbelief. Da-yoon absolutely loses it, cracking up at how their lives have become a real-life sitcom. Her laughter fades, however, as a different, more thoughtful expression takes over. She smiles warmly at him, admitting that having a good laugh about it all actually made her feel better. Jaemin, visibly relieved, brushes it off and thanks her in return for sharing her own story. The awkward tension is gone, replaced by a comfortable silence as they walk home. But as they walk, Da-yoon seems to be connecting the dots, lost in her own thoughts. She's so preoccupied that she's surprised when she realizes they've already arrived. A quiet question lingers in her mind, a subtle hint of curiosity in her eyes. Barely conscious on his back, Da-yoon's mind is a blur, only remembering leaving the BBQ restaurant. As he carries her home, she quietly wishes his place was a little further away. She starts rambling, worried he'll be angry tomorrow and begging him not to pretend she doesn't exist again. She confesses that she's never scared when he's mad at her, but the way he acted after their breakup, ignoring her at school, that truly terrified her. The memory of him walking past her without a word still stings. Suddenly, a voice cuts through her drunken haze. He tells her it was the same for him. She freezes. He's awake? Her mind snaps to a different conclusion, so that's why he hid his smoking. She tightens her grip on him. Jaemin suddenly stops walking, his feet planted on the pavement. With a heavy sigh, he admits that honestly, he's terrified right now, too. Clinging to his shirt, she continues her confession, admitting she has a bad temper and a potty mouth. Despite her loud voice, she's a coward, terrified he'll regret meeting her or that his feelings will fade. She whispers that if they had just stayed friends, they wouldn't have to deal with these worries. He agrees with her, and Sunny looks up, startled. Jaemin admits he's had the wrong mindset this whole time. He leans in close, realizing her anxiety wasn't about her future, but about his feelings for her. As he gently removes her hair tie, his words cut deep. He says the time he spent waiting for her feels like a waste. He wishes he could turn back time and take it all back, leaving her utterly heartbroken. Her hair falls around her shoulders as he apologizes for going back on his word. But then, the final reveal. He can't be friends with her. He wants more. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Jo Gyuri casually paints her nails, talking on the phone about having to save face because so many people were watching them earlier. Gyuri reminds the person on the line that they only kept Sunhee around because she introduced them. She calls them out for pretending not to notice how much Sunhee was suffering. With a final, icy remark, she tells them to enjoy their sad life and hangs up the phone. But before she can even process her anger, something unexpected makes her pause. Elsewhere, Sunhee is reeling from Jaemin's confession, her mind flooding with memories. She's pulled back to a time when things were simpler, when their feelings were sealed with a kiss. The scene shifts to a different memory, a different couple parting ways on a quiet street. The girl says she can walk alone from here, and with that, she turns to leave. Lee Jaemin watches his now ex-girlfriend walk away, the distance between them growing. He glances back one last time, a flicker of regret crossing his face as the memory fades. But back in the present, a determined Lee Jaemin suddenly stops in his tracks. He reaches out, catching Oh Purium by the shoulder and calling her name. She turns around, completely caught off guard by his sudden approach. He looks a little flustered, trying to find the right words to begin. He takes a breath, gathering the courage to ask what's been bothering him. Of course, their little interaction immediately draws a very unimpressed stare from a nearby student. Jaemin flashes an awkward smile, clearly feeling the pressure of being watched. But then his expression shifts to one of alarm as his target starts to walk away. He calls out desperately for her to wait, his voice echoing across the campus. Hez, not trying to ask Purium out, has cornered her friend to ask why the art teacher is so obsessed with her. Purium's friend starts to explain, her words tinged with a strange mix of awe and resentment. She says Purium is a prodigy, a one-of-a-kind talent the teacher recognized instantly. The teacher even offered to sponsor her, but Purium's mother proudly refused the help. But tragedy struck when her mother was hospitalized, forcing a desperate Purium to return. Jaemin listens, his expression growing more serious as the story unfolds. This family crisis is why she had to take the entrance exams 3 times, struggling to balance her life. The teacher took her back, handing her a brush once more, but the pressure was immense. Then, her friend's tone sours. She reveals that Purium vanished without a word, making them all look like fools. She admits she tries to sympathize, but Purium's distant gaze just erases any pity she feels. Jaemin is left speechless, a cold sweat breaking out as the heavy truth settles in. His mind drifts, thinking about the simple act of reaching out to someone. He pictures Purium, her troubled expression stirring a memory within him. He imagines gently comforting her, a silent gesture of support. It dawns on him that people tend to offer comfort in the way that once helped them. Seeing the image of her crying in his mind, he understands that he wants to offer her that same kind of solace. He concludes that maybe a simple act of kindness is exactly what she needs, like handing a drink to someone whose hands won't stop shaking. It reminds him of Dong Che, who tried to brush off concern, insisting he was fine. But his partner refused to leave him alone, and her simple care taught him what it felt like to be truly looked after. Bomi reflects on Jinyoung, thinking how he's mostly a clueless idiot, but then he'll say something that pierces right through her heart, only to flash an innocent smile. It drives her crazy, making her remember his confession and wonder what he even likes about her. Back in the present, walking together, she gathers her courage to ask him something important. She prefaces it carefully, warning him that it might be a bit of a troublesome request. After a moment of hesitation, she finally brings up the subject of her mother. Her mom, she explains with a nervous smile, wants to treat him to a meal sometime. She quickly adds that it can be whenever he has time during their vacation, asking what he thinks. Jinyoung just freezes on the spot, his mind completely blank from the sudden invitation. His silence is deafening, forcing a worried Bomi to call out his name on the empty street. His mind goes blank, flashing back to the ringing of a phone in a busy airport. He remembers a girl waiting there, looking different than she does now. her hair short and gray. It was Bomi, on her own phone call, annoyed that the person on the other end wasn't picking up. At the same time, in that same memory, Jin Young was on his own call, talking to his Hyung about work. He was making plans for the next day, a small trip for his new startup. He even joked that he only agreed to go because he was promised food, before admitting a crucial detail. He confessed that he was a total beginner at driving and had to practically beg his dad to borrow the car. But as he was lost in that memory, his eyes suddenly focused on the present. He saw Bomi, right in front of him, and abruptly told his Hyung he had to hang up. Snapped back to reality, he's left speechless, a nervous sweat beading on his face. And so, back in that memory, a younger Jin Young tentatively reaches out to a girl. He calls out a name, Gale, his heart skipping a beat. For a moment, his eyes are filled with a desperate hope. But when the girl turns, her expression is one of utter confusion, wondering if he's about to ask for her number. Jin Young immediately realizes his mistake and bows deeply, apologizing for mistaking her for someone else. He walks away, completely embarrassed, sighing to himself that there's no way he'd actually run into her here. But of course, the moment he says that, he turns his head and freezes. Standing right there is another girl, the one he was actually looking for. He can hardly believe it, his voice barely a whisper as he says her name, Kang Subin. And the memory follows her, down a hallway, and through a door, deeper into the past. A hamster frantically runs on its wheel, a perfect mirror of Kang Subin's hurried state of mind. She bursts through the door, dropping her bag and brushing back her hair, finally home. The little hamster, exhausted from his workout, wipes a bead of sweat from his brow, but Subin freezes, a sudden realization hitting her she almost forgot Biel's snack. Turning back, she apologizes for being so late, and promises to get him something to eat right away. The little guy, Biel, perks up at the sound of her voice, wondering who's there. She presents him with a small bowl of treats, and he eagerly reaches out for it. As he munches away happily, Subin sits down, her expression turning serious. She quietly confesses to her pet that she thinks she's made a terrible mistake, stopping him mid-chew. The memory shifts, revealing two classmates who sneer at her for going to an art middle school, accusing her of looking down on them. Another classmate coldly asks if she's some kind of robot for her lack of emotion. Even a grieving man couldn't understand, questioning how she didn't shed a single tear for her mother. He quickly backs down, muttering an apology, but the damage was already done. Subin remembers trying to explain that she was just going through a lot. She concludes that she's simply numb to emotions, her mind flashing to Jaemin comforting Purium. Watching Purium cry, she thought that maybe that kind of connection was what she needed too. Her thoughts drift back to Purium herself. She was just an ordinary child, really. A child with a slightly richer inner world, making Subin wonder if her own mom was right about her. But her quiet introspection is shattered. Jaemin is right there, confused, having heard her confession. Tears stream down Purium's face as she asks if she's made him uncomfortable. Jaemin panics, thinking he's at fault, but she explains that her emotions are just overflowing. Instead of more words, he gently strokes her hair, a silent reassurance. Then he pulls her into a hug, confessing that he really, truly likes her too. She buries her face in his shoulder, taking in the sudden, shocking warmth. He admits that he's just as lost as she is, overwhelmed by it all. And with that mutual confession, the scene shifts to a blindingly bright new day. The sun beats down, a stark contrast to the emotional night before. Elsewhere, Kim Mun-young shields her face, shocked by the sudden, intense heat. She feels the cruelty of summer approaching, begging it to have some mercy. But as she walks, she stops short, spotting something out of place. It's a guy, curled up and sleeping right on the ground, and she has no idea who he is. Her mind jumps to the worst conclusions, nervously pulling out her phone just in case. The sleeping stranger stirs, a peaceful smile gracing his lips for just a moment. Then, his eyes snap open with a jolt. He stares right at her, his vision blurring with tears of what looks like pure shock. With a desperate cry, he suddenly launches himself right at her. He grabs her by the collar, his sudden movement a confusing, frantic blur. The initial panic fades, leaving her to wonder did he actually just call out her name. And now he's sitting there, nursing a fresh bump on his head, ready to explain everything. The story is so wild that even bystanders are having trouble piecing it together. Meanwhile, the man himself, Hanbit, is on the phone asking a friend to keep his brother away for a while. Purium listens in, but the immediate problem is, well, someone bluntly points out that he smells awful. She can barely process the sheer chaos of his explanation. With an ice pack to his head, Hanbit finally begins his tale, claiming it all started 3 months ago. It all kicked off when he was brutally rejected by the girl he calls Somang, who is none other than Mun-young. But as Purium listens to his story of heartbreak, it strikes a chord a little too close to home. Her mind drifts back to her own painful rejection, a text conversation with Lee Jamin. She remembers his words all too clearly, a simple, crushing apology that ended things. And at this very moment, the cause of her own heartache is fast asleep, completely unaware. But elsewhere, a peaceful morning is rudely interrupted by a buzzing phone. A hand snakes out from under the covers, fumbling to silence the noise. He groggily checks the screen, his mind still clouded with sleep. Then, a sudden jolt of realization he was supposed to go pick up Woojin. The exhaustion hits him like a wave, and his body protests. He flops back down, deciding Woojin's a grown man who can fend for himself, and with that irresponsible thought, he drifts back into blissful slumber. But a moment later, his eyes snap open. Something feels off. He turns his head only to find a woman lying next to him, equally bewildered. As the morning sun streams in, only one question hangs in the air for them both. Huh? But that's a story for another time. To understand what's really going on, we need to rewind. Our tale begins with the director of a small art studio, who also wrote children's books on the side. Then, one of her characters, a simple red duck, unexpectedly blew up, becoming a cultural phenomenon. But even with all that success, she's decided to pack it all up, admitting it's harder to leave than she imagined. Her companion smiles, reminding her this isn't an end, but the start of her real dream opening a cafe. Still, the younger woman can't help but feel a little sad, looking back on all the history they're leaving behind. The Nemini Art Studio, it was a place filled with so many good memories. Memories of loud, chaotic pizza parties and students celebrating their hard work. Quiet moments shared between friends in the hallways. And the bright, smiling faces of everyone who made that little studio feel like a home. Even Jin Young remembers his time there, staring at a portrait of himself. He recalls quiet moments, when Yoon Bomi was a comforting presence beside him. Back then, he wore such a bright, unburdened smile. But now, in the present, Bomi just wraps her scarf tighter against the cold. She can't help but agree that the studio is filled with good memories. Her companion's voice snaps her out of it, reminding her it's time to go. Elsewhere, a young girl is completely absorbed in the sequel, Red Duckling 2. Her eyes widen as she remembers something important is happening today. At that very moment, Jin Young is on the phone, promising he'll be right outside. His sister peeks over, wondering where her appa is rushing off to. He explains a friend invited him to visit, defensively asking his sister if she's planning to tag along again. After promising not to be late, Jin Young heads for a door only for his younger brother to point out it's the wrong room. The poor guy is clearly out of it, having also grabbed their mom's clothes and their sister's bright red shoes. His siblings can only share a look of exhausted concern as he finally shuffles out the door. Meanwhile, the friend he's supposed to be meeting is waiting with a bright, welcoming smile. She waves happily, calling out Jin Young's name as she spots him approaching. It seems to be a small reunion. As his old friends remark, it's their first time meeting since graduation. The rest of the group soon arrives, all smiles and excited to catch up after their break. But Jin Young just stands there, squinting at the familiar faces with a look of pure confusion. He then confidently calls out a name Kang Sunhee, leaving the actual girl speechless, and his friends begging someone to get him new glasses. More old friends arrive as Young Xiaob and Hojin join the group with cheerful waves. Yuijun and Jingtae are here too, one about to study abroad and the other moving, but they came to say their goodbyes. The group continues to grow as Donghae and even Jo Gyuri show up, with a friend cheekily guessing she only came for her crush. Through it all, Jin Young just stands there, silent and lost, trying to place these vaguely familiar faces. The whole group is thrown into confusion, asking if he's messing with them after he calls Jo Gyuri by a completely different name. But their bickering is interrupted by a warm voice, as their former teacher, Miss Somong, arrives with a bright smile, and right behind her is another surprise guest. Their old art teacher, Mr. Woojin, waving hello to everyone. It turns out has the reason they're all here, having opened his very own cafe Youth Blossom and art studio. They all head inside, the cozy atmosphere filled with the pleasant smell of coffee and paint. Mr. Woojin explains that since student enrollment was dropping, he decided it was the right time to pursue a dream of running a little cafe. And who should be working the counter but two more familiar faces, Kim Munyoung and Opu Riem, shocking the entire group. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-hun can't help but poke fun at Jin Young's stoic, tough guy face, while Yoon Bomi quietly thinks it's cute. The others sheepishly tell Mr. Woojin he's giving them too much credit. They're not exactly social butterflies. Back at the counter, Mr. Woojin sips his drink and casually mentions to Munyoung that the coffee tastes odd. But that was just an opening, as he pivots to ask if she's heard from their old classmates, Gayul or that punk Subin. The scene flashes back to Subin, looking sharp as he's introduced as a new employee at a company. And in another memory, we see Jin Gayul, who had mysteriously cut off all contact, now applying for a job at that very same place. Munyoung, caught off guard, stammers, and asks if Mr. Woojin has heard anything from Miss Somong about it. With a sly smile, he admits he was just looking for an excuse to start a conversation with their other teacher. He then turns on the charm, asking Miss Somong if she'd like to spend some time with him, maybe get a bite to eat. Miss Somong is completely caught off guard, asking why on earth he'd want to go out with her. The peanut gallery watches on, remembering the good old days and wondering what exactly is happening now. Hanbit is even in tears, shocked that this blunt woman isn't the gentle teacher Somong they remember. Meanwhile, it finally clicks for Somong, who realizes with a blush, oh, he was asking her out on a date. But the moment is suddenly broken by Rayam's serious tone as she calls for the manager. She quietly asks Munyoung if she can step out for a moment, needing a quick break. With permission granted, she turns and walks away, her mind clearly somewhere else entirely. We see why a text message has just come in from a guy named Lee Jamin. Her heart starts to pound anxiously as she holds her phone, bracing for what's next. The message continues with the words every person dreads to see. I'm sorry, but Puriam's heart pounds in her chest, her mind racing with 100 bad scenarios. But it's not a breakup. Instead, he's asking her to come outside for a moment. We cut to a young man, Lee Jamin, who seems to have just spotted her arriving. The rest of his text had been a desperate plea, saying she was the only one he could count on. And there he stands, a warm smile on his face as he greets her while holding a baby. The scene suddenly flashes to a completely different morning, as someone wakes with a jolt. It's Jo Gyuri, her eyes flying open in confusion as she realizes she's not alone in her bed. What in the world is going on? She buries her face in the pillow, totally flustered. A shirtless Subin lies right there beside her, the two of them having clearly spent the night together. Peeking out from under the covers, she tries to make sense of the unbelievable situation she's in. Her mind is a mess of embarrassment and regret as she buries her face in the pillow. An internal scream echoes through her head. Is he crazy? How could this have happened? The evidence is right there, their feet still tangled together under the sheets. And on the other side of the bed, Subin is having the exact same mortified realization. She peeks over at him, the weight of the situation crashing down. This is huge trouble. The absolute worst part? She completely blacked out and can't remember a thing. To understand how they ended up here, we have to rewind and piece together their past. Theirs is a story weighed down by unpleasant memories and a complicated history. There were once happy moments, genuine smiles shared between them. But in the end, they concluded they couldn't be together and chose to walk away. Their paths first diverged when Gyul went on an exchange program abroad. Subin was left feeling a bit adrift in the crowd without her. A full year passed, and Juri returned, a little more distant, a little more guarded. Subin, too, had changed in that time, though he couldn't quite put his finger on how. Thanks to the efforts of their friend Somong, they were finally brought back together. But their next encounter wouldn't happen for several more months. The atmosphere between them was thick with unspoken history. Then one day, completely by chance, he spotted her on his commute home, and called out her name. He couldn't help but comment on how long it had been 6 months since they'd last seen each other. The truth was, he was completely flustered, never expecting to run into her like this. Subin crosses his arms, defensively reminding her that it's been 6 months because she's the one who vanished. But Guri turns it back on him, admitting she was genuinely worried when she heard he'd taken a leave from school. His tough guy act crumbles, leaving him with absolutely nothing to say. Luckily, the friendly owner arrives, recognizing Subin as a regular and taking their order. Guri raises an eyebrow, noting that he seems to be a very familiar face around here. He gets flustered, insisting the food is just good, and that she shouldn't laugh because he's still mad. She just smiles, amused that even after starting work, he hasn't changed one bit. Her gentle teasing makes him pause. He supposes he doesn't really like drinking alone anyway. With a sigh, he gives in, ordering another round as the delicious food arrives. And well, the next thing he knows, it's morning, and Guri is waking up right next to him. He slowly reaches for his discarded clothes, hoping to make a silent escape, but his attempt at a stealthy retreat is anything but subtle. Under the covers, he plays dead, his feet twitching ever so slightly. Suddenly, Guri sits bolt upright, her expression completely unimpressed. She knows he's awake and tells him to just quit the act and get dressed already. He sits up, flustered, muttering that the situation was just too weird to know what to do, which only makes her more exasperated. As he starts putting his pants on, his hungover brain finally starts to reboot. He glances around, and the bookshelves, the desk, it all looks suspiciously familiar. A slow realization dawns on his face. This isn't some stranger's place. It's his own room. The implications hit Guri like a truck, and she can only hide her bright red face in her hands. Subin sweats, clutching his shirt and asking if she really doesn't remember what happened. He quickly tries to save face, puffing his chest out and insisting he remembers everything perfectly. Turning back with a hopeful smile, he fishes for validation, asking if yesterday was nice. Gyuri's face flushes as she agrees it was unforgettable, though her expression screams panic. She's cringing inside, wondering if she's overdoing it to cover her own guilt. He completely buys it, tearing up with joy before lamenting that he can't recall a single moment. His mind is a total blank, desperately trying to figure out what happened. But as it turns out, the truth of his unforgettable night was being told elsewhere. The story begins, not with romance, but with him getting robbed the second he arrived in LA. He then somehow befriended strangers, performed on the street for cash, and bought his own flight home, leaving his friends speechless. And he returned 3 months later, proudly showing off the clothes and necklaces he got from his new friends, reeking of his grand adventure. His friends initially pictured something cool, like him becoming a wandering minstrel, charming crowds with his music. But Hanbit corrects them with a flourish: they weren't minstrels, they were belly dancers, an image that leaves his audience completely stunned. Watching from afar, Munyoung can only cringe, silently begging for some eye bleach to erase the mental picture. Her thoughts drift away from the chaos, realizing that with Purium out, things are a little different today. As she recalls, Purium's mom had some business to take care of in the neighborhood, and that's where Jaemin stepped in, offering to look after baby Somin so it wouldn't be a hassle. Meanwhile, Purium had her own plan. She wanted to introduce her shy daughter to everyone at the cafe. She figured it would be best if Somin saw a familiar face heading inside first to feel more comfortable. So there he is, a slightly distracted Jaemin holding the baby, while Purium, still in her apron, tries to talk to him. As he gets Somin settled, Jaemin suggests that maybe she and Purium could hang out for a bit. But Purium cuts in, admitting that seeing him so focused on the baby is making her a little jealous. She looks at him with wide, innocent eyes, asking how it's possible he and Somin already have a better bond than they do. Jaemin is completely lost, questioning why she'd be jealous, but she connects it to her confession from the day before. He immediately panics, trying to say he didn't mean it like that, but she just says it's a shame that's not the real reason. She spells it out for him. If he really was disappointed, it would prove he doesn't mind her interest in him. Then, her playful teasing melts away into a genuine smile as she confesses. Just seeing his message earlier, she says, made her heart flutter the entire way over. Her words hit him full force, leaving him stunned and blushing as he tries to process what just happened. Flustered, he quickly makes an excuse about the manager wanting pizza, promising he'll be right back. But before he can make a clean getaway, Purium cheerfully decides they can all go together. So now they're walking like a little family, with him pushing the stroller while she offers to help with the pizza boxes. He tries to play it cool, saying he's plenty strong and even offers to show off his muscles, but she's not having it. Suddenly, their awkward little stroll is interrupted by another couple pushing their own stroller. The friendly strangers stop to chat, asking how old Somin is, putting Jaemin on the spot. Playing along, he stammers that she's 15 months old, as they compliment her pretty features. The other father proudly points to his own daughter, boasting that she clearly inherited the best traits from her parents. They go on about how quickly children grow up, looking at their own baby with affection. It seems like just yesterday she was a newborn, and now she's already about to start running around. All the while, Somin just stares silently at the other baby, a strange tension filling the air between the two toddlers. And just as the parents are laughing, their own baby starts sweating and glaring with pure rage. The other couple, completely oblivious, just comments on how it must be easier for them, being such young parents. Suddenly, their own daughter erupts into a wail, prompting them to make a quick exit. As they leave, they cheerfully wish the young mom and dad good luck, leaving Jaemin beet red. He tries to wave them down, stammering that they've got it all wrong, but it's far too late. Purium finally snaps back to reality, her brain catching up to the absurd situation. And yet, she thinks to herself that if it's Somin, she wouldn't mind the sound of it at all. The scene shifts, the quiet clatter of chopsticks filling a silent room. We're now with Yoon Bomi, trying desperately to remember how things even got to this point. Across from her, Subin slurps his noodles, also struggling to piece the entire chaotic puzzle together. Bomi thinks to herself that if she's honest and says she doesn't remember a thing, it's only going to hurt his feelings, so she keeps quiet. Her memory then flashes back to them trying to cure their hangovers with spicy noodles. She was clearly struggling with the heat, fanning her mouth desperately. Subin, on the other hand, tried to play it cool, boasting about his high tolerance for spice. But his words from the night before suddenly come flooding back to her. He'd been so upset, wondering what the big deal was if she just cut off contact. He had waited for her, worried, asking why she hadn't at least reached out. Then she remembers it all. They'd had a serious argument while they were drunk. She'd even questioned whether they could truly be friends anymore. And in that drunken haze, as she questioned their relationship, a single thought consumed Subin. He wanted to kiss her. So he did, leaning in and catching her completely by surprise. The memory hits him so hard he snaps back to the present, face flushed and completely flustered. Bomi just stares, calling him a crazy bastard for actually going through with it, but then she notices his hiccups. Her memory flashes back again, to her drunkenly calling him a psycho, a cool guy, before offering him a glass of water. He reached out to take it, their fingers brushing for a moment, but then she seemed to have a sudden change of heart, her expression hardening. She slapped his hand away from the glass, telling him to stop drinking immediately. He tried to argue it was his last one, but she insisted he'd had enough, slurring her own words. Then, to his shock, she grabbed the glass and chugged the entire thing for him. But Subin, not to be outdone, snatched the glass right back and started chugging it himself. He slammed it down, face beet red, slurring her own words back at her. A crazy bastard indeed. Bomi, completely flushed and wasted, just demanded that he give it back to her. But instead of reaching for the drink, she grabbed him by the collar, leaving him stunned with a mouthful of soju. Then, in a sudden, impulsive move, she pulled him in and kissed him. The memory is so vivid that back in the present, Subin chokes on his water, completely mortified. He turns to Bomi, who's facing away from him, muttering something under her breath. She's clearly reliving the same embarrassing moment, her face burning with the memory. The full, horrifying realization finally hits her. She was the one who initiated it. She actually seduced him? And of course, this entire silent, dramatic meltdown has not gone unnoticed by their very curious coworkers. Their attention is drawn to a photo of an adorable baby, the owner's daughter, Soman. We see a flashback of Somang meeting the little one for the very first time. She pulls the baby into a warm, gentle hug, a sense of peace washing over her. Watching from the side, Lee Jae-min smiles softly, a look of understanding on his face. He realizes this was the whole point to have her meet the manager. Somang explains that accepting Soman's existence was what finally helped her move on from her past. So now, she hopes this can help someone else, leading the owner to dramatically present the baby to the entire group. This is all for the person who helped her escape her past but remains trapped there herself. Her hopeful gaze falls on Puriam, just as Lee Jae-min finally finds the courage to speak. He turns to Puriam, blushing and stammering as he tries to ask her a very important question. But his hesitant words send Puriam's mind tumbling back in time. A sudden, chaotic flashback to a memory she'd long since buried. She remembers that day, walking with a spring in her step. Jaemin was waiting for her, looking up from his phone as she approached. He'd smiled so brightly, just happy to see her. He called out her name, and her heart began to flutter as a single thought crossed her mind. A date? He'd even complimented her hair before asking where she wanted to go, and her mind was just screaming, a date! Snapping back to the present, her eyes are wide with disbelief. Because Lee Jae-min, blushing and nervous, is finally asking her that same question. A date? The words escape her lips, leaving her stunned into silence. Puriam questions his timing, wondering why he's suddenly asking her out now. She figures he must be doing this because of her confession, but even she didn't expect this. Blushing, Jaehyun explains he just thought spending time together could help them find an answer. His shame meter hits the absolute max as he admits he's been in situations like this that didn't work out. He confesses that he's the one who's unsure and wants to spend more time with her to figure things out. But the poor guy gets embarrassed again, telling her to just forget he said anything so he won't sound conceited. A memory flashes in Puriam's mind, her friends, her mother, and a powerful feeling surges through her. That feeling bursts out as she shouts for all to hear. She wants to go on a date with him. A slow smile spreads across Jaehyun's face as he realizes this explosive answer was her way of saying yes. And though he's happy with the outcome, he can't help but think he still can't read her at all. Just as they're settling in, Jaehyun stops, needing to clear something up with Puriam. With a slightly apologetic look, he explains that he doesn't think this can technically be called a date. Puriam is genuinely confused. Isn't being productive while spending time together a good thing? He just laughs, completely charmed by her straightforward way of thinking. But across the cafe, some of the staff and patrons are less than thrilled. Puriam's expression falters as she overhears their complaints about her and Jaehyun's presence. Completely unaware, Jaehyun just smiles and suggests they finish their assignments and have a real date later. From behind the counter, Jo Gyuri watches, thinking how clueless Jaehyun is about dating for someone so handsome. Her attention shifts to her phone as a text comes in from June, agreeing to stay away during the exam period. The last message is simple and direct, a small confession. I want to see you soon. That simple confession sends a wave of heat straight to Gyuri's face. She quickly glances around, praying no one saw her completely losing her cool. Trying to act casual, she taps away at her phone while walking off. And on the other end, June gets her reply. A small, satisfied smile spreads across his face as he reads her message. Just then, his friend Sari pops up, asking what's got him grinning like that. He just plays it off, saying it's nothing. Meanwhile, in a completely different scene, The relentless sound of typing fills an office. A woman named Miss Gayul gets another last-minute task dumped on her by a coworker. She's clearly fed up, thinking about how everyone just keeps pushing their work onto her. And her coworker? He's already back at his desk, sipping a drink without a single care in the world. And while Miss Gayul suffers, we cut to a young woman, lost in thought about an awkward morning after. The man she was with, who happens to be Miss Gayul's lazy coworker, is absolutely spiraling, unable to believe how casual she was about their night together. Just then, a heavy thud echoes from somewhere else. Back at the office, Miss Gayul has finally collapsed, slumping against the wall from sheer exhaustion. The sound of her fall startles her colleagues, who poke their heads up, wondering what the noise was. But her slacker coworker is completely oblivious, still trapped in his own romantic drama, unable to focus on a thing. He and the woman both decide they can't go on like this. They have to meet and finally clear the air. So they sit down for a meal, but the silence between them is deafeningly awkward. They both try to break the tension at the exact same moment, only to fall silent again. And it seems they're not the only ones, as the entire restaurant seems caught in a loop of "no, you first." He finally steels himself, deciding to be the one to bring up what happened that day. But she cuts him off, knowing exactly what he was about to say, and tells him to wait. They both realize this conversation is impossible with a clear head, simultaneously calling for drinks. What starts as one bottle of beer and soju quickly escalates as the orders keep coming. Soon enough, the awkward tension dissolves into drunken complaints about how much work sucks. The important conversation they came here for is completely drowned in a sea of booze. And then the scene shifts, flashing back to a younger Gayul lighting a cigarette. Her friend mentions that she heard Gayul turn down a guy named Noah, and he's been pretty crushed ever since. Gayul feels a little bad, but her friend seems to see right through her, sensing there's more to the story. She correctly guesses the real reason. There's already someone else in Gayul's heart. Her friend nudges her playfully, asking if this mystery man is the one she accidentally messaged. Gayul denies it, explaining that she couldn't possibly reply to what had sent her back then. She flashes back, remembering how things between them were messy from the very beginning. As long as that complicated past lingered between them, they would only end up hurting each other. Her friend, trying to figure it out, just blurts out the first thing she can think of. Is he married? Gayul shoots that down, so her friend gets serious, saying she'll never find love if she's always afraid of pain. She continues, her words surprisingly wise, saying that getting hurt is just proof that you've truly loved. With a dramatic flair, the friend declares herself a romanticist, making Gayul crack a smile. Then she casually mentions it'd be nice if Noah knew just how amazing Gayul is, leaving her completely blindsided. Gayul is speechless. The unexpected name hanging in the air as a profound realization dawns on her. The next morning begins with a jolt of pure, unadulterated panic. Gayul sits bolt upright, desperately trying to recall the events of the previous night. A moment later, her coworker sits up beside her, looking just as confused. Their eyes meet in a silent, mortified exchange, both fearing the worst. But a quiet sigh of relief hangs in the air. It seems nothing actually happened. As they get ready for work, he casually suggests they share a taxi to the office. Gayul, however, uses the moment to lay down the law. He is never crashing at her place again. He just scoffs, reminding her that she was the one who slept over at his place first. She argues that she was drunk and he should have refused, but he retorts he was just as wasted. He turns away with a huff, leaving her to fume at his back, completely exasperated. But as Gayul stands there alone, a thought surfaces. This constant bickering just isn't right. He looks up, completely floored by her suggestion to just pretend it never happened. His mind flashes back to another time she'd said those exact words, dismissing it all as a drunken mistake. Even then, he couldn't just accept it, his face flushing with frustration. He'd pleaded with her, asking how she could just erase what happened between them. She, however, just kept chugging her beer, avoiding his desperate gaze. Back in the present, she finally admits the truth. There's no going back to dating, so what's the point? With a sharp thud, her mug hits the table, her decision made. Turning away with glistening eyes, she tells him to just do whatever he wants. Defeated, he collapses onto the table, realizing he can't change her mind. As he stays slumped over, defeated, her hand reaches out for a moment, but she stops herself, deciding this painful silence is a punishment she has to endure. Composing herself, she announces that she's hailed a taxi and they can just wait outside. He lifts his head, completely caught off guard by her sudden coldness. An awkward tension fills the space between them as they both glance away. But just as she turns to go, he reaches out, gently touching her hair and telling her to wait. A jolt of déjà vu hits her, and her mind is instantly flooded with a familiar, hazy memory. She's thrown back to a time when her hair was short, and he leaned in close to compliment her. She remembers blushing, shyly admitting that she didn't really like the new style, and then his voice, asking if she was sure she wouldn't regret this, as she wondered the exact same thing about him. The memory is so potent, she can feel her cheeks flush as if it were happening all over again. Snapping back to the present, she jerks away, startled by his touch and demanding to know what he's doing. She's instantly flustered, a wave of heat rising as the awkwardness of the moment sinks in. He just looks at her, confused by her reaction, and explains he was just getting a fruit fly out of her hair. A fruit fly? Her mind short-circuits, only for the ringing of her phone to pull her out of the daze. Answering the call from her team leader, she confirms she's on her way to the office now. The boss on the other end mentions an important meeting with a new client, and then asks if he can go instead, leaving the guy completely bewildered. Her team leader explains that this new client is also their company's newbie and the CEO's junior from college. So now she sits in the meeting, listening to her boss say young people communicate well, but all she can think is why him? The so-called newbie client finally arrives, looking more like a nervous freshman than a business partner, but Boma's mind is elsewhere. Later, she confronts her friends, arms crossed, demanding to know what they're hiding. She's grilling Sunhee and the others about Jaemin and Oh Purium dating, completely blindsided by the news. She tries to think back, but comes up with nothing. She never suspected a thing between them. Sunhee casually wonders if it all started when they worked that part-time job together, and that one innocent comment is all it takes to light a fuse, sparking a ridiculous argument out of nowhere. One friend immediately blames Sunhee, who snaps right back, asking why she's so obsessed when she has her own boyfriend. Their other friend just watches the chaos unfold, his deadpan expression screaming how utterly done he is with them. The bickering gets so heated that when a guy named Dongchae walks in, Sunhee just yells at him to come get his girlfriend. But as the drama continues, the scene shifts back to Bomi, now alone and focused, until someone asks what's wrong with Gyuri. Bomi seems to be recalling the fight, wondering what the big deal is about her. The argument is still raging, with Sunhee being called insane for making such a fuss. Dongchae chimes in, admitting that he also finds Jaemin and Purium to be a surprising couple. He genuinely hopes things work out for them, completely ignoring the girls physically fighting behind him. The scene then shifts to a quiet library, as someone wonders how that couple's date is actually going. We see Jaemin, focused and silent as he pores over his books, and right across from him is Purium, equally lost in her studies. They're sitting together, but the awkward silence hangs heavy. This is supposed to be their date. It suddenly hits Purium like a ton of bricks. Oh, right, a date. She'd completely forgotten. Jaemin just smirks, teasing her about their special library date, though he can't help but feel this isn't what he signed up for. Purium convinces herself that this is just a self-awakening moment. She really needs to study for exams. She tries to get back in the zone, focusing on her notes at the library desk. But her concentration is shattered when a girl sits next to her, casually wondering if today's a good day for murder. The girl's pen clicks endlessly, forcing a reluctant Purium to ask her to please be quiet. It seems the whole library is conspiring against her, filled with coughs and rustling pages. Jaemin notices her distress and whispers, asking if she wants to find a different spot, but she waves him off. He then clears his own throat a bit too loudly, giving her a very charming, apologetic smile. A moment later, she hears the distinct sound of a bottle cap twisting open. She looks up, surprised, as a bottled coffee is suddenly placed right on her desk. Glancing over, she sees Jaemin already back to his work, realizing he'd gotten it for her to drink. She knows she should thank him, but she's completely captivated. Suddenly, Jaemin looks up, and their eyes meet across the table. He quickly looks away, telling himself to focus on his work, not her. But it's too late. Purium is already a blushing, flustered mess. She immediately ducks her head, trying to vanish into her textbook. Mustering her courage, she tries to thank him for the coffee. But all that comes out is a series of awkward, nervous coughs. Jaemin notices, and has to physically stop himself from laughing out loud. Mortified, she can only hide her face, thinking she just has to thank him properly. He can't help it though, a fond, gentle laugh escaping as he watches her. Determined to get a grip, Purium comes up with a brilliant idea. She grabs a sticky note, a perfect solution for her social anxiety. On it, she writes, "Focus, and thanks for the coffee," sticking it right on her forehead. With that out of the way, she can finally get back to her studies, feeling quite proud. But a moment later, the note betrays her, peeling off and fluttering away. She flails to catch it, knocking things over and only drawing more attention to her failure. Watching the whole adorable mess, Jaemin smiles to himself, realizing a library date is impossible. He'd never be able to focus. Purium slumps in defeat, lamenting how they're both going to fail their exams at this rate. Meanwhile, across town, a different kind of drama is unfolding in a tense office. Miss Gayul faces her boss's wrath, getting chewed out over a deal that's about to fall through. She can only apologize, promising to take full responsibility for the mistake. We flash back a few hours to the moment a new coworker was introduced to the team. The boss thought it was a great idea, figuring two young people would naturally get along just fine. The newbie, for his part, looks incredibly tense and out of his element. Other employees begin to whisper, assuming Miss Yahello must know him since they're from the same department. But she puts on a practiced smile, cheerfully denying ever having met him before. Suddenly, a colleague asks the newbie, Subin, to go get everyone drinks, and he nearly shorts a circuit. Miss Yahello, on the other hand, coolly requests an iced Americano, trying her best to stay composed. In the middle of this tense meeting, however, her sharp eyes catch a tiny movement. It's just a little fruit fly, buzzing aimlessly through the suffocating office air. That tiny fly sends her spiraling back to an old, mortifying memory. She remembers his hand near her face, and her own blush, only for him to point out the bug he'd just squashed. Back in the present, Miss Yahello cringes, the embarrassment still feeling fresh. She had promised herself back then she'd never get involved with him again. So why, she wonders, does fate keep forcing them to meet like this? The voices of her coworkers fade into a dull buzz, just like that fly. Her thoughts are suddenly broken as those same colleagues start complaining about the pest. Perfect timing, as Subin walks back in with the coffee order, and someone calls for a break. But he doesn't just pass out the drinks. He turns to Miss Yahello, a serious look on his face. Before he can speak, his obnoxious mentor cuts in, asking why he's even here instead of graduating. Taking a slow sip of her drink, Miss Yahello listens as the mentor mocks Subin's late start in college. The entire room falls silent at the incredibly rude comment, and the mentor has the gall to wonder what's wrong. Without missing a beat, Miss Yahello calmly begins to explain her situation, starting with her mother. Subin is floored. Her ability to block out such complete nonsense is almost superhuman. She coolly informs them that it's a mother-daughter household, and she's the one providing for them. But the mentor just won't quit, callously suggesting she must be bad at her studies if she didn't get a scholarship. Subin finally snaps, telling his mentor to stop, but the man just scoffs, boasting about his own scholarship. That's it. Subin lays into him, reminding the mentor how his family paid for his room, his car, and his easy life. Not everyone, he seethes, comes from a privileged background like him, and in the dead silence that follows, a sharp smack echoes through the office. The entire office freezes, their eyes wide with disbelief. What just happened? The mentor clutches his cheek, the red handprint a testament to the sheer audacity of the attack. And the culprit? Not Subin, but Miss Yahello, her face shadowed with a chilling calm. She raises her hand, innocently explaining she's so sorry there was a fruit fly on him. The other coworkers quickly jump in, apologizing for the newbie, and nervously laughing that at least the fly was caught. Still stunned, the mentor can only mutter that they'll review the details later, desperate to end the humiliation. As she walks away, her male coworker whispers in disbelief, asking how she could possibly just slap him. He can't hold it in, bursting into a fit of laughter right there in the hallway. It was gratifying, he wheezes, to finally see that spoiled, high and mighty kid get put in his place. In what seems like another time, a young woman is dismissed with a stern warning not to cause trouble again. But while that issue seems to have blown over, a much colder problem is stewing silently nearby. She feels his glare, realizing that this guy is the one she really needs to worry about. The scene then cuts away, as a voice calls out for 2 beers at a local pub, and somewhere else, a conversation starts while moving boxes, beginning with a simple question about a rumor. A friend mentions he heard some news. Yahello and Subin have apparently been in contact with each other. He then playfully accuses the woman with him of knowing everything and dumping this errand on him anyway. But he immediately breaks character with a wide grin, admitting that he's just kidding around. He leans in, telling her to call him for more favors like this, since he's jobless and bored. She coolly shuts him down, explaining that a guy named Jamin is the one who usually helps her out. Her friend snaps his fingers, theatrically remembering that Jamin is busy with his own dates anyway. And sure enough, there's Jamin, on another one of his unique dates with Purayam, completely oblivious. The gray-haired friend then teases her, wondering why she's so invested in Jamin's love life when she has none. She defensively claims she's just rooting for him, but his words clearly strike a chord. He softens his tone, admitting that watching their innocent romance feels like he's living vicariously. He then asks her directly why can't she have something like that for herself. She stops walking, a sad, knowing smile crossing her face as she tells him it's impossible. Hes left completely baffled as she explains that an innocent love is something she just can't have anymore. With a soft apology, she walks off, leaving him to joke about getting dumped again. Meanwhile, back at the cafe, Jamin casually mentions someone named Biol, only to clarify it's his hamster. Meanwhile, in another part of town, 2 friends are studying in silence. But the quiet is broken when the girl finally speaks up, She leans in, asking if he's truly okay with those two. The question about his younger sister makes him pause, caught completely off guard. She carefully prefaces her words, admitting this might sound like she has impure intentions. She's been a fan of Jaemin for a while, so she knows this could just look like jealousy. But her concern for his sister isn't just about being a nice person. Her expression hardens, revealing a deeper, more serious worry. He admits his own fear that his friend is so kind, he'd cheer for them even if it bothered him. She agrees, stating that even as a fan, she can't defend Jaemin if he's playing with his sister's heart. She stares at him, unconvinced, demanding to know what he's hiding. But her serious concern just makes him laugh, finding it almost cute that she worried so much. He explains that he tried to stay out of it, but Jaemin constantly sought his opinion on things with Yoonchae. Because of that, he knows better than anyone how much Jaemin truly cherished Yoonchae, even if their feelings for each other were completely different. For Yoonchae, it was a pure, star-struck admiration, but for Jaemin, it was a heavy sense of responsibility that went far beyond romance. The friend is certain that even if they'd gotten together, it would have been a difficult path for them both. He reminds her that Jaemin helped them reclaim their normal lives and was careful not to make them feel indebted. And that's precisely why, when things with Yoonchae finally settled, Jaemin blamed himself for everything. He admits that he was honestly more worried for Jaemin than for Yoonchae, and thought it was a good thing when someone else appeared for her. Gently patting his friend's head, he thanks her for worrying alongside him. He smiles, completely confident that Yoonchae is going to be just fine. His mind then drifts to the sheer, absurd odds of it all, how two people can meet in a world filled with so many faces. He thinks about all the coincidental meetings that blossom into something more. He recalls Jaemin, watching someone with a fond, knowing little smirk, and that someone, completely passed out from exhaustion at her desk, and the miracle of two people managing to feel the same way for each other at the exact same time. He remembers one such miraculous moment, a memory that's clearly precious to him. The moment Yoonchae approached him, and he realized he was that someone else who had appeared in her life. It all began after she saw her first love, Jaemin, looking happy with Purium. The sight left poor Yoonchae completely and utterly heartbroken. A few days later, he remembers going to her classroom, hoping to find her. But one of her classmates told him that Yoonchae wasn't there. Little did he know, she was busy accidentally starting a fire in someone else's heart. Meanwhile, that someone else him was just trying to survive class. Letting out a massive yawn, his stomach suddenly rumbled, and with a small smile, he figured it was time for a snack. Just as he gets up to head out, he sees Yoonchae standing right by the door. He asks where she's off to, and she casually invites him to the cafeteria. Then she suddenly freezes, a look of sheer panic on her face that leaves him totally baffled. His eyes catch someone familiar down the hall, that kid, Hyunsu, he thinks. In a flash of panic, he spins around, trying to make himself scarce. Too late though, as Hyunsu peeks into the classroom, wondering who was just there. But Jinyoung isn't worried about him anymore, his mind reeling in total confusion. Because Yoonchae has suddenly backed him against the wall, asking him to just stay still. He freezes up, his thoughts fixating on the warmth of her hands grabbing his shirt. She's so close he can feel her breath, and his ability to think is rapidly deteriorating. And then her scent hits him, completely overwhelming his senses as he starts to overheat. This one moment makes him realize that ever since that day, things have been different. He's been a nervous, blushing wreck around Yoonchae, and Bomi has definitely noticed. It all started when Yoonchae began to open up, laughing freely around him. She'd greet him first in the halls, a simple act that left Jinyoung completely stunned. She even started waking him from his naps in class, treating him with a new, casual familiarity. And for Jinyoung, who was so unused to this kind of warmth, it was both touching and deeply troublesome. Which explains why he's currently hiding behind a wall, beet red, as she asks him why he's acting so strange. Trying to explain, she admits that she's been feeling a bit weird herself lately. Apparently, whenever she sees one guy, Cheolsu, she's reminded of another boy, Jaemin. It's become a real problem, making her think about Jaemin when she's trying her best not to. So, she's been trying to avoid, but she cuts herself off. Her eyes finally looking up. She sees Jinyoung's bright red face and asks if he's okay, completely unaware she's the cause of his fever. Yoonchae reaches out, genuinely worried he might have a fever. But before her hand can even touch his forehead, Jinyoung's instincts take over, and he snatches her wrist mid-air. She just stares, completely baffled by his sudden flustered reaction. The scene cuts, and elsewhere, someone is wondering if they were even missed. It's Hyunsu, walking with a friend. Feeling a little sad, no one seemed concerned he was gone for exams. His thoughts turn to another person, but then his attention is suddenly snagged by a figure ahead. He recognizes the back. It looks just like Subin. Both he and his companion stop dead in their tracks, their eyes wide with disbelief. Because as they get a better look, they see a single tear rolling down Kang Subin's face. She remembers him saying he always thought she was the one anxious about the future. But in reality, he confessed it was his own heart that lacked certainty. He apologizes for going back on his word, declares he can't just be friends, and seals it with a kiss. Back in the present, she's giddy, reading a text from him about his last exam. She's completely lost in her own little world, giggling at her phone. A small noise barely registers as she continues to smile. She finally turns around, still dazed and happy from their conversation. And there's Jin Young, deadpan, telling her she looks creepy laughing alone. The two of them had started dating in secret, though apparently not trying too hard to hide it. But her happy mood shatters when another phone chimes, and she erupts, screaming Kang Sun-hee's name. Meanwhile, Yoon Bomi is trying to have a very subtle conversation about Kang Sun-hee. She turns to Jin Young, asking if he can feel it too, this weird vibe from Sun-hee. Bomi can't believe he's so dense, assuming he also thinks that shirt looks great on her. The scene shifts to another student, happily skipping along on her way somewhere. She sees him, her boyfriend, Hyunsu, beaming as he waits for her. Her face lights up with pure joy as she rushes to meet him. They share a warm hug, a happy reunion after being apart for a while. But their sweet moment is shattered by the sight of Kang Subin, a single tear rolling down his cheek. Both she and Hyunsu freeze, absolutely stunned by what they're witnessing. We flash back a few hours, revealing Subin simmering with a cold, quiet fury. The flashback continues, showing a younger, more uncertain Yoon Bomi. She and Kang Subin are sitting together, discussing the awkwardness of their situation. He tries to break the ice with a joke, swatting a fly with way too much enthusiasm. But then he accuses her, saying a slap like that was filled with genuine resentment. Bomi is caught off guard, and he playfully pounces on her hesitation as an admission of guilt. Subin then confesses that honestly, he couldn't stand seeing her back then. She thinks he's talking about someone else, but he looks shocked as he clarifies no, he meant her. She brushes it off, saying that's not what she wanted to talk to him about anyway. Her expression turns serious, finally ready to address the real mystery between them. She's going to tell him why she disappeared, starting with the fact that she was an exchange student. She begins her story, recalling how Subin had suddenly returned to Korea back then, but in a cruel twist of fate, right as he came back, she was the one who disappeared. The memory is still vivid a day like any other, until an urgent call from her aunt. Her aunt's voice on the line was panicked, calling out Bomi's name with terrible news. She explained that Bomi's mother had fallen victim to a massive phishing scam. To repay the debt, her mom had been working non-stop until she finally collapsed from exhaustion. Bomi tells him the scariest part of getting scammed isn't the money you lose. The devastating truth hits her all at once, shattering her world in an instant. It's the crippling guilt and self-loathing that consumes the victim, just as it did her own mother. And in the wake of it all, she was left feeling utterly helpless, staring at the ceiling. She remembers confronting her mother, who only wanted to handle things alone, to not be a burden. Her mom could only turn away and whisper an apology to her daughter. Lying in bed, Bomi could only replay that broken expression in her mind. She finally understood the depth of her mother's shame, the self-loathing that kept her silent. A wave of regret washed over her. She was so sorry for not realizing the truth sooner. To this day, she wonders why her mother is still stuck in that one painful moment. Back in the present, she tells Subin that someone named Somong was oblivious to it all. Their meeting back then, she explains, was just tragically bad timing. Bomi finally admits that he was standing right there at the start of that horrible memory. And though she resented him, she never wanted his pity only to be strong in front of him. She knew that no matter how hard she tried to forget, that memory would always be a part of her. And if he stayed by her side, she feared that one day, she might unfairly start to blame him for it. His words, she explained, cut deeper than anyone else's mockery. Subin listened, his expression faltering as her meaning became clear. It was his kindness, his warmth, that paradoxically made her feel even more broken. She admits that when they first met, she was happy, even a little smitten, but it was better they never saw each other again. So, with a heavy heart, she asks that they try their best not to get involved from now on. The memory of that shocking day flashes between them, a silent, shared wound. As he turns to leave, Subin can only wonder if he walks away. Will she finally be free? The conversation ends, leaving only the quiet cityscape and the weight of their decision. And as their story pauses, life elsewhere continues, with one pair of students fumbling through the end of their presentation. The professor gives a quick good job before calling out the names for the next group. On cue, Lee Jamin and Oh Purium stand up, a stark contrast to the previous nervous duo. Jamin takes the microphone, effortlessly beginning their report, while Purium handles the visuals. Their polished performance even brings a rare, satisfied smile to the professor's face. But in the audience, Some classmates can only watch with bored annoyance. It's those two again. One of the guys in the back smirks, sneakily raising his phone for a quick picture. The whispers start immediately as he shows his friends, recognizing Purium's name and sneering about her supposed prodigy status. The professor's voice cuts sharply through the room, demanding silence and respect. But Jaemin, ever calm, turns to the audience, wondering aloud if anyone wants their listening skills factored into their final grade. The student snickers to himself, perfectly capturing his shot of Purium. He can still see her, even if she tries to hide. His familiar face doesn't go unnoticed. Another girl recognizes him as the very same creep who used to pester Purium. From the front of the room, Jaemin catches the disturbance, a guy laughing while looking right at them. He can't figure out why. With that unsettling moment hanging in the air, the scene shifts. The exams for the major are finally over. Outside, Boma's friends joke about her heavy course load, calling her Hermione, while another triumphantly declares she's all done. But as she pulls out her phone to celebrate, her expression suddenly freezes. What is this? She calls her friends over, telling them to look at a post that just went up on the school's online forum. Her friend leans in, and the celebrating mood vanishes in an instant. Her eyes go wide as she asks a dreaded question. Doesn't the person in this photo look just like Purium? Back in the classroom, Jaemin is still lost in thought, unable to shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong with that moment. But his mind drifts away from the strange classroom vibe, back to a much sweeter moment when he'd praised Purium for their presentation. He'd even joked about how he usually bombs them, which only seemed to make her admire him more. Then he laid it on the line. They traded a date for this, and a good grade would earn them a proper one. Purium was left completely speechless by his bold, if slightly cheesy, proposition. She got so flustered she started fumbling her words, thinking this was all too good to be true. But Jaemin just smiled warmly, sealing the deal. Yes, it was a date. The perfect moment shatters as his phone buzzes a message from Bomi, asking urgently about Purium. As the professor officially dismisses the class for the semester, Jaemin's mind is already racing. He suddenly bolts up, telling Purium something came up and leaving her completely baffled by his hasty exit. Jaemin moves with purpose, striding down the hall and grabbing his target from behind. He yanks back the student who was taking photos earlier, stopping him cold. With a chillingly pleasant smile, Jaemin suggests they have a little chat. Back in the classroom, Purium is still lost in her happy thoughts, giddy about her date. But her daydream is cut short by the sound of a commotion outside. A small crowd begins to gather, whispering amongst themselves, wondering if a fight is brewing. Jaemin confronts the student, demanding he open his phone to prove he didn't post the rumors, but the guy just plays dumb and demands proof. Purium watches, confused, as the crowd starts to realize what this is about a shady online post. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls her name, and she turns to see a panicked Bomi rushing towards her. Bomi rushes over, her voice laced with worry, asking if Purium has seen the post. She explains that Shed already told Jaemin her suspicions, and had promised to handle it quietly, but she couldn't let it go. She felt Purium deserved to know what was being said about her. She shows Purium her phone, revealing an anonymous post with a photo from her class presentation. The post digs up her past as a child art prodigy, mocking her for being in an unrelated major. The comments are even worse, a flood of anonymous hate calling her a fraud and an attention seeker. But just then, a new voice cuts in, as another classmate steps forward to join the confrontation. It's the orange-haired girl, and she states firmly that she saw him taking pictures of Purium in class. With the student's lies exposed, Jaemin's friendly facade drops, his eyes turning absolutely cold. The culprit's friend immediately tries to bail, claiming he has an exam and that he wasn't involved. Left all alone, the gossiping student can only offer a pathetic, sweaty smile as Jaemin's attention focuses on him. With an icy stare, Jaemin delivers a single, simple command. Open his phone. The story then cuts away to an office, where a woman named Gayul is at her desk. A colleague cheerfully informs her that she made a great impression at a recent meeting. But Gayul seems to sense this isn't good news, especially when he adds that she's now needed for an important new deal. Before she can even react, her superior calls out, asking about the work she was assigned. Gayul tries to say she was told to take her time, but the boss clarifies it needs to be done by the end of the day. Resigned to her fate, she sighs internally another night of annoying overtime. And of course, the office rumor mill is already churning with petty drama. Two colleagues complain about a coworker, completely unaware that Gayul is standing right behind them. She overhears their scheme to put her in her place, and a familiar exhaustion washes over her. It's always the same. Some people, she thinks, just never truly grow up. As night falls over the city, she finally heads for home. But just as she reaches her apartment door, she stops dead in her tracks. Her breath catches after everything she said. She can't believe he's here. Slumped against her door is Kang Subin, looking like he's been waiting for hours. A memory flashes through her mind, a tender moment of him whispering that she was making him soft-hearted. We flash back a few hours to Hongdaeok University, where Hyunsu was walking alone. He couldn't shake the feeling were Bomi and Opurium really that close. Elsewhere, other students were having the exact same conversation. They recall how Purium would always sharply reject Bomi's invitations to hang out. Even just a few days ago, Bomi would cheerfully greet her, getting almost nothing in return. Her own friends would ask why she even bothered with someone so cold. Now, in the present, they're realizing that nobody, not even Bomi, seems to have Purium's number. They jump to the only conclusion they can think of. Bomi must have a one-sided crush on her. But their gossip is cut short when Hyunsu, Bomi's actual boyfriend, interrupts them with a glare. All this drama just raises the one crucial question: where on earth did Bomi go? The real story begins with Purium, her eyes wide with a silent horror. She's staring at her phone, scrolling through a storm of malicious anonymous comments. Suddenly, a familiar voice breaks her trance. It's Bomi, asking with genuine concern if she's alright. But Purium can only wonder why. Why are people who know nothing about her saying these things? Bomi tries to get her to stop, but Purium just confesses that while she did it for money, it wasn't staged. Elsewhere, that online slander is having real-world consequences as a tense confrontation begins. One of the students is grabbed by the collar, yelping that it hurts and demanding to be let go. But Lee Jaemin isn't backing down, telling the guy he'll let go after he sees the screen of his AT app. The cornered student panics, refusing to show his phone to a stranger, when a hand suddenly snatches it from his grasp. And just like that, Jin Young has the phone, coolly noting it's already unlocked because the kid just posted a reply. Jin Young scrolls through the phone, disgusted by the trash this person posts under an anonymous name. The student tries to snatch it back, yelling about who they are to interfere when he already blurred the face. Nearby, Jaemin's friends spot him, but he calmly tells them to go on ahead, signaling he's got this under control. The bully clutches his shoulder, a sudden wave of fear washing over him as he realizes he's picking a fight with the PE department. Defeated, he offers to delete the post right there, asking if they can just let him go now. But Jin Young points out that deleting it doesn't solve anything, prompting the kid to whine that he shouldn't be responsible. With the post gone, a smug grin spreads across his face as he gloats that they have no proof he did anything. But right on cue, a camera click cuts through the air, and he turns to see Bomi and Purium standing there. Bomi holds up her phone, asking if she can also post his picture with a blurred face, since that seems to be his standard. The student completely loses it, running a hand through his hair, wondering why everyone is overreacting. Jaemin watches on, annoyed that this guy still doesn't get it, while Jin Young is just confused. Bomi and Purium's moment of triumph is suddenly cut short by a new threat. Her eyes widen in surprise, still holding the phone with the damning evidence. The cornered student lets out a desperate shout and lunges forward. He reaches out, making a frantic grab for Bomi's phone. Purium cries out a warning for her friend to watch out as his hand gets dangerously close. She can only flinch back as his hand flies right past her face. But before he can make contact, he's violently yanked backward by his shirt. The motion is so sudden and forceful, it draws a bit of blood. And it's Jaemin, holding him by the collar, absolutely livid at the bastard's nerve. Jaemin yanks him back, pointing out that in his little stunt, he managed to scratch Purium's face. She touches her cheek, confused, feeling the fresh, stinging cut near her eye. Ah, so his fingernails must have grazed her when he lunged for the phone. The student starts to panic, stammering that it was an accident, he didn't mean it. But Jaemin's eyes go cold, as he promises to make sure this guy gets every punishment the school can offer. Bomi rushes over to Purium, immediately concerned and insisting she needs to apply ointment. She kindly offers her own first aid supplies that she carries just in case of emergencies. Another classmate approaches, surprised Bomi knows the girl she's only heard about the goddess of their department. Bomi just smiles proudly and declares that yes, she knows Purium, and they're very close friends. The words hit Purium like a ton of bricks, leaving her blushing and completely stunned. The student quickly tries to explain himself, stammering that he just saw her NetTube video and thought it was amazing. But his pathetic excuse quickly fades as he asks the one question on his mind. Are they really going to report him? Purium's face suddenly darkens, her smile turning cold and unsettling as she calmly tells him no. Hess completely bewildered, wondering if she's some kind of terrifying mastermind, when she proudly introduces herself as Bomi's close friend. That's the final straw. He yelps an apology, promises to vanish from their lives forever, and sprints away. With the immediate threat gone, Purium is left to process the whirlwind of the video incident. Jaemin then steps closer, his voice soft with concern as he asks if she's alright. He gently touches her cheek, right where she was scratched, his touch sending a blush across her face. The scene then jumps to the next day, as a pair of eyes fly wide open in disbelief. It's Jin Young, relaxing at home until he scrolls upon something that leaves him utterly speechless. He jolts awake, the shocking details from the video still replaying in his mind. By morning, the entire campus is already buzzing about yesterday's unbelievable incident. At the cafe, Boma's friends can't believe it, teasing her for being a secret prodigy after she just called it a scratch. Other students nearby gossip about the commotion, just glad that it all seems to be over. Meanwhile, one of Bomi's friends is proudly recounting the story to a classmate, explaining the guy was reported. She says he's now facing disciplinary action, all thanks to her amazing friend, Yoon Bomi. Just as she finishes, the door chimes, and in walk Jaemin and his friend Jaehyun. Jaemin's friendly greeting dies on his lips as his eyes scan the room and lock onto something. He sees Bomi, a small band-aid on her nose, and all the pieces suddenly click into place. As her friend proudly introduces her, he finally realizes the hero of the story is the very girl he's been worried about. But from a distance, Jin Young quietly sips his drink, thinking to himself that his list of rivals just keeps growing. Back at the table, Jaehyun greets Bomi and her friend, remarking that it's been a while. He then gently pats Bomi's head, his expression turning serious as he asks if Kang Subin is doing all right. Jaehyun explains that he saw Subin earlier, and the guy seemed so down it actually made him worry. Bomi confirms his fears, adding that Subin has been depressed for some time now. Her eyes suddenly widen, a shocking realization hitting her. Then her friend drops the bombshell: Subin didn't even come home last night. The scene cuts away to Jin Young, who slowly wakes up, clutching a pillow on an unfamiliar couch. A fuzzy memory flashes through his mind, the image of his hands typing on a keyboard. He remembers stopping, turning his head, and then nothing. His mind drifts back to a painful memory, a final conversation with Gaeul. She looked him in the eye and said they should try their best not to get involved with each other anymore. He remembers clinging to the foolish hope that they could reunite if she came back, a thought that followed him even to the office. A colleague's simple question about work only served to highlight how deluded he had been. He sat at his desk, feeling the weight of his own failure pressing down on him. When someone asked what was wrong with him, he couldn't explain. Her past wasn't something so simple. His only solution was to try and drown the pain with alcohol. But even that offered no escape, as his colleagues just mocked him for having a hard time, telling him to be a man. One of them tried to stick up for him, but the other just sneered, calling the other employees weak. And the worst part was the daily humiliation, like having a drink shoved in his face by a senior who knew he couldn't handle it. But tonight, something inside Kang Subin finally snaps, and he starts chugging soju as his colleagues shout in shock. He thinks back to Gaeul, to her ruined youth, and the staggering arrogance he had to think he ever understood her wounds. It was only natural she'd reject him. Had only ever been watching from the sidelines. But even knowing that, a desperate feeling still lingered in his heart. He slips away from the party, pulling out his phone with a heavy sigh. A furious colleague immediately calls, yelling about how he just vanished, leaving all his things behind. But Subin isn't listening. He's already standing in front of her apartment door. A drunken, hopeless thought crosses his mind: if only he could do something. If only he had the power to turn all her painful memories into good ones. He slumps down in the dark hallway, wishing for an impossible future. Just as he's about to turn away, a faint sound reaches him from the other side of the door. His foot freezes in place. Did he imagine that? Then, the door cracks open, and a soft voice invites him to come in. The next morning, Subin wakes up in an unfamiliar bed, with a splitting headache and the desperate wish to just disappear. Elsewhere in the apartment, Kang Sun-hee starts her day, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. She walks out into her living room only to find Subin, struggling to move a giant picture frame. He's completely stuck, and with a blush, he has to ask if she could possibly pull him out. A strange memory flashes through her mind, a mother telling her complaining son to just hold on a little longer. A short while later, they're sitting across from each other at the table, an awkward silence hanging in the air. Subin weakly tries to explain, suggesting he must have ended up here on some kind of drunken homing instinct. But Sun-hee isn't interested in his excuses, telling him to just leave when he's done drinking. She clarifies that letting him stay was a simple moral obligation. Her mind hasn't changed one bit. Defeated, Subin heads for the door, the lock clicking open. He hesitates, wondering if she's really okay with him just disappearing from her life again. And with that thought, his feet pivot on the floor. He turns right back around, walking away from the exit. Sun-hee sits at the table, the awkward silence returning. Suddenly, Subin slams his head onto the table in a dramatic display of surrender. But before she can react to that, the doorbell rings, confusing them both. Sun-hee peeks out, asking if he forgot something, clearly not expecting who's on the other side. He can't bring himself to leave, realizing that if he disappears now, he'll just be abandoning her to the past. Sun-hee's own thoughts echo his. They can't erase what happened, but maybe they could build better memories on top of the old ones. And so, with a nervous breath, Subin makes his move. He looks her dead in the eye, desperately asking if they can try starting over, just one last time. He even suggests they meet at the place they first met, leaving Sunhee completely stunned. Her shock quickly turns to suspicion. The place they first met? Is he talking about middle school? She bluntly asks if he's still drunk, reminding him they have to go to the office, snapping him out of his romantic fantasy. A few days later, we find Subin's friend, Jaehyun, lost in thought, recalling the last time he was with a girl named Gayul. Apparently, it was a disgusting, booze-filled memory he'd rather not revisit. Subin finds him at a cafe wearing a ridiculous disguise, and Jaehyun proudly declares this is his new job, much to Subin's horror. Subin finally meets with Gayul, but she's already suspicious, noting he promised her beef but is acting like an interrogator. Elsewhere, his sister Sunhee complains that she was never going to buy beef for the guy who ditched her at the airport, but Subin is distracted by something else entirely, looking around the cafe with a confused expression. Why are the only other customers a table full of familiar faces, all trying to look anywhere but at him? His friends are putting on a terrible performance, feigning sleep and hiding behind books to give him privacy. Yeah, he's not buying it. What an obvious and pathetic attempt to spy on him. Gayul's coworker figures it out. Soon he must have told Gayul something weird about him crying. He quickly dismisses it, claiming something just got into his eye as Gayul serves his drink. Then, his expression turns serious. He leans forward, telling her he's been thinking that she has been getting prettier lately, a comment that catches her completely off guard. But as he looks closer, Subin realizes her newfound beauty comes with a shadow of exhaustion. It looks like she's been bullied at work. And his words send Gayul spiraling back into a memory of her thankless office job. Lost in her work, she's suddenly called out by the assistant manager. Just as the day is ending, her superior drops a pile of last-minute work on her desk, demanding it be sorted by morning. With a casual "I'll clock out first," the manager turns and leaves without a second thought. Gayul watches them go, fuming internally. It's the same old story, dumping work on her right at closing time. Thankfully, one kind colleague offers to stay behind with her for overtime. Later, her coworker explains the petty office politics. The assistant manager is insecure and protected by the boss, so she gets away with anything. Gayul reveals the bitter truth: it all started last year when she refused to join in on their malicious gossip. She used to think this childish bullying was something you leave behind in school, but now she knows adults can be even more pathetic. Her colleague's words trigger a memory of being told she'd be going back to school soon anyway. She recalls the uncomfortable pressure from a manager who tried to push her into sales without her consent. It was an offer she couldn't refuse. Guilt-tripped with talk of shared school ties. Shaking off the memory, Gayul heads to the break room, hoping to find some leftover snacks. But as she gets closer, she overhears voices, and immediately stops, a sense of dread creeping in. Her sympathetic coworker is in there, twisting her private complaints into a story of arrogance. The gossip spirals, with another colleague viciously branding her a gloomy outcast who was probably bullied. The two-faced coworker freezes, caught in the act as the others praise her for her sharp, cutting words. Gayul steps into the doorway, her silent appearance bringing the malicious chatter to a dead halt. The colleague's true motive is revealed in a flash of resentment. Gayul can escape to school, but she's stuck here forever. But instead of confronting them, Gayul simply turns and leaves, letting the gossips stew in their panic. The word gloomy hangs in the air, a cruel brand burned into her mind. Elsewhere, her friends worry, recalling how Gayul insists that this is just what company life is like. She'd told them on the phone it was fine, that she just had to do her work and endure it. After all, it was a rare opportunity, and as an adult, she had to handle it herself. But Subin knows the truth: Gayul has deep trauma when it comes to being ostracized. The memory shifts back to that time, to the city skyline that loomed over her every day. We see her then, alone at her desk, just trying to survive in that hostile office. Finally, finishing her work, she leans back, exhausted but glad to be done for the day. With a rare Friday night ahead of her, she decides she won't let them win. She's going out. She opens the door, ready to face the world, but her brief moment of resolve is cut short, because standing right there, as if waiting for her, is Kang Subin. He gives a little wave, cheekily mentioning that she's late for, well, something she didn't know about. Gayul's guard is immediately up. She asks why he's here when they agreed to stay away from each other. He admits Somong told him she was struggling, and he just had to come check. Feeling relieved she seems okay. But he quickly second-guesses himself, wondering if his presence is only making things worse. His concern triggers a painful memory of a time when someone else seemed to care. A memory of her ex, sweetly suggesting they could study together for the summer. She'd teased him about losing his patience, but he just laughed, looking at her with such kindness. But then the memory sours, flashing to him with his friends, revealing a crude and vulgar side she never saw coming. His friends jeered, crudely asking why he was so late, their laughter echoing in her mind. She remembers the look on his face, not love, but utter, gut-wrenching humiliation. The memory shatters, and she's jolted back to her desk at work. That's how trauma works. A colleague calls her out, coldly stating that the documents she worked on are a mess and must be redone. Then, that same colleague turns around and cheerfully makes dinner plans with another person right in front of her. Yahello tries to get back to work, but it's no use. All it takes is a slightly similar situation. Her hands begin to tremble, freezing up over the keyboard as the feeling takes hold. That suffocating dread from the past wraps around her, pulling her down. It's like being caught in an endless, cold rain, unable to breathe. She's completely helpless, a single tear falling as she feels herself sinking. Because we all know that feeling of being completely alone all too well. In another time, on another street, Hyunsu calls out to get past some people. A group of guys stands in the way, completely oblivious. They bicker amongst themselves for a moment before clumsily moving aside. And in that small opening, Hyunsu doesn't hesitate. He just reaches out and takes her hand. As they walk past, others can't help but feel a little jealous of the cute couple. He glances back with a soft, gentle smile. But for Yahello, right now, there are only tears of despair, until a pair of arms wrap around her, a firm, comforting embrace from Kang Subin. We also need to know how to accept that help, unlike in the past, when she was turned away and left all alone. But Subin's plan hits a snag at the school gates, where a guard flatly denies them entry. Yahello internally mocks herself for even thinking they could get in, though she tries a little failed charm of her own. She looks at the old school building, remembering how it once felt so cold and imposing, but now seems almost cozy. Just as she's lost in thought, Subin's voice cuts through, calling her name. He waves cheerfully, announcing that his smooth talking bought them 10 whole minutes on the grounds. Without another word, he takes her hand and gently pulls her forward. Yahello is flustered, asking what they're doing here since she only followed him on blind faith. He turns back with a warm smile, telling her it's about their first meeting. She freezes, the weight of his words dawning on her as he says they're going to redo it, right here. He then points to a nearby bench, picking the perfect spot to rewrite their beginning. He gently guides her to sit on the bench, leaving her utterly baffled by his plan. Subin then steps back, turning to rifle through his bag as if preparing for a performance. Suddenly, a paper airplane comes soaring through the air. Yahello's eyes widen as the memory clicks into place. But the grand romantic gesture falls short, the plane taking a nosedive right at her feet. Subin rushes forward, utterly mortified, muttering about his useless paper-folding skills. Yahello can't hold it in, puffing her cheeks to stifle a burst of laughter. Flustered but determined, he quickly folds another one, a blush creeping up his neck. With a flick of his wrist, the second plane is launched into the air. This time, it glides perfectly, landing gently right in her waiting hands. She holds the little paper plane, a wave of nostalgia hitting her as the memory floods back. It all started that day, when he finally found her, the girl he'd been looking for. With the paper plane as his excuse, he finally got the chance to meet her face to face. She teases him about a spelling mistake he'd made, and he immediately gets flustered, calling her a know-it-all. From then on, he was shamelessly enthusiastic, waving at her from the classroom door with the teacher right behind him. Yahello can only hide her bright red face, thinking he must be completely crazy. But his bold affection also brought some unwanted attention from other classmates. Before one of the guys could even finish his sentence, he's sent flying by a sudden kick from his own friend. And then Subin appears, pulling Yahello behind him like a hero from a drama, making a grand declaration to everyone. It was cheesy, mortifying, but effective, as the whole school buzzed with rumors that they were now dating. They walked the halls together, a picture-perfect high school couple. The memories of their time together were bright and full of affection. But the happiness fades, replaced by a single, gut-wrenching apology from Subin. He couldn't even look at her as he delivered the words that would end everything. And all Yahello could do was let the tears fall, her world shattering in an instant. That painful memory dissolves into the quiet stillness of the present night sky. Holding the paper airplane, Yahello remembers thinking her situation was just some kind of disaster. She'd chalked it up to bad luck, always running into weird people, but her confidence is wavering. A dark thought creeps in: what if she's the problem? What if she keeps attracting them because of who she is? And from a distance, Subin's heart aches, wondering if He's just supposed to accept this fate. Subin looks down, admitting he hesitated to come and see her today. He was afraid that being by her side might not be a good thing, just as she'd once said. His mind flashes back to a conversation with Bomi, who wondered if staying away was the right choice. She'd given him an ultimatum: either disappear from Yahello's life completely, or take full responsibility. And back in the present, he tells a stunned Gaeul he was planning on doing just that all along. Their moment is cut short by a security guard yelling at them to get going. But Subin rises, refusing to leave her alone now that her world has been shaken because of him. He makes it clear that he isn't anyone special. And all he can really do for her is be by her side and lend a hand whenever she needs it. But he gives her the final say, promising to step away the moment he makes her miserable. His eyes are filled with a quiet hope as he tells her his one wish, that she can learn to trust and like herself just as much as he does. As they walk away, his voice is a steady presence beside her. He wants her to build a core of self-worth so strong that no one else's opinion can ever shake it. But then, Subin suddenly stops walking. He turns to face her, his promise clear. Until that day comes, he will stay right by her side. Gaeul looks up at him, stunned, realizing this is his one and only condition for staying. He gives her a gentle, reassuring smile, sealing his heartfelt pact. Elsewhere, the mood shifts as Jin Young cheerfully serves a drink at a cafe. Hess working with Bomi, who's playfully giving her friends some special service with extra whipped cream. But her friend points out the obvious. Bomi can't handle a lot of sweets, sending her into a state of despair until Hyunsu offers to share. Bomi is so deeply touched by this simple gesture that she worries if her new friend, Purium, is upset by the commotion. Far from it, Bomi has now attached herself to Purium, hovering right behind her while she chats. The strange shadowing continues, with Bomi following Purium all the way to the exit. After seeing her off, Bomi returns to her cleaning duties, humming contentedly to herself. Meanwhile, Gaeul and another colleague observe the new dynamic, figuring Purium is just trying to repay Bomi for helping her out. But this budding friendship is clearly rubbing someone the wrong way. As Jaemin seethes with a poorly disguised smile, he finally snaps, turning to Jin Young and demanding he do something about that, leaving the poor guy utterly confused. Jin Young asks what he's even talking about, and Jaemin clarifies. It's about his girlfriend, Purium, who won't leave Bomi alone. Jaemin sighs, correcting him that Purium isn't his girlfriend, and admits he feels forgotten in all this, totally unsure of what to do. Jin Young's friend Hyunsu finally puts the pieces together, thinking has figured out the source of the weird atmosphere. He leans in and asks Jaemin and Jin Young when they started dating, completely misreading the entire situation. Elsewhere, Gaeul is in full-blown panic mode, realizing her secret relationship was apparently obvious to everyone. She frets, whispering that she hasn't found the right moment to tell Bomi yet. Just then, Purium pops up from behind, casually asking what it is she needs to be told. She smiles, admitting she'd already figured it out but kept quiet, while Bomi listens in, looking completely lost. But their little chat wasn't as private as they thought. Someone else has been listening in from the doorway. The blonde colleague's eyes light up, absolutely certain she's cracked the case of the secret couple. With a confident smile, she declares that she knows who got back together, Jaehyun and his ex-girlfriend. Her announcement drops like a bomb, leaving Gaeul, Purium, and Bomi completely stunned by the wild accusation. A few days later, a male colleague is absolutely beaming, telling Gaeul she made the right choice. He gushes about how great it'll be to have her talent on the sales team, promising to handle the promotion details with the boss. He leans in conspiratorially, telling her to keep it quiet, and adding that he knows she's on bad terms with a certain manager. In fact, he claims the boss just tolerates that manager's laziness, and he plans to make her life even harder. Speaking of whom, we see that very manager, the bullying colleague, casually gossiping with a friend. She then turns her attention to Gaeul, demanding to know if she finished the task she was assigned yesterday. Gaeul can't help but let out a quiet, frustrated sigh. Her manager immediately snaps, berating her for sighing and for not properly notifying her about an urgent email, but her tirade is cut short when the male colleague's voice rings out, announcing Gail's new position is official. Gail calmly explains she didn't send a message on purpose, as she was just following the manager's strict orders not to be contacted after hours. Gail drops the bomb on her colleague. As of today, she's the new assistant manager. The colleague realizes she must have talked to team leader Park, but Gaeul assures her she won't gossip like him. With a subtle, confident smile, Gaeul shows she's more than ready to navigate the shark-infested waters of the office. The scene then cuts away entirely, to a conversation about a student actress named Sari, and her amazing crying scenes. And here's Sari now, looking a bit dazed and completely unaware she's being talked about. Her friend spots a guy named Jaehyun, but Sari draws a blank, asking who that is. Her friend can only laugh, reminding her that Jaehyun is the guy she's supposedly infatuated with. As if a switch was flipped, Sari's face lights up and she runs toward him, yelling his name. Jaehyun playfully returns the greeting with a finger heart, before a sudden thought makes him freeze mid-pose. Elsewhere, hearing this ridiculous story, Hyunsu flushes bright red, absolutely dying from secondhand embarrassment. His friends can only comment on this new side of Jaehyun, wondering if he's trying out some kind of idol concept. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Kang Subin's fierce defense of Sunhee makes another girl raise an eyebrow. With a knowing smile, she puts two and two together, congratulating them on being a couple. But her smile fades into tears as she confesses she was waiting all this time for Jaehyun to notice her. The girls can only watch in stunned silence as she laments not getting any kind of warning. She then deals with her heartbreak in the most normal way possible, by chugging an entire glass of ice. Elsewhere, Hyunsoo is getting an earful for not telling the girl who supposedly likes him that he's taken. He gets defensive, insisting that he most definitely told her what was up. But a flashback reveals his method was less than ideal, just blurting out that he and Sunhee are dating again. Before the girl could even react, he panicked, made up an excuse, and bolted out of there. And now we see why he ran. The girl, Lee Seri, simply gritted her teeth and pretended she couldn't hear a thing. Back in the present, she puts on a show, crying that she didn't want to believe it before dropping the act with a dismissive scoff. Sunhee and her friends can only watch in horror, realizing Lee Seri's acting is so good it's terrifying. But Hyunsoo isn't falling for any of it. Lee Seri tries to turn it around on him, claiming it's not like he actually likes her anyway. He calls her out immediately, accusing her of acting out of pure stubbornness, just because he rejected her. Then he drops the hammer, telling her she's never truly liked anyone in her life. She's stunned, asking how he could possibly know. But he's resolute her manipulative games are all the proof he needs. Done with the drama, he turns to Sunhee, grabbing her arm and telling her they're getting out of here. His firm grip makes it clear. This conversation is over, and his choice is made. But Lee Seri stops them cold, grabbing Sunhee's other arm and claiming she's only here to discuss work. Hyunsoo glares, not buying it for a second, but Seri smugly retorts that it's Sunhee's decision, not his. And just like that, Sunhee becomes a human rope in a petty game of tug-of-war. Lee Seri then demands she choose love or work, while Hyunsoo scoffs, telling her not to answer such a dumb question. Sunhee just stares, completely exhausted. She thought Lee Seri was being childish, but now sees Hyunsoo as no better. From the sidelines, Jaemin and Jinyoung watch the train wreck, with Jaemin noting how immature they both are. Caught in their grip, Sunhee grits her teeth, pleading for them to let her go, but they just argue over who should let go first. Finally having enough, she explodes, shoving both of them out and screaming at them to get lost. Later that evening, after a long shift, Yoon Bomi tells a weary Sunhee she can head home early. But as she leaves, she's surprised to see Lee Jaemin waiting with a smile, asking to walk with her. As they walk, Jaemin decides to break the silence. He casually mentions that she seems to be spending a lot of time with Bomi lately. Sunhee's eyes widen, as if she's been accused, and he adds that he feels a bit left out, but she completely misses his point, instead launching into a spirited speech about how wonderful Bomi is. Jaemin just watches her, a little lost, as she gushes about her friend's kindness. He can't help but wonder, is he really acting like the jealous type right now? Sunhee then abruptly changes the subject, asking if he saw his grades, proudly announcing she got an A. A warm smile spreads across his face as he tells her he got an A as well. Hearing this, her expression lights up with a brilliant idea. Then, she asks him point blank, since they both did well, does this count as a date? Jaemin suddenly stops walking, his feet planting firmly on the pavement. Instead of answering her question about the date, he gently reaches out to her. His fingers lightly touch her cheek, his attention fixed on the faint wound there. A shadow of regret flickers in his eyes as he looks at her. He murmurs that a scar is still visible, but Sunhee quickly tries to deflect, saying it's nothing concealer can't fix. But he can't just move on, his voice heavy as he apologizes for not stopping it when a furious shout cuts through the air. It's her brother, Kang Subin, his face a mask of pure rage. He storms between them, roaring at Jaemin to get his hands off his sister immediately. In his mind's eye, all he sees is a fragile image of his little sister from when she was a child. Hess, fueled by that fierce, protective instinct, believing a brother's love must be just as unconditional as a parent's. And as Subin seethes, we're reminded of another kind of love, back when a young Opurium was asked about her dreams. An adult asked if she wanted to create heartwarming art, or something cool and shocking. But for the little girl, the answer was much simpler. She wanted to create paintings that would always make her mom and dad smile. Because a child's love for their parents is just as powerful, and can be just as fiercely, unconditionally protective as a brother's. Which is why, in a different time and place, Jaemin finds himself confronted again, this time by Purium's father. Jaemin is completely bewildered. Is this really happening to him twice? Purium's dad, however, is not playing games, his eyes burning with protective fury. Later at the cafe, Purium has to awkwardly explain to her friends that her dad just wanted to see her workplace and got the wrong idea. But as Jaemin studies the man, he notices something familiar in that intense, protective gaze. Despite the stern expression, his eyes there exactly like Purium's. The father sits across from him, arms crossed, grilling him about his connection to his daughter. But the second Purium brings him a drink, that intimidating facade completely melts away. He even questions if Jaemin is truly her friend, knowing how difficult she finds it to connect with others. The suspicion returns as he asks point blank if Jaemin approached her with any ulterior motives. But then he just starts gushing about how cute and smart she is, and Jaemin realizes, yeah, this guy is just a massive doting dad. Mortified, Purium blurts out the whole embarrassing story of how they actually met by her getting drunk and puking on him. In a flash, her father's hands shoot out, grabbing Jaemin's with surprising force. With tears welling in his eyes, he earnestly begs Jaemin to please take care of his daughter, who has never had a friend before. Purium tries to de-escalate, explaining she already confessed to Jaemin, and they even have a conditional date planned. For a split second, it seems like her father is actually listening, the tension finally breaking. But that calm shatters instantly as he glares at Jaemin's hand, demanding to know if this was the very hand that touched his daughter's face. She quickly intervenes, pointing to a small scar and explaining Jaemin had simply saved her from an attacker back then. This new information sends her father on a wild emotional roller coaster, from seeing Jaemin as a hero to wanting to hunt down the original culprit. Through it all, Jaemin just observes, realizing how much Purium and her father's eyes look exactly the same. But while Purium is a fortress, her dad's feelings are completely, hilariously, on display for the world to see, and Jaemin can't help but find the whole chaotic ordeal fun. As night falls, Purium finally suggests they should head home. Her father immediately cuts in, dismissing Jaemin and declaring he'll be taking his daughter home personally. Jaemin watches them leave, pretty sure he failed the father's evaluation, overhearing Purium ask when he even arrived in Seoul. As he walks away, Jinyoung puts the pieces together so she lives apart from her father. Suddenly, a hand grabs his shirt from behind, stopping him dead in his tracks. He turns to find Purium has dashed back to him, looking oddly determined. She leans in close, whispering something about his ear, much to his confusion. With her secret message delivered, she quickly pulls back and hurries away. She rejoins her dad, who's just standing there completely baffled by her sudden sprint. He immediately demands to know what they talked about, but she just plays it cool. Jinyoung, however, is left stunned, his hand rising to touch the ear she just spoke into. He finally turns to leave, his mind replaying her mysterious words. But after a few steps, he stops, the full weight of her message finally sinking in. His knees practically give out from under him. He remembers her whisper. She'd already bought new clothes just for a date with him. She challenged him to take her to a movie this weekend if he wanted to see them. Back in the present, he's just a flustered mess, crouching on the sidewalk. He can barely think straight, overwhelmed by how insanely cute she is. Meanwhile, Purium's dad is still trying to piece things together, wondering if she likes someone named Yoon Bomi. He seems relieved, glad that she's doing well, and his worries were for nothing. He then announces he'll be staying in Seoul for a while to help out a friend. With that in mind, he asks if she'll come see him during the weekend, but she bluntly rejects him, leaving her dad speechless with the news she might have a date with Jaemin. And so, her father's mind was made up. This Lee Jaemin kid was definitely trouble. A few days later, the troublemaker himself is anxiously checking his phone. She said she's already here. He frantically scans the area, his heart pounding, and then he sees her. Purium? She turns, having just arrived for their promised date. A relieved smile breaks across Jaemin's face as he gives her a happy wave. But to understand how this all came together, we have to jump back a few days. We find Yoon Bomi getting some serious advice on how to approach someone she likes. Her colleague lays out the perfect plan, a movie date. It's classic, low pressure, and gives them something to talk about. Bomi teases her, impressed by her knowledge, which immediately sends the flustered colleague into denial. But the question of who to ask out sends her colleague drifting into a daydream about her own crush, Jinyoung. Bomi watches her, her own heart thumping with anticipation as she clutches her little notepad. Suddenly, an idea strikes her friend, a memory sparking to life. She leans in close, a sly smile on her face, ready to impart some real-world wisdom. The secret, she whispers, was the first time Jinyoung called her by her first name. It made her heart race. She explains the power of dropping the formality, just using a simple first name to create a spark. Bomi diligently jots this down as her friend gives her the next instruction. Whisper it. This new, more intimate step catches Bomi completely off guard. Her friend lays out the full plan. Get close enough for him to feel her breath and deliver the line nonchalantly. The goal is to tease him, push the relationship forward, and, as she mutters to herself, get Bomi back from him. Her friend cackles, recalling how she once called Jinyoung a total player for his smooth act. Jin Young, completely flustered, shot back, asking if she thought he was like her. Sunhee smiles, continuing her lesson by bringing up a key moment from before Bomi even started dating. But as she tells the story, Bomi just looks confused, still scribbling away in her notebook. It seems this legendary moment is something Bomi herself doesn't even remember. To demonstrate the technique's power, we see the true result, Purium whispering into Jaemin's ear. The effect was absolutely devastating, leaving Jaemin a blushing, overwhelmed mess. And even now, as he waits for his date, he's still lost in the memory of that moment. He finally snaps back to reality, his eyes lighting up as he calls out Purium's name. She stops and turns, having just arrived for their long-awaited date. Jaemin is completely captivated, seeing her in person once again. Purium looks just as flustered, caught off guard by his intense gaze. He immediately compliments the dress she told him about, saying it's even prettier than he imagined. But before she can even properly respond, a menacing aura appears right behind her. It's her dad. Suddenly, her father's demeanor flips, explaining he just so happened to have an appointment nearby. Jaemin, trying to salvage the date, graciously welcomes the unexpected third wheel. And so, the three of them end up at the movies, watching some kind of fantasy romance. While Purium seems lost in the film, Jaemin can't help but feel the plot is a little strange. As if on cue, they both reach for the popcorn at the exact same moment. Their fingers brush against each other, a small spark in the darkened theater. Taking the opportunity, Jaemin's fingers slide forward, intertwining with the hand he assumes is Purium's. A blush creeps across his face as he steals a glance, a hopeful smile forming as he whispers her name. But Purium just turns, completely oblivious, stuffing her face with popcorn. He freezes. Wait a second, if her hands are on the popcorn, whose hand is he holding? The cold, horrifying truth washes over him, leaving him paralyzed in his seat. It's her dad, who has been gleefully holding his hand the entire time, while Purium sits between them. Even after the movie ends, Jaemin can't shake the phantom feeling, clutching his chest in silent horror. Outside, Purium says she's just going to see her father off, who seems annoyed to be leaving. Her dad makes a mad dash for his bus, but not before shouting a final, menacing warning back at Jaemin. Mortified, Jaemin tries to explain to a confused Purium that he doesn't normally act so childish around adults, but her dad isn't finished, turning back with a furious glare that freezes Jaemin in place. All he wanted was to hold her hand like this, and suddenly, Purium makes it happen, grabbing his wrist and telling her father she'll be fine with him. The old man can only fume from the bus, pointing back at the punk who dared touch his daughter. With a mischievous grin, Purium pulls Jaemin into a mad dash away from the scene. Once they're a safe distance away, he clutches his hands, his heart still pounding. But the sudden sprint leaves him completely winded, and he begs her to slow down. To his surprise, it's Purium who suddenly doubles over, gasping for air. Jaemin rushes to her side, worried she's sick, but she pops right back up without a problem. A bright laugh escapes her lips as she admits she just thought the whole escape was incredibly fun. She beams, admitting that while she's a terrible runner, the whole chase felt surprisingly refreshing. Jaemin is completely captivated by her smile, teasing that they looked pretty good together. Much to her father's dismay, he gently brushes a strand of hair from her face, asking if this radiant smile is something he alone gets to see. Leaning closer, he softly tells her to keep smiling like this, but only for him. But elsewhere, a much more serious conversation is taking place as Purium's father answers a call. The man on the other end, Mr. Cheon, confirms he's met Purium but still needs to find the right way to convince her of something. Back in their own world, Jaemin finally explains why he wants her smile all to himself. Her eyes widen, a soft blush spreading across her face as his words sink in. He returns her gaze with a gentle smile, hoping they'll get to see each other like this more often. But the perfect romantic moment is abruptly shattered by an embarrassingly loud stomach growl. Jaemin just chuckles, smoothly suggesting they should probably go get some lunch. Purium is absolutely mortified, trying to insist that she's fine and that he should finish what he was saying. But he just laughs it off, deciding for both of them that food comes first, much to her silent embarrassment. Meanwhile, a different group of friends is having a significantly worse day. Their shock is directed at a pair of glasses, now shattered and lying in a puddle of spilled juice. The unfortunate owner, Jin Young, can only sit there, feeling the empty space on his face where they used to be. Just a few minutes ago, he was peacefully sitting at a cafe table as Bomi and her friends approached with drinks. But in a clumsy moment, a sudden collision sends the entire tray flying right at him. The girls panic, apologizing to each other over the spilled drinks and the mess on the floor. But the real victim is Jin Young, who can only stare blankly, drenched and stunned, as they finally notice him. He tries to play it cool, saying he just needs to wipe his glasses, but the pieces clatter in his hands. It all happened so fast. A friend had just walked in, cheerfully waving hello to their table. but she slipped on the spilled drink, crashing directly into a completely unsuspecting Jin Young. Back in the present, one of the girls rushes over with a cloth, urging him to clean up. Her concern turns to horror as she spots his glasses, now shattered in the puddle on the floor. A ridiculous chain of apologies begins, each girl blaming the next for the series of clumsy events. They all decide they must get him a new pair immediately, completely talking over him. And with that, the whirlwind of girls rushes out of the cafe, leaving him all alone. But just as the chaos subsides, the chime of the door signals a new arrival. A girl named Lee Seri makes her grand entrance, posing dramatically for an audience of one. Jin Young can only blink, completely baffled by this new, strange girl. Meanwhile, the girls are crammed into a car, on their noble quest to replace his glasses. But a sudden thought strikes one of them: if they all left, who's watching the cafe? A wave of confusion passes over them. They feel like they've forgotten something important. Then it hits them like a truck: they left Jin Young behind. Elsewhere, Oh Purium and Lee Jamin are facing their own problem, a 5-3 group waitlist. They look defeated. This was the last restaurant on their list, and it's completely packed. As Jamin tries to search for another option, Purium has clearly had enough. She points down the street and suggests they just go to her apartment instead. Jamin plays it cool, asking if that would be uncomfortable, but he can't hide his happy surprise. Purium just wants to make him comfortable and make up for what happened, but Jamin's mind is already elsewhere. He starts stammering, trying to explain why going to her apartment might be a little uncomfortable for him. Realizing how weird he sounds, he tries to play it cool with a dark, determined look. But his resolve shatters when Purium reminds him they need to grab groceries, and he eagerly agrees. Elsewhere, her friends seem to have finished their own errand, picking up a gift from a glasses store. Now, Sunhee, Bomi, and the others are starving, excitedly planning their next move, a massive food run. Back at the store, Jamin leans in close, getting a little too into the process of picking out meat with Purium. The girls, meanwhile, are going all out, ordering an absolute mountain of teppanyaki and other street food. With the shopping done, Jamin gallantly carries the bags while Purium holds a tiny succulent, a housewarming present. In the car, the tantalizing smell of fried snacks is already starting a fight among the hungry friends. Finally, they arrive at Purium's apartment, room 1308. Jamin is having a full-blown crisis, has been to guys' places before, but never a girl's. Elsewhere, the girls are still loitering, gossiping about their teacher until Yunche threatens to shut them up for good. Their friend who parked the car shows up, wondering why they're just standing there in the hallway. The reason? Bomi is having second thoughts, mostly because she doesn't want to share her precious fish cakes with Jin Young. Back at the other door, Jamin fumbles for a last-minute housewarming gift idea, but Purium just waves it off and lets them in. The door clicks open, and Jamin peeks inside, completely unprepared for what's waiting for him. His brain just short-circuits, a look of pure, unadulterated confusion on his face, because staring right back at him with tiny, questioning eyes is a hamster. Purium proudly introduces her little pet, Bial, and Jamin is instantly captivated, seeing one up close for the very first time. Purium explains that hamsters are territorial and can even die from the stress of too much attention. Jamin, a little bewildered, asks why she would choose a pet like that. She reveals her true reason: she wanted something to look after, without a deep, emotional connection. He listens, stunned, as she explains she needed a responsibility to keep going, but goodbyes were too difficult to face. But back then, she admits, she never realized just how much she would end up loving this tiny creature. With a gentle smile, she holds out a treat, inviting Jamin to try feeding Bial himself. A wave of nervousness hits him, but he carefully takes the offering. He extends his hand, and the little hamster cautiously sniffs the air. Then, with its tiny paws, it gently takes the food from his fingertips. A small yet precious feeling washes over Jamin, warming him from the inside out. He turns to Purium, his face lit up with an almost childish glee, asking if she saw what just happened. She leans in, confirming that she saw the hamster eating, but her focus seems to be on him. Then, her expression shifts to one of curiosity as she gets a little closer, inhaling softly. Catching him completely off guard, she murmurs that he has a nice scent. Jamin freezes, his mind racing as he tries to process this sudden, intimate closeness. The scene shifts, reflecting on that desire to get even closer to someone you care for. We find Subin, who has stopped dead in his tracks, recognizing a teppanyaki stall as Sunhee's favorite. Even when they're apart, she still occupies a space in his thoughts. On impulse, he steps up to the counter to place an order. But elsewhere, Seri scoffs at these notions, thinking how such romantic lines in scripts are just pretentious and boring. In her world, it's always the same story. Guys only approach her for her appearance, never for who she really is. But her monologue is interrupted by a frustrating silence, and she demands to know if she's even being heard. She calls out the person staring right at her, her patience wearing thin. With a flash of irritation, she insists on getting an answer. The target of her rant, however, is a complete stranger, lost in a game on his phone. Jin-young looks up, confused, asking if she was talking to him, wondering if they even know each other. She explodes, pointing accusingly. As he explains, he was just staring blankly because his eyesight is poor. Seeing an opening, Sari snatches the phone right from his hands, tired of his staring. Holding it just out of reach, she playfully taunts him to try and grab it. And in an instant, the situation flips, with Jin-young leaning over her, caught in her sudden, impulsive game. And as he was being teased, Jin-young's mind briefly drifted to a much gentler memory. Sari, meanwhile, finishes her story, sheepishly admitting to her friend that she might have gone too far. Elsewhere, a completely different crisis erupts as Bomi and her friends defend their food from a brown bear. In the chaotic struggle, a hand slips from a wrist. Their friend Hyunsoo stands there, completely baffled by their terrified, over-the-top reactions. And then, tragedy strikes. The precious tteokbokki spills all over the ground. While the other snacks are safe, the girls mourn their loss until a hero appears. Jaehyun walks in, holding up a fresh bag, asking if they've eaten yet. Bomi's eyes light up, instantly declaring him the one for her, leaving the poor guy blushing and confused. Subin is completely flustered as Bomi's praise trails off, his heart skipping a beat. But her true love is revealed as she and her friends snatch up the food bags, worshipping them like holy relics. Meanwhile, Sari smirks at Subin, mockingly asking if his relationship is so fragile it can't even compete with two tteokbokki. He glares back, bluntly telling her he doesn't have the slightest interest in her. Unfazed, she brushes him off, claiming she's not interested in guys with girlfriends anyway. She launches into a tirade, questioning why he'd even bother showing up if he's taken. With a sharp glint in her eye, she declares her disinterest in him once and for all. Her words hit a nerve, and Subin glances over at Bomi, a thought beginning to form: what if the one he's interested in is a girl who already has a boyfriend? The thought hangs in the air as Bomi suddenly looks up in utter shock. Meanwhile, in a much quieter setting, Purium and Jaemin are sitting awfully close. Her mind suddenly goes completely blank, a hamster with a single, unblinking thought. She's speechless, the air growing thick with an unspoken tension between them. Jaemin is blushing furiously until a piercing beep from the kettle thankfully shatters the silence. As she gets up, he clutches his chest, relieved he didn't completely lose his cool just now. Purium offers to help, but he politely keeps his distance, saying he'll handle it. But a strange, lingering warmth on her ear makes her pause, a blush creeping onto her own cheeks. Her mind flashes back to something Jaemin had said to her earlier, and in a wave of heat, she finally understands the danger of being alone with him. As the noodles boil, the kitchen is filled with an unbearable silence. But inside Jaemin's mind, his thoughts are racing like a hamster on a wheel. He watches Purium from behind, acutely aware that the easy vibe between them has vanished. A nervous sweat beads on his brow as he tries to pinpoint the cause. His mind flashes back to that heart-stopping moment, their faces just inches apart. The memory alone is enough to send a fresh wave of heat across his face. He starts to panic. Could she have realized he almost kissed her back then? His own conscience glares back, a distorted, judgmental little creature calling him shameless. He leans against the wall, trying to regain control, reminding himself she's just being kind. But in reality, he's just an innocent, flustered boy, totally lost in his own head. Meanwhile, as Jaemin spirals in his room, Purium is calmly preparing a meal. But as she chops an onion, a sudden thought makes her pause. Her face flushes as she finally processes what just happened between them. The memory of that intense moment, inches from his face, floods back. She realizes that if not for the kettle, she might have actually kissed him. The horror dawns on her. She basically forced him into her place and almost assaulted him. Overwhelmed by shame, she can only think one thing: she's absolute trash. Lost in her self-loathing, her hand slips, a sharp sting jolting her back to reality. Hearing the noise, Jaemin peeks out, asking if everything is okay. She tries to brush it off as a small cut, but the blood tells a very different story. Refusing to take no for an answer, Jaemin immediately brings out the first aid kit. He gently takes her hand, carefully applying a bandage to the cut. Purium tries to downplay it, but he insists on treating it properly, kneeling right in front of her. She's completely flustered by his proximity, as he tells her thankfully the cut isn't too deep. Her heart pounds in her chest. He smells so good while he just asks if the disinfectant stings. Then, he looks up with a serious expression, asking if her hamster always looks at people so pathetically, but she can't even process the question, her mind spiraling until he calls out her name, snapping her back to reality. Suddenly, a strange gurgle echoes through the room. The scene shifts to Jaemin in the kitchen, tasting the porridge he's now cooking for her. It seems Purium wasn't just flustered. She's running a fever and can only apologize for this turn of events. Jamin just smiles, casually asking what that headbutt from earlier was all about. Purium sulks on the bed, mumbling that she had no choice, it was the only way to get a grip. A moment later, a beautifully prepared dish is presented before her, steaming and fragrant. She takes her first tentative bite, still feeling a bit out of it, and instantly, her eyes go wide, sparkling with pure, unadulterated shock. It's delicious. She exclaims that even though she's an experienced cook, this is on another level. Jamin proudly explains that he's usually the one in charge of cooking back home. He shudders, recalling the nightmarish moments his dad tried to cook instead. Purium laughs, relating a story of her own dad's seaweed soup disaster that filled their kitchen. He jokes that her dad would probably hunt him down for this, and she just notes how much he's enjoying himself. His voice echoes in her mind, teasingly pointing out how much she must really like Yoon Bomi. As evening settles over the city, their chaotic day together finally winds down. Purium stops walking, telling Jamin she knows the way from here and that he can go back. He smiles warmly, remarking that this finally felt like a real date, and asks if she had fun. She agrees, but admits with a serious face that nothing went according to her plan. He just chuckles, saying the unexpected moments were what made it so much more fun for him. Suddenly, Purium blurts out that she almost did something bad to him, surprising even herself. Jamin turns around, completely baffled, asking what on earth she could mean by something bad. Flustered, she tries to clarify it wasn't anything truly terrible, she just almost kissed him. Her face explodes in a blush as she insists she didn't plan it. His face was just so close at that moment. Jamin just laughs, playfully asking if he should report her for attempted harassment. She starts to panic, but he just gently cups her face to stop her frantic rambling. Then, instead of scolding her, he leans in and places a soft kiss right on her forehead. Purium freezes, completely short-circuiting as she tries to understand what just happened. He just smiles down at her and follows it up with another gentle kiss by her eye. Pulling back, he gives her a look that's both warm and incredibly pleased with himself. As she touches her forehead in a daze, he tells her that it's probably okay, because the feeling is mutual, right? The realization hits her like a bolt of lightning. Later, back in her room, Purium is completely losing her mind, rolling around in a fit of pure joy. Even her poor hamster can only stare, utterly bewildered by its owner's sudden happy meltdown. Hugging her pillow, she feels so overwhelmed with joy that it almost doesn't seem real. But for some reason, despite all the happiness, a strange anxiety starts to creep in. It's almost too good to be true, and she begins to question if she's even allowed to feel this happy. That single, nagging thought keeps her tossing and turning all night long. And by morning, having not slept a wink, she looks completely and utterly drained. The exhaustion is so intense, she looks more like a zombie than a girl in love. Her coworker at the cafe is immediately concerned, asking if something terrible happened. Trying to be nice, her friend suggests she just looks extra intense and charismatic today. But Purium just deadpans that it's all because she couldn't get any sleep. Meanwhile, another colleague just goes about her duties, calling out the next order. Back at the cafe, Jamin thanks Sunhee for the coffee, enjoying a rare moment. But his peace is interrupted when a tray is set down with a sharp clack. Purium announces a hot latte, one that he definitely didn't order. He looks up, confused, about to correct her about his actual order, but a slight smirk crosses his face as he realizes she's probably just sulking about something again. The reason for all this tension? It started the day before, with a devious plot. Lee Sari had watched Jaehyun staring at Sunhee, who was lost in her own world, humming and drawing. With a wicked grin, Sari had loudly wondered what would happen if the girl he was into already had a boyfriend. Jaehyun whips around in a panic, demanding to know what she's planning. But it's too late, as she slyly places a mysterious purple envelope right on Sunhee's desk. Sunhee stares blankly at the envelope, wondering what this is all about. With a dazzling smile, Sari announces it's an invitation to her new show. She explains that since Sunhee was stuck backstage last time, she deserves to see a real performance. And once she does, Sari winks. She'll definitely want to sign a contract with her. The final twist of the knife. She left 2 invitations so Sunhee and her friend can go together, right in front of Jaehyun. But Sari's plan goes sideways, accidentally triggering a completely different couple as Bomi puts Jin Young in a chokehold. She doesn't see the problem with a free ticket, but he insists that's not the point at all. The argument quickly devolves until Jin Young, completely drained, just gives up and walks away. Meanwhile, the actual target of this whole scheme, Jaehyun, just sips his drink with a sly little smirk. Then, in a grand theatrical gesture, he spits his drink everywhere, as his poor friends realize he must be furious. Back at the cafe, Purium's colleagues can't help but notice she looks completely exhausted. Her other coworker bluntly adds that she looks incredibly sulky too. They muse that everyone seems so intense lately, wondering if dating just turns people this way. Purium immediately denies it, claiming she just couldn't fall asleep last night. But her friend grins, deducing that something must have happened on her date with Jamin. Purium is utterly shocked, stammering about how her friend could have possibly known. Still blushing furiously, she quietly asks if her face is really giving that much away. Her colleague just laughs it off, saying, "Speak of the devil," as she glances toward the entrance. And right on cue, a cheerful Jamin casually walks through the door. The scene then flashes back a few hours, showing Jamin finishing his last lap during a run. After group training wraps up, he and his buddies start their cool-down stretches. The moment practice is over, Jamin is already on his phone, tapping out a message. One of his friends throws out an offer to go for an evening run together. But when he asks Jamin directly, our boy gives a swift, almost flustered, refusal. His friends immediately pick up on the vibe, teasing that he must be dating someone these days. And they're not wrong, as he's busy texting Purium about how training went. He sends her an encouraging hamster sticker, which his friends notice looks exactly like her. A comparison that sends Purium into a state of pure, unadulterated horror at the cafe. So when Jamin finally arrives, he's confused why the girl greeting him looks more like a ghost than a hamster. He cautiously asks if something happened, but she just shuts him down, thinking this is a disaster. Internally, Purium is in a full-blown spiral, convinced the more embarrassed she gets, the scarier her face looks. And of course, Jamin immediately misreads the room, wondering if she's actually mad at him. Thankfully, her colleague steps in to play damage control, explaining that Purium just couldn't sleep. While the two of them make small talk about his training schedule, Purium is completely zoned out. She's frozen solid, face flushed with embarrassment, unable to get a single word out. She desperately searches her mind for how to handle this, but comes up with nothing but static. Finally, seeing her just standing there, Jamin breaks the awkward silence. He calls out her name, and the sound is enough to snap her out of her daze. He gently tells her he'll be with his friends, but to let him know if she's not feeling well. Then he adds that he'll wait for her shift to end, so they can go home together. Purium is still completely short-circuiting, realizing she can't even feel her own face. Jamin, seeing her strange expression, asks if her face muscles have finally relaxed. In response, her mouth twitches and pulls into a stiff, awkward smile. He and her colleagues just stare, completely baffled by what they're seeing. Then, her entire face just gives up, melting into a ridiculously goofy grin. Jamin is startled for a second, thinking she might be too relaxed, but decides it's a good thing. Her colleague Sunhee, however, has no filter, bluntly stating she looks like she has a screw loose. Realizing how harsh that sounded, Sunhee immediately turns away, trying to take it back. But the damage is done. Jamin quickly moves to comfort the devastated Purium, patting her head. Watching from afar, Kang Subin sighs, recognizing that Sunhee is just in one of her bad moods again. As Sunhee stomps away, Subin's friend asks where she's going, completely baffled when Subin says she's gone to see Purium. Sunhee is still stewing in her own corner, only to be interrupted by Subin's voice teasing her from behind. She whips around, surprised to see he followed her. But instead of another argument, he just gives up, telling her to do whatever she wants about the Sari situation. He begins to explain that his possessiveness wasn't for her sake, but was born from his own selfishness. A deep blush spreads across his face as he struggles to get the humiliating words out. He admits he's never felt this way before, that he actually feels threatened by Sari as a rival. Looking her in the eye with a pained expression, he finally confesses that he's being jealous. Sunhee's entire world grinds to a halt. The word echoes in her mind, him, jealous? It seems impossible. Overwhelmed with pure joy, she grabs his face, declaring that she simply has to kiss him right now. Subin is a blushing, flustered mess, telling her to at least wait until they're outside if she's going to do that. Later that evening, as the cafe closes and everyone heads home for the night, Lee Jamin and Oh Purium are walking together in a noticeably awkward silence. He finally glances over at her, breaking the quiet with a gentle smile. Jamin asks how long she plans on acting this way, and she mumbles that she'll probably keep it up until they part ways. He just chuckles, playfully telling her that her answer makes him a little sad. Purium immediately panics, trying to explain she just can't control her flustered face when she thinks about what happened yesterday. Finding her honesty absolutely adorable, he leans in close, gently lifting her chin. He gives her a soft, surprising kiss right on the nose, leaving her completely frozen. Then, with the warmest smile, Jamin confesses that he only does things like this with someone he truly likes. Purium's brain short-circuits, her face flushing as she tries to process his words, and then he says it directly. A simple, heartfelt confession. I like you, but this sweet, private moment is being watched from the shadows. An older man observes them, his face etched with worry and disbelief. He remembers telling a younger Purium that her family never once resented her for her gifts. He knew this would become a problem, but he just couldn't bring himself to warn her. He reflects on how she used to love it when he came to meet her, and now his protective instincts flare into a comical rage aimed squarely at this new guy, Lee Jamin. Jamin, meanwhile, feels a sudden, intense chill, looking around in confusion. He turns to Purium, asking if she just felt that murderous glare, completely unaware of its source. Purium, however, is completely unresponsive, her mind short-circuiting from the sudden confession. Jamin gently pats her head, trying to snap her out of her daze. He playfully pokes her nose, trying to get any kind of reaction. Since she's still frozen, he grabs her hair and makes silly rabbit ears, finding this all very amusing. Leaning in close, he mischievously asks if he should do it again, sending Purium into a full-blown panic. He pulls back with a gentle smile, assuring her he was just kidding and won't do anything unless she wants him to. A flustered Purium stammers that she didn't hate it. She's just been a bit out of it since yesterday. It's all just so unfamiliar to her, and she struggles to explain herself. Jamin smiles, admitting he's been holding back this whole time. He confesses that this is the real him. He goes all in when he likes someone, leaving her blushing and speechless. Lost in his touch, Purium is so dazed she doesn't even notice she started to drool. She snaps back to reality, utterly mortified, while he just chuckles, taking it as a good sign. But just as the mood is perfect, a sudden thought interrupts Jamin. He completely forgot his dad was supposed to come over to his place today. Hearing this, Purium immediately shoos him away, telling him he has to hurry. He waves back with a warm smile, promising to see her tomorrow. As she disappears from view, he's left with a goofy, love-struck grin on his face. He adjusts his cap, a little bashful but clearly feeling on top of the world. There's no way he'll be able to sleep now. He's way too keyed up. With a happy sigh, he decides to go for a run, already unable to wait for their next date. Back at home, Purium is still completely lost in the moment. Her guardian can't help but smile, asking if she's finally going on a date after all this time. The scene shifts, jumping forward a few days to a local theater. On stage, a chilling play begins, telling the story of a witch's ghost seeking revenge. In the audience, a young woman watches, completely mesmerized by the actress. Her date, however, is a different story. He's frozen in his seat, realizing he's been tricked into seeing a horror show. While he's trying not to have a panic attack, she's in awe of the lead actress's talent. She's so good, it's like watching a completely different person on that stage. The poor guy can only muster a pained, sweaty smile, trying to play it cool. His composure shatters as the blood-soaked witch points directly into the audience, promising that they're next. At work the next day, the actress, Sari, starts teasing her friend about the play. But her friend is completely starstruck, exclaiming she never knew a play could be that good. She showers Sari with praise, saying her performance was so convincing she felt like a real murderer. With eyes sparkling, she admits that seeing Sari on stage completely changed her perspective. She finishes with total sincerity, telling Sari that she was just genuinely cool. And that unfiltered admiration catches Sari completely off guard, leaving her speechless. She was expecting a snarky comeback. Not this. Her mind flashes back to the usual reactions she gets. Jealous whispers and bitter rivals dismissing her talent as a fleeting phase. To regain her composure, she pats her friend's head like a pet, which earns her a death glare. Meanwhile, their coworker just sighs, silently witnessing the whole strange interaction. A sudden realization dawns on Sari's face. She turns to her coworker with a mischievous grin, asking if he's jealous. To provoke him, she throws her arms around Sunhee, but he just looks more annoyed than anything. Sari doesn't care, happily squeezing the life out of a very unimpressed Sunhee. That finally gets a reaction, as he snaps that Sunhee is not her personal toy. She just laughs, finding the whole situation therapeutic, even as Sunhee begs to be let go. But their little workplace drama is suddenly interrupted. A new customer sits at a table, completely bewildered by the scene unfolding before her. She has no idea who these people are, wondering where the actual staff went. The story then rewinds just a few minutes, showing the real owner watching the rain begin to fall. Jaehyun notices their boss, Miss Somong, seems completely out of it, and Sunhee can't help but agree. Her mind drifts for a moment, connecting the date to something about Lee Jamin's older brother, but before she can think on it further, a loud clatter from inside the cafe breaks her concentration. She turns to see another one of her coworkers has just face-planted after tripping over a chair. The whole place is falling apart. Miss Somong is in a daze, and the other girl is a walking disaster. Seeing the chaos, Jaehyun decides they're the only sane ones left, putting an apron on Sunhee. Finally, a voice from the back has had enough, telling the two clumsy employees to go clear their heads. Sunhee immediately seizes the opportunity, puffing out her chest and declaring she'll handle everything. Peeking out from the back room, She basks in her own perceived charisma for taking control. Her first act as leader? Kicking her dazed colleagues out into the rain, the first victims of her passion. With the cafe now under their command, Jaehyun can only sigh as soon he takes charge, ready to serve. But when their first customers arrive, they freeze in terror, realizing who's making the coffee today. It's too late to escape. She's already made their regular orders with a terrifyingly competent smile. Another customer who tried to flee is caught and forced to drink the vile concoction, immediately gagging. She gives up, choosing to spill the drink on her clothes rather than actually taste it. The horrified customers are ushered out, clutching their drinks and wondering who this chaotic girl even is. Meanwhile, the two exiled employees, Miss Somang and Purium, have found refuge at a different cafe. Miss Somang admits she gets dazed this time of year, but these moments prove Sunhee can be reliable in a way. Her thoughts are cut short when she notices Purium has been completely distracted the entire time. She gently asks if something is wrong, wondering if things aren't going well with Jaemin. Purium's mood visibly darkens as she struggles to find the right words. And in another part of the city, Jaemin seems equally weighed down by his own thoughts. The rain begins to fall harder, matching his somber mood as he gets ready to leave. But before he can make his escape, a couple of his buddies run up to stop him. They playfully grab him, teasing that he must be ditching them to go see his girlfriend. He quickly makes an excuse and leaves them behind. While back at the cafe, Miss Somang sips her drink and nearly chokes, startled by whatever Purium just blurted out. Purium's eyes go wide, flustered, as she begins to explain what happened yesterday. Her mind flashes back to a quiet moment at home. She'd been humming a happy tune, only for her guardian to eye her suspiciously and ask what was up. Caught off guard, Purium just stammers for a moment. Then, with a shy smile, she tries to explain that she's just having fun at her job and even made a friend. Her guardian's expression instantly darkens, his fists clenching as he assumes she's talking about that Lee Jaemin kid. He lets the silence hang in the air for a tense moment before calling her name. Then, he completely changes the subject, revealing he's been looking into sending her abroad to study. His words hit her hard. He thinks she needs to start painting again. Purium is stunned, demanding to know why he's bringing this up now, when he didn't even try to stop her from quitting. He simply says it's better late than never, explaining he's trying to do everything he can now that her mom is gone. A memory of a much younger Purium flashes through his mind as he continues. He admits that up until now, he's been haunted by the fact that he didn't have the means to properly help her. He tells her everything is ready. He's even found a place for her to stay with him and arranged a school transfer. After all, with her mother gone, he sees no reason for them to remain here. His expression is heavy but firm. He's made up his mind for her sake. The story cuts to the present, where Yoon-chae overhears and blurts out in shock. Miss Somang is just as stunned, asking Purium if she's really moving abroad all of a sudden. But Purium just sips her drink, calmly saying no, not at all. Confused, Miss Somang points out she just heard about all the preparations, but Purium simply states that she rejected the offer. That leaves one lingering question: why would Jaemin seem so happy then? A memory of Jaemin's hopeful face flashes by, a picture of pure relief. Purium explains she told him not to worry because she was staying, but it seems he took her words completely the wrong way. She recalls her guardian pleading with her to at least consider the opportunity, but she just wanted him to leave, while he suspected Jaemin was the reason. And that conversation with Jaemin, a memory of him looking stunned, barely processing her words. Head completely misunderstood, blushing as he declared Head wait for her and wanted to spend time together before she left. Then, overwhelmed by his own bold confession, he tried to bolt, leaving Purium to call out after him in confusion. Back in the present, as they walk together, he asks her seriously why she really rejected the offer to go abroad. The conversation shifts, and the true reason surfaces. It wasn't about studying abroad, it was about art. He'd once encouraged her to start creating again, a simple comment that clearly carried immense weight. Purium admits she doesn't know why everyone wants her to paint, haunted by the belief that her greed for art is what made her mother suffer. With a heavy heart, she reveals her deepest conviction. She feels she has no right to ever make art again. But before she can sink further into that thought, a gentle hand on her shoulder stops her in her tracks. Jaemin gently tells her that he doesn't think this is right, his words stopping her cold. He can see the pain she's trying to hide. She may think she's all right, but he knows better. His thoughts drift to the quiet melancholy of the monsoon season, a time that always brings a familiar ache. It's a reminder of his brother, and the crushing weight of blaming yourself when you lose someone. He knows that kind of guilt makes it almost impossible to forgive yourself, and he realizes Purium is trapped in that same darkness. The scene cuts to her friend, Miss Somang, whose eyes are wide with shock as she asks if Purium just got dumped. Purium, with a sigh, admits that she honestly thought she was doing okay until their conversation. Now, sitting at a cafe, she feels like their talk just hit a wall, forcing her into some serious self-reflection. Her friend immediately starts to backtrack, flustered, insisting that she must have misunderstood what Jaemin meant. But the question hangs in the air, leaving Miss Somong just as confused and worried as Purium. But just then, both women freeze as a familiar face presses against the cafe window. It's Jaemin. He flashes a warm, disarming smile, asking if he can come in and join them. Purium's mind goes completely blank, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Turns out, he wasn't feeling well either and left work early, only to run into them by pure coincidence. With a playful grin, he asks why they aren't at work at this hour. Her friend, Somong, just laughs, admitting it's definitely not because they were craving coffee. Purium adds with an awkward chuckle that they kept causing accidents all day. Somong finishes the story. They basically got kicked out by Sunhee, which leaves Jaemin totally lost. She explains that she was spacing out, and that Purium wasn't feeling well, and that immediately gets his attention. His playful mood vanishes, and he turns to Purium with genuine concern, asking her what's wrong. He gently places a hand on her forehead, and to her surprise, calmly states that she doesn't seem to have a fever. But as she reaches up to check his temperature in return, she realizes he's the one who feels warm. The comment catches him completely off guard, his composure cracking as he stammers, asking what she just said. Elsewhere, a different kind of drama is unfolding as a student lets out an incredulous gasp. Her friends are buzzing, demanding to know if their classmate really shaved his beard off just for Somong. A young man with a fresh haircut tries to play it cool, asking what the big deal is and why they're all staring. The commotion is so loud it even startles a woman peeking out from a nearby room. The students are relentless, gushing over how romantic he is and demanding to know what Somong thought. This sends us into a quick flashback of Somong, busy at work, being asked about her ideal type. With a cheerful smile, she had said she likes people with a neat style, short hair, and definitely no beard. The brutal realization hits the gossiping students. Somong was just politely telling him, "Not you." The poor guy tries to deny it, stammering that it's not true, but he trails off, the devastating implication finally dawning on him. Elsewhere, another group of friends is busy gossiping at a cafe while Kang Sunhee works. And in yet another conversation, a shocked Lee Jaemin can't believe his ears, asking if Purium really thought he dumped her. She looks down, explaining that she'd always heard "let's think things through" was just a soft way of rejecting someone. Jaemin clarifies he was never talking about their relationship, but about her trauma, which only confuses Purium more. He admits he might be overstepping, since it's her personal issue, but he feels he can say this much as her boyfriend. The word boyfriend stops her cold, forcing a flustered Jaemin to awkwardly confirm that yes, they are a couple, right? The question hangs in the air as Purium looks down, completely stumped by the word dating. Jaemin's entire world seems to shatter with a single, resounding "who?" He reaches out, trying to grasp the situation, to make sense of this sudden revelation. It finally clicks. He confessed, they kissed. But to her, they weren't even a couple. Beside them, their friend Somong turns beet red, realizing she's now person number 2 who kissed but wasn't dating. The embarrassment is crippling. Jaemin realizes he's become one of those sad internet stories he used to read about. Trying to save face, he mumbles something about coffee, admitting he just assumed she liked him back. He turns to make his escape, shoulders slumped in utter defeat as Purium watches. But then he stops dead in his tracks, whipping back around with a sudden thought. He has to know, did she just think he was the kind of guy who acts like that with anyone? Somong tries to smooth things over, telling Purium not to worry, he's just grumpy from the embarrassment. She then congratulates them on becoming a couple, a word that makes Purium's mind go completely blank. The deep blush that floods Purium's face is all the answer Somong needs. She smirks, deciding it's her cue to leave. Spotting Jaemin at the counter, she calls out to him, putting her little plan into motion. She snatches his umbrella, cheekily telling him to take his time and talk things out with Purium. With a snap, the umbrella opens, a final flourish to her meddling. She dashes out into the downpour, leaving Jaemin stranded and the two of them officially trapped together. A flicker of realization crosses his face as he watches her disappear. He turns back to Purium, his expression shifting as a memory surfaces. He once asked her if she liked getting rained on, and now, it seems they have no other choice. With a playful splash, he pulls her right out into the open street. Jaemin's got a brilliant smile on his face as he grabs her wrist, while Purium can only look on, completely flustered. Watching from a distance, Somong smirks to herself. They really do look like a couple. The initial shock melts away, and soon enough, the two are laughing, holding hands under the gray sky. It's a scene straight out of a high school drama, reminding Somong of young love running free in the rain. As she walks away, the sight brings her a strange sense of relief, and a sudden, sharp moment of introspection. She realizes she'd never really put a label on her own complicated relationship with Haemin. A sad understanding dawns on her face. Perhaps she never could, not until this very moment. But her thoughts are cut short when she spots a figure slumped against a nearby storefront, looking utterly defeated. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she recognizes the person who's clearly having a breakdown. But the boy suddenly looks up, calling her name and snapping her back to reality. So-mang lifts her head, her eyes still clouded with thoughts of her past. Lost in the moment, she accidentally calls him by another name, Heyman. The student just blinks back, utterly confused by her sudden slip-up. Leaning back, he asks her just who she's mixing him up with. The realization hits her like a truck. She was just thinking about Heyman, and it just came out. She tries to stammer out an apology, but he cuts her off with a sharp question. Is that her ex-boyfriend? The way she said the name, he explains, sounded so sentimental and full of longing. A playful smirk crosses his face as he points to himself, asking if he looks like her ex. So-mang is completely flustered, denying it, but her reaction only convinces him he's right. He continues his grand theory, concluding that she must have lingering feelings for this ex of hers. It all makes sense to him now. The puzzle pieces fit. Of course, this is why she acted that way. So-mang just stares back, completely baffled by the bizarre monologue he's having. Fed up, she cuts him off and just tells him to move aside so she can get through the door. She walks past him without a second glance, ready to leave this awkward conversation behind. But she stops at the doorway, turning back to call him by his name, Woojin. Her face darkens with an unnerving seriousness as she tells him he looks nothing like her ex, not even the tiniest bit. Her sudden intensity completely flattens his playful mood, and he stammers out an apology. A wave of guilt hits So-mang. Maybe that was a bit mean, considering she started this mess. She turns to leave, but then quietly adds that without the beard, maybe there's a slight resemblance. And just like that, Woojin's entire world lights up, his mood completely restored by her small concession. He practically bounces back into the cafe with So-mang, who's still a bit confused by his antics. Jin Young is absolutely mortified to see Woojin show up again, especially when Subin announces he's here to train So-mang. As the conversation shifts, someone asks about the other part-timer, Purium. Turns out, Purium is a little preoccupied, caught in a sudden downpour with Lee Jaemin. They manage to find some shelter from the storm, but the rain only starts coming down harder. Jaemin admits that running in the rain alone always felt miserable, but Purium finds it surprisingly fun. He gets a little flustered, realizing that maybe the only thing that matters is who you're with. He can't help but wonder why he keeps saying such cheesy things whenever she's around. But Purium just smiles, reminding him of the simple answer: it's because they're a couple. Jaemin is left completely speechless, trying to process what she just said. Purium just smiles, cheekily confirming that she wants to be in a relationship with him too. Feeling bold, she then asks if this means she can start introducing him as her boyfriend now. He's a blushing mess, his mind just short-circuiting at how unbelievably cute she is. Grabbing her hand, he wholeheartedly agrees, even joking that they should go brag about it right away. Back at the cafe, the quiet evening is shattered by a sudden, loud clang. Just then, the power cuts out, plunging the room into darkness as two figures appear in the doorway. The lights flicker back on to reveal a soaked and disheveled Jaemin and Purium, scaring everyone half to death. They look like they've been through a war, struggling to even get a single word out. The couple collapses to the floor, pleading for help as So-mang and Gaeul scream in shock. And in a flash of memory, So-mang realizes why they were soaked. She was the one who took Jaemin's umbrella. But that chaotic night gives way to a bright, clear morning, shifting the story entirely. Elsewhere, a sleepy Jin Young stumbles out of bed, rubbing his eyes, looking completely exhausted. He's immediately shushed by his little sister, Gina, who stops him right outside the bathroom door. She pulls him in close, whispering for him to secretly take a look inside. They peek in to find Jin Young, borrowing his mom's headband, awkwardly trying to get his face ready for the day. His sister is baffled. He must have a really important appointment to be acting this weird. The scene then cuts to Jin Young, all dressed up and nervously clutching a bouquet of flowers. The door opens to reveal Bomi's mother, her expression warm and welcoming. He shyly offers her the flowers as she explains that Bomi is just out on an errand but will be back very soon. She welcomes him in, remarking that this must be his first time visiting their home. Jin Young follows, a bundle of nerves just waiting to unravel. Suddenly, she turns with a terrifying glint in her eye, playfully asking this is his first time, isn't it? He breaks into a cold sweat before she laughs it all off, offering him a drink to calm down. At that moment, Bomi walks in, a little surprised to see him in her living room already. Her mom gushes about the flowers he brought, as Bomi silently notes how unbelievably nervous he looks. In fact, he's so anxious he's already downed 5 cups of water, and she's getting him another. Overwhelmed, Jin Young stands up, announcing he needs to use the restroom for a second. But as he walks away, Bomi's mother gets this incredibly sharp, knowing smile. She calls out how easily he found it for a first-timer, and Jin Young freezes caught red-handed in a lie he didn't even tell. Bomi tries to play it off, saying he's just nervous and she'll show him. But her mom's knowing smile doesn't waver for a second. The awkward moment is brushed aside as she ushers a pale Jin Young out, saying they should get going now. The car ride is a complete blur for him, his mind just a whirlwind of anxiety. They arrive at a fancy restaurant, but he's so out of it he barely registers the staff greeting them. He just stares at his plate, stomach twisted in knots from nerves and all the water he chugged earlier. Her mother cheerfully asks if the food isn't to his taste, forcing him to stammer that it's delicious. Even Bomi leans in to tell him he doesn't have to force it, but he can only insist his fine. That's when her mom's tone changes, the playful act vanishing as she asks if he knows the real reason for this meeting. Jin Young freezes, fork hovering, weakly suggesting he thought it was just to have a meal together. She gives him a chillingly sweet smile and reminds him that while true, there was something else they had agreed on. Jin Young's mind flashes back to a pivotal day, their college acceptance announcement. He remembers Bomi waiting nervously, her breath fogging in the cold winter air. She'd rushed to his side, her voice soft as she worried about him being out in the cold. And then she presented him with a cake, already celebrating his success before he even spoke. Together, they huddled over the small flame, blowing it out to mark their new beginning. She praised him for working so hard to prepare for the difficult entrance exams. He smiled, admitting it was tough, but now they'd get to see each other all the time in college. A simple kiss on a cold bench sealed that promise, a quiet congratulations on their shared future. With a bright wave, she promised to see him tomorrow, taking the leftover cake with her. He remembers walking away that night feeling like the luckiest guy in the entire world, but the quiet moment is shattered by the sound of a car door slamming shut. He turns, confused, to see a white sedan has pulled up right beside him. The window rolls down, and a smiling woman introduces herself as Bomi's mom. Jin Young is immediately flustered, completely taken by surprise. Looking back, he realizes he felt an unusual sense of intimidation from her from the very beginning. She'd offered him a ride, a simple thank you for always taking care of her daughter. But then she casually mentions that Bomi almost never talks about him at home. Her expression shifts, wondering if her strictness is why her daughter feels so distant. She then pivots, asking Jin Young about his own family, and he mentions his younger siblings. With a warm smile, she confesses her envy for his lively home, being an only child herself. She explains that since things didn't go as planned, she just wanted Bomi to have friends that felt like siblings. She pushed Bomi to be diligent and kind, but Jin Young can only picture the girl who yells "wanna die?" at him. He can't help but ask, shouldn't Bomi be the one to decide who she wants to be? Bomi's mother lets out a small, knowing laugh at his honest question. She wistfully agrees, admitting it would have been better if she'd realized that sooner. It was hard, she confesses, to separate her own selfish desires from what was truly best for her daughter. But now that Bomi is becoming an adult, she just had to see for herself what kind of person she was dating. Her voice takes on a sly edge as she wonders just how far they've gone, making Jin Young choke on his own spit. As he splutters an apology, she innocently feigns concern, blaming herself for flustering him. Jin Young quickly asks to be let out, but as he thanks her for the ride, she stops him with one last request. She asks him, with a sweet smile, to let her know if anything worrying happens. But her eyes narrow with a cold glint that says this isn't a request, it's a demand. Jin Young looks back, a chill running down his spine. That benevolent smile hides the predatory aura of a tiger and an eagle. And later, at dinner, Jin Young realizes he's walked straight into the lion's den. Bomi's mother turns to him, her eyes glowing with mischief, asking if this is his first time here. She then wonders aloud how he found the bathroom so easily, freezing him in his tracks as Bomi stares in shock. The mother just laughs it off, a picture of pure innocence. Bomi, completely bewildered, asks if they've met before. She casually explains she once gave Jin Young a ride, leaving Bomi to wonder why she's only hearing this now. Without another word, Jin Young shoots up from his seat, leaving Bomi completely startled. He bows deeply at the table, offering a sincere apology that shocks everyone. Her mother begins to explain that she was worried about Bomi being home alone that one time. A flashback reveals Jin Young relaxing with Bomi and her little sister. He confesses right then and there that he was with her that day. With his head still bowed, he apologizes again for not telling her sooner. Bomi internally panics, realizing he's taking the fall for something she insisted on, but her mother just smiles, saying that's not what she was talking about at all. She clarifies she was actually referring to the trip, leaving both of them utterly baffled. Of course, she already knew had visited with his sister because he left a toddler's toothbrush behind. Then she drops the real bombshell, casually mentioning she heard Bomi reserved her aunt's guest house. She clarifies that she doesn't plan on getting involved in every little thing they do, but for a trip like this, for safety's sake, She really should have been told beforehand. Bomi's heart plummets as she realizes in utter horror, Jin-young had no idea about any of this. Her mother is now the one who's confused, asking what she means by a surprise event. Forced to explain, a flustered Bomi admits she just thought it'd be nice to go to the beach with him, and her mother just beams, finding her daughter's secret planning absolutely unbelievable. She quickly apologizes to poor Jin-young for the misunderstanding, thinking he was in on the whole thing. Finally, she sends them off, giving them some money to have a proper dinner since they were too nervous to eat. As her mom wishes them a good evening, Bomi can barely look at Jin-young, her face burning with embarrassment. Before driving off, her mother calls him over for a quick, private word. She looks him in the eye, explaining that Bomi is incredibly precious to her, but she knows her daughter is careful and wise, and she hopes she can continue to trust both of them. The car pulls away, and Bomi immediately asks what they talked about, but Jin-young just brushes it off as simple greetings. He can't help but tease her, pointing out her face is still beet red from the whole ordeal. But then he smiles warmly, reminding her that on the bright side, they officially got her mother's approval for the beach trip. Bomi is still reeling, lamenting that her aunt spilled the secret she was supposed to keep. He takes her hand, thanking her for the introduction, as they both agree. Her mother's presence is no joke. Unfortunately, word of a beach trip travels fast, and Gaeul's ears immediately perk up with an idea. She wastes no time trying to insert herself into the plan, much to Bomi's annoyance, but their co-workers are all for it. Oh, Purium, however, seems withdrawn, admitting she's only ever seen the ocean from a distance. The others are shocked as she quietly confesses she never went on school trips, always staying behind alone. And just like that, Jin-young's romantic getaway for 2 spirals into a full-blown group vacation, leaving him to wonder where it all went wrong. In a bonus scene, he later comments on the intense, almost military-like posture Bomi's mother had. Bomi grins, dropping a bombshell that explains everything. Her mom used to be in the military. She continues, revealing her mother's entire family served, a life her mom hated so much she's still not on good terms with her own father. Jin-young is left completely stunned as all the pieces about Bomi's mother, the discipline, the strength suddenly click into place. And elsewhere, it seems Kang Subin has his own brand of chaotic heroism going on. After that little incident, he waits for someone, looking pretty pleased with himself. He peeks around a corner, a playful smile on his face as he spots his guest arriving. With a big, friendly wave, he greets Gaeul as she walks into the cafe. She settles in, apologizing for being late and explaining that something held her up. He brushes it off, saying he came early to do some work, but she teases him about his company being too cruel. Gaeul admits she's also a workaholic now, motivated by the sales incentives she never knew she was missing. Kang Subin asks if she's handling the new job well, knowing it can be tough. She just smirks, saying it's amusing how her old accounting team now watches her like a hawk, all because the sales team has more influence. Then she looks at him seriously, telling him her newfound strength is all thanks to him, leaving Subin quietly stunned. She gives him a genuine smile, telling him he's the reason she found the courage to stand up for herself. To express her gratitude, she gently takes his hand, catching him completely off guard. She then playfully asks if he could use his charms on his own boss to help her out, before teasing that he probably can't. Subin's face flushes a deep red, sputtering that she can't just use her charms for company business. Gaeul leans forward, a mischievous glint in her eyes, wondering if pushing a little more might get him to give in. Just as he's about to lose it, the waitress arrives with their food, and he's mortified Gaeul was overheard. The older woman just chuckles warmly, telling them to enjoy their meal, clearly amused by their dynamic. Gaeul quickly laughs it off as a joke, saying their CEO would be disappointed if he was so easily won over. She takes an innocent bite of her food, letting the moment pass. But then she doubles down, smirking that she could probably talk him into selling his entire company, leaving Subin utterly speechless at her boldness. And just like that, a new face whistles his way into the scene. An older senior casually approaches Subin and Somong, teasing them for drinking so early. With a huge grin, he immediately pokes fun at Subin for shaving, mentioning he heard Somong thought he was a homeless man. The senior then playfully demands his usual seat, causing a friendly ruckus the moment he arrives. As they settle in, Subin recalls how this same senior crashed his freshman orientation, a memory that still makes the guy laugh. But the lighthearted mood suddenly shifts as the senior gets a curious look on his face. He asks about Somong's ex-boyfriend, making Subin frantically try to shut the conversation down. But the senior is genuinely confused. He thought that guy was her ex, a comment that makes Somong pause and think. She and Subin look up, both completely clueless, as she asks who this Heyman person is. The moment hangs, transitioning to thoughts of summer and the passionate, complicated relationships of youth. A montage of youth begins, starting with the carefree types who play first and worry later, much to an older sister's disdain. Then there are those who try their best, even when their brain just won't cooperate with their ambitions. And, of course, the diligent ones, grinding away at academies to build up their credentials for the future. Watching from the side, a romantic Jin Young isn't studying at all. He's lost in a memory of the past. A memory that starts with the simple, hesitant touch of their fingers brushing against each other. The sudden contact sends a jolt through the young girl, her face flushing a deep crimson. Seeing her so embarrassed over something so small makes the young Jaemin feel just as shy. But he gathers his courage, his fingers moving to close the small gap between them. Gently, but firmly, he intertwines his hand with hers. And just like that, another youthful, lovey-dovey couple is born, walking together in blissful, awkward silence. Meanwhile, another couple watches on, with Sunhee absolutely fuming that if they're gonna hold hands, they should do it properly. But our focus returns to Jin Young and Bomi, whose minds have drifted to one thing and one thing only: the beach. Unfortunately for them, reality is a study session at Yoon Che's house, where they whine about wanting to have fun like college students. Their vacation is anything but just a boring cycle of makeup classes followed by more studying. Yoon Che listens with a strained smile, thinking how their whining synergizes perfectly, and wondering whose fault it is that this study group even exists. Her mind flashes back to the end of the first semester exams and to the boy who was her seatmate. It was Jin Young, of course, looking utterly defeated and calling himself trash, which surprised Yoon Che that he even cared about his grades. She remembers feeling bad for him and impulsively offering to help him study a decision she now clearly regrets. But then the memory shifts, snapping back to that romantic moment Jin Young was lost in, his face blushing as he reaches out for her. His hand gently clasps her wrist, catching a stunned Eun-che completely by surprise. Yoon-che admits to herself that things have been awkward, but she was relieved when a group study was suggested, breaking the tension. So, back in that study session, she's the one who proposes asking Bomi's older sister if they can crash at her guest house. The reaction is explosive. Bomi is cheering her name while Jin Young's eyes are practically sparkling, and Eun-che feels a familiar sense of dread. She feebly tries to remind them about their exams, but it's too late. Their minds are already on vacation, ready to drop their studies at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, in the present day, a girl named Dongke arrives by car, wondering if everyone else is already there. But before she can even get out, her phone buzzes to life, catching her by surprise. It's Lee Jaemin on the line, asking why she's going today instead of just waiting to ride with him tomorrow. She smiles, telling him it's fine and that he should spend time with his family. Besides, she's not traveling alone. Turns out she's getting a ride with a director and his friend, even offering to let Jaemin say a quick hello over the phone. And this all seems to trace back to a few days ago, with Jaemin happily humming a love song to himself. Jaemin was lost in his own little world, humming a cheerful song he'd made up on the spot, but his happy bubble is popped by a nearby conversation he can't help but overhear. A young man on the phone happily confirms his plans, completely unaware he's being listened to. As he grabs a book, he mentions that someone named Heyman would surely like the idea. And just like that, the name Heyman snags Jaemin's full and undivided attention. He racks his brain that name is so familiar, but he just can't place where he's heard it. Then, it comes back to him in fragments overheard chatter from his co-workers at the cafe. It seemed like everyone was always talking about going to see this Heyman person. Without ever meeting him, a strange and powerful curiosity started to bloom in Jaemin's mind. A curiosity that leads to a sudden, dawning realization right at this very moment. Heyman, wasn't that the name of So-mang's ex-boyfriend? He'd been so curious, but it felt way too rude to ask her about an ex directly. So, he tried a different tactic, joking with his co-workers, asking if he was better than Hamin. The response was a dead, awkward silence as they stared at him with the strangest expressions. Back in the present, he recounts the story to his friends, baffled by their reaction. Kang Subin bluntly explains they probably looked at him as if he'd abandoned his humanity. Jaemin is completely lost, wondering what on earth he's even talking about. That's when So-mang appears, mentioning she heard Gaeul had already told him everything. The gears finally click, and a wave of mortification washes over Jaemin as he stammers an apology. She assures him it's fine, but acknowledges how easily the situation could be misunderstood. She's actually surprised by his sincere apology, admitting she expected him to just laugh it off. Jaemin seems a little stung, asking if that's really the kind of person she thinks he is. He wonders if that's why she's been so distant, but she explains it's just that she's not thinking about dating right now. She clarifies that while she does have feelings for him, they aren't necessarily romantic, leaving him completely baffled. Her best analogy is that he's like an adorable cat that's friendly to everyone else but her. The scene then shifts, pulling us into a memory that explains her current predicament. A quiet moment passes by a window, It seems a car inspection is forcing someone to rely on public transport for an important trip, and that someone is her grandmother, whose bad back has So-mong worried about her traveling alone. Just as they're about to give up, her grandmother suddenly remembers one person who's free and understands their situation. And just like that, the young man her grandmother called on agrees with a warm smile. He declares cheerfully that it's settled, and they can all go together. Their journey takes them to a quiet, somber memorial hall. Standing before a photo, her grandmother sighs, remarking how unfair it is that Mr. Heyman never gets to age. The moment sparks a memory, shifting our focus to someone else's thoughts. A vision of So-mong from the past appears, her expression soft and melancholic. Jaemin remembers her telling him with a sad smile that she wouldn't be able to. He can still hear her apology, her claim that she can't have that kind of innocent love anymore, leaving him to wonder if that's still true. Back in the present, their driver, Woojin, tells the others to wait while he goes to get the car. But So-mong follows right behind him, and he turns, surprised, asking why she didn't just stay put. She insists she couldn't let him go alone, especially since she was the one who asked for the favor. Woojin cuts straight to the point, cheekily asking if it's because she's trying to use his feelings for her. So-mong is immediately flustered, and he laughs, admitting it was a joke, but her reaction made it seem like he hit the nail on the head. Changing the subject, he mentions that he heard from Jaemin how much he relied on her psychologically. But So-mong just smiles softly, saying she's the one who should be glad Jaemin is here, since he was worried too. Woojin's expression turns serious as he relays Jaemin's thoughts, explaining that he can live in the present now because of her. But now, he wonders if she's truly living in the present alongside him, or if a part of her is still hopelessly stuck in the past. He scratches his head, apologizing for meddling, but says he thinks everyone feels the same way. She stops in her tracks as he tells her plainly. Everyone just wants her to be happy. Her voice trembles as she finally admits her true fear. What is she supposed to do if she's too scared? She's terrified that if she becomes too happy, she'll forget Heyman, whose memory is already becoming hazy. Woojin listens quietly, a memory of a small, dropped object flashing by as he finally understands. He gently places a hand on her head, explaining that her lack of a blood tie makes the emptiness feel even worse. And it's that feeling, he says, that makes her cling so desperately to the past, a truth that hits her hard. As the first drops of rain begin to fall, he opens his car door, telling her to hurry inside. The scene shifts to a quiet night outside a convenience store, a lone can of beer on a table. Elsewhere, a reflective Jaemin thinks about how he would have lost everything, his friends and family, if not for So-mong. He takes a slow drink, only now appreciating how critical that time truly was for him. Now that his life has found its stability, he finally has the clarity to look back and understand. He can't help but worry about So-mong, wondering if she's still trapped in that lonely place. Lost in thought, his expression is heavy with concern. More than anything, he just wants her to find her own happiness. Meanwhile, as So-mong stands outside, the rain begins to fall. She seems frozen for a moment, the drops pattering on the asphalt around her. But Woojin's face suddenly twists in alarm as he stares at her. She's completely oblivious until he frantically points out she's got a nosebleed. Confused, she slowly raises a hand to her face to check. It comes away, stained with blood, confirming his panicked words. Woojin immediately fumbles with a bottle of water, telling her to stay still while he helps. He suddenly grabs her head, pushing it down to stop the bleeding while telling her to hold on. So-mong is completely flustered, wondering why his hands are so big she can't even see. She can only mumble an okay, feeling like she's being scolded like a child. And just like that, Woojin practically drags her through the rain toward his car. Once inside, he sighs in relief, and immediately asks if the nosebleed was his fault. So-mong quickly reassures him it's just from a lack of sleep, not wanting him to worry. But he's not letting her off the hook, sternly reminding her to keep her head down. She mentions they'll be late, but he's already told the others they'll be a few minutes. She feels bad for the trouble, insisting it's just a simple nosebleed and nothing serious. Woojin just looks at her, noting that she's great at caring for others but terrible to herself. He asks how long she's been sleeping so poorly, and she deflects, saying it's a summer thing but he knows better. He then looks at her with sudden intensity, asking if she wants to find a way forward, a way for Heyman's memories to remain, ensuring she never forgets him no matter how happy she becomes. He playfully dismisses a simple diary, noting her reaction tells him it's not enough, though he doesn't have a plan just yet. While they talk, he gently takes her hand, checking to see if the nosebleed is finally stopping. It has. But now So-mong is left wondering why would he go to such lengths for her. With a soft smile, Woojin gives his simple reason: because she helped Jaemin. We then see the three of them, Woojin, Jaemin, and their professor sharing an umbrella in the rain. Back in the car, their professor has arrived, gently scolding So-mong for not being able to accept help. Her words hit home as she clarifies that it doesn't have to be from her, just from someone. With a gentle smile, Woojin announces they're ready to leave, taking charge of the situation. He then quietly adds that he thinks he might really be able to help her. Later that night, after a glimpse of a warm family memory, So-mong is still awake in bed, her nose throbbing with a dull ache. But it's not the pain that's keeping her mind racing. For some reason, the image of Woojin's shoulder, soaked from the rain, is stuck in her head. She can't decide if this feeling is comfortable or not, but she knows one thing for sure. He's a very weird person. As she finally drifts off, a familiar face appears in her slumber, softly calling her name. Her eyes fly open. It was Heyman, visiting her dreams for the first time in a long while. But when she wakes, the dream is gone, leaving her confused except for one single, clear memory. The memory crystallizes around a single detail. Heyman's quiet, almost private laugh, and then his face, wearing a gentle, carefree smile she hadn't seen in so long. The scene shifts, pulling her back into a memory of a crowded room and a hand raised for attention. It was Gayul, explaining that their trip plans had hit a snag. The guest house was too small for the growing group. Whispers immediately erupted, someone callously suggesting they just kick one of the girls out, sparking a brief argument. But Gayul quickly waved that idea away, assuring them she had a much better solution. Her aunt was letting them use a private guest house she was about to open, fully equipped with a pool. Another student then stepped up, telling a relieved Gayul that he would handle the logistics from here. He confidently tapped the table, drawing everyone's focus back to the plan. Not only did they have a place, but he'd also arranged for more adults to help drive and even contribute to the budget. Lee Jaemin takes the lead, declaring that everyone will have a role, no free riders on his watch. So-mong sighs internally. She can't believe she has to do group assignments even on a trip. Sun-hee is taken aback by how serious this all is, almost like a student council meeting. But the thought of it being a real college experience suddenly fills her with excitement. And just like that, after all the planning, the day of the trip finally arrived. A suitcase rolls along the pavement, its owner clearly ready for some fun. Unbeknownst to her friends, Yoon Bomi had come prepared for an immediate beach invasion. Jaemin stares in disbelief, his face a mask of pure horror and secondhand embarrassment. He can't believe she actually showed up to their cafe meeting spot dressed like that. But Subin chimes in, defending her luggage and admitting he wants to use the water gun too. Jaemin immediately starts nagging Bomi about hogging the car entrance, but she just glares back, annoyed. She fumes silently, thinking he just loves to rain on her parade, while their friends watch the all-too-familiar dynamic play out. The others remark how Subin really is like her older brother, seeing a side of him for the very first time. And right on cue, Subin steps up, ready to announce how everyone will be split into the different cars for the trip. While one friend praises Jaemin's leadership, Bomi puffs up her chest, proudly muttering that of course he's great, he is her boyfriend. The driver for the first car is announced, and it's Woojin, who looks absolutely dead inside. He's just realized his fate, being the designated chauffeur for not one, but two sickeningly sweet couples. Then, the second car is called, with the director happily taking the wheel. So-mong immediately offers her some sliced fruit, a thoughtful gesture from another friend, and in the back, Yoonchae and Hyunsoo present a gift of their own, thanking her for the ride. Yeah, Woojin definitely drew the short straw. And then there's the third car, where an ice-cold silence hangs heavy between Subin and Sun-hee. In another vehicle, Gayul casually asks Jaehyun whatever happened to their siblings coming along. Meanwhile, some of the younger students are running late, bickering over who's to blame for a failed exam. The teasing is relentless in Jaemin's car, as Da-hyun loudly points out he gets to sit next to his first love. Mi-hyun happily joins in, reminiscing about how cute Jaemin used to be, much to his embarrassment. Yoonchae just laughs along, listening to the others joke that he still can't utter a single word to her. Their playful shouts fill the air as Jaemin desperately wishes they would just shut up already. But all the chatter and teasing instantly vanishes the moment they finally arrive at their destination. They're greeted by the sight of an unbelievably luxurious villa, complete with a massive, sparkling pool. Even Bomi steps out in a daze, seeming just as shocked as everyone else by how grand her family's place is. Forgetting all about the villa's grandeur, Bomi makes a mad dash for the pool with a sad, wrinkly tube. But her sprint is cut short as a hand suddenly grabs her, halting her watery ambitions. It's Kang Subin, trying to play the responsible adult by reminding her to unpack her luggage first. Yoonchae, however, seizes the moment, playfully slapping his back and calling him the real water bug. With a mischievous grin, she gives him a mighty shove right towards the edge of the water. A wave of pure panic hits Subin. His phone and car keys are still in his pocket. He desperately hurls them into the air, shouting for someone, anyone, to make the catch. Elsewhere, as Purium and a friend casually walk by, the flying objects land perfectly in his hand. He stares at the unexpected catch, completely baffled, just as a huge splash echoes behind him. And sure enough, Subin and Yunche have joined Bomi in the pool, with Yunche absolutely losing it over the chaos she started. Meanwhile, another trio of friends Jin-young, Hyun-soo, and Yunche finally arrive at the villa, greeted by excited shouts to join the fun. But Jin-young hesitates, his mind suddenly flooded with a memory of a smiling girl telling him where to go. A second voice, a male friend from the past, warns him to avoid the pool and anyone who might cling to them. The scene snaps to a frantic memory, where Jin-young is being warned to be careful. Kang Sunny has completely lost her mind. He turns back, utterly confused by the sudden, cryptic warning. Next thing he knows, his own backpack is sailing through the air as someone screams his name, landing with a splash. But back in the present, all that chaos seems a world away, as everyone simply enjoys the last days of summer in the pool. The director watches over them, a bittersweet thought crossing her mind that this might be their first and last trip altogether. She coolly slides on her sunglasses, thinking of them as unpolished gems, shining just as they are. Deciding that unpacking can wait, she leans back, convinced this beautiful, fleeting moment is too precious to waste. Yes, she thinks, this is what radiant and beautiful youth looks like. But her quiet moment is shattered by a knock and a voice from the door. On the phone, the director's eyes widen in surprise as she welcomes the latecomers. A new group of smiling faces appears, asking where all the older students have gone. Meanwhile, down by the shore, someone dips their toes tentatively into the sand, only to flinch back with a yelp as the cold ocean water rushes over their feet. Nearby, a friend thoughtfully brings Purium her drink. Back at the guest house, the director explains that everyone's at the sea and will be back for dinner. The newly arrived group looks around, amazed by the place, as Lee Jaemin offers to help with a heavy bag. The girls are already buzzing, excitedly deciding to share a room on the second floor, feeling like they're on a real school trip. But as the group settles in, Yunche can't help but steal a glance, her eyes filled with a quiet anxiety. She watches as Jaemin offers to carry Somang's bag, trying to act all grown-up and reliable. It takes her back to the night before, sitting alone in her room, double-checking her packing. She was already worried, realizing this would be the first time she'd see Purium and her new boyfriend together as a couple. Back in the present, Jaemin takes the bag from Somang, only to immediately realize just how heavy it is. He freezes for a split second, the weight catching him completely off guard. Noticing her stare, Somang and another friend playfully shove Yunche, telling her to stop looking. Jaemin glances over, confused by the commotion, wondering what on earth she's doing. For a tense moment, their eyes lock, an unspoken question hanging in the air between them. But just as quickly, he turns away, brushing it off with a casual never mind. As they head towards the guest house, a friend casually asks Jaemin who he plans on rooming with. Yunche overhears his nonchalant reply that he doesn't mind sharing with anyone. Meanwhile, others like Purium are already in full vacation mode, buzzing with excitement. She spots a sashimi restaurant, her anticipation for the trip growing even more. Woojin is right there with her, throwing his arms up, ready for the fun to begin. Their destination is finally in sight, the sparkling blue sea. The whole group cheers, ready to dive into some water games, but their excitement immediately deflates as they take in the sheer size of the crowd. Someone kicks off their sandals, tentatively stepping onto the warm wave-lapped shore. Having walked a long way, Purium and her boyfriend find a quiet spot, confused why this side is so empty. He watches her by the water, a small smile on his face as he sees how happy she is. Walking over, he offers her a drink, a simple, sweet gesture. But then she turns, the sun catching her just right, holding her sandals by the sparkling sea, and in that moment, Jaemin is completely stunned, utterly captivated by the sight of her. His mind flashes back to a conversation from just a few days prior. Had been stopped on the street by none other than Purium's father, who wanted to have a serious talk. The man's request was heavy, convinced Purium to give up on her dream of studying abroad. Jaemin tried to refuse, stating firmly that it was her decision to make, not his. But her father was persistent, pulling out his phone while still trying to appeal to Jaemin's feelings. He insists this isn't about a parent's greed, forcing Jaemin to look at whatever is on the screen. He explains that Purium, a child who once loved art more than anything, chose to stop as a way to punish herself. As her father, he just wants to help her get that passion back, a plea that fades into the sound of the ocean waves. Back in the present, Jaemin tries to cool his head, the weight of that conversation settling in. And as he looks over at Purium, everything finally clicks. It's all in her eyes. He realizes they hold every corner of the sea, absorbing the world as if ready to transfer it onto a canvas at any moment. They may be looking at the same breathtaking scenery, but it's clear to him now that she's gazing upon an entirely different world. Her father's words echo in his mind. She probably can't live without her art. But before the thought can fully land, a cheerful shout cuts through the quiet moment as Bomi finally finds them. Woojin immediately breaks the mood, complaining that Jaemin and Purium were getting a little too cozy. Bomi, ever the ball of energy, tries to rally the girls for a swim, ready to hit the water. But it seems she's the only one, as Purium and the others are clearly not dressed for it. Meanwhile, Jaemin is warned to stay put unless he wants to join a game of what sounds like hellish dodgeball, and judging by the looks on their faces when they return, that game was absolutely brutal. Later, back at the house, Yoonchae arrives with the director, announcing that they were just preparing dinner. Jaemin's face lights up, happy to see her and asking when she arrived. She'd planned on congratulating him right away, but for some reason, seeing him with Purium makes the words stick in her throat. The moment is broken when a cheerful junior pops up, ruffling Yoonchae's hair while greeting Jaemin loudly. He thanks them for the invite before whisking the dinner prep away, leaving a slightly bewildered Yoonchae in his wake. The junior glances back for a moment, carrying the food away. A cheeky grin spreads across his face, as if telling them they should be grateful for his help. Meanwhile, on a quiet balcony, Kang Subin and Gaeul are having a conversation, but Subin suddenly panics, recalling a dramatic event from that night. The story rewinds to show how everyone's journey here was different. Sunhee's group had already made it to the beach for some fun in the sun, while Yoonchae and her friends were still stuck on the road, far from their destination. Back at the guest house in the present, Gaeul suddenly clutches her mouth, feeling a wave of nausea. It seems her workaholic habits have followed her on vacation, causing her gastritis to act up mid-call. On the other end of the line, Subin puts it all together, sighing at her inability to rest even for a day. Gaeul admits that even with an upset stomach, she can't get through her work without coffee. She's pushing herself hard for the upcoming performance evaluation, hoping for a high score and a big bonus. Subin gently calls her out, asking if it's really worth coming all this way just to work. His words hit home, and she snaps her laptop shut, deciding right then and there to take a break. With that, vacation mode was officially activated. Elsewhere, the director was already a master of relaxation, lounging in the pool without a care in the world. Subin playfully reminds Gaeul that going outside was her idea, and so, they join the others, lounging by the poolside, finally taking a breath. Gaeul sinks into her chair, realizing that sometimes, the best healing is just doing absolutely nothing. Subin watches her, amused and a little concerned, wondering how she ever got so completely worn out. But Gaeul's moment of peace is short-lived, as the coffee she drank begins to wreak havoc on her stomach. Subin immediately rushes to her side, his voice laced with genuine concern, asking if she's all right. But then, a completely different thought sparks in his mind, a wild, ridiculous, and utterly hopeful misunderstanding. Gaeul, completely drained, can only lift her shades and stare, wondering what on earth is going through his head. Meanwhile, at a peaceful guest house nearby, Purium is enjoying a rare moment of solitude. She's finally found some time to herself and is determined to savor every second of it. But her quiet afternoon is suddenly shattered by the sound of a truly bizarre argument. It's Subin and Gaeul, barging in while he asks if there's a possibility, and she furiously shuts him down. As they walk past, Gaeul insists she knows her own body, leaving a bewildered Purium to witness their chaotic arrival. Subin just won't let it go, insisting she should take a test, while Gaeul fires back that she would obviously know. But just as she says that, another wave of nausea hits, which she quickly tries to pass off as stress. For Subin, that's all the proof he needs, and he starts to shout the word pregnant before Gaeul lunges to cover his mouth. She frantically tells him to be quiet, but then a sudden thought crosses her mind. Maybe this misunderstanding is for the best. Keeping his mouth covered, she mutters that she was planning to clear the air with him sooner or later anyway. With a newfound resolve, she tells him to follow her so they can talk privately in her room. The atmosphere grows heavy as they head inside for what's clearly a serious conversation. But they're not alone. A girl named Mihyun has been listening the entire time, her eyes wide with what she's just overheard. Now on the terrace, away from any other prying ears, Subin just wants the truth, asking her to finally be honest with him. Subin immediately gets defensive, accusing her of being the one who forgot what happened that night. But his blustering act falls apart in seconds, and he admits his memory is a complete blank after the fried chicken. Gaeul sighs. She knew it. She confesses that, to be honest, she doesn't remember either. Then she drops the real bombshell. She's pretty sure nothing even happened between them. She begins to explain, flashing back to a few nights ago as she was lying in bed. A hazy, fragmented memory of that day began to surface, a surprisingly intimate one. The sudden recollection left her flustered and blushing, wondering why it was popping into her head now. It was a memory of his hand gently touching her face, their bodies close together. And that single moment, she explains, has been replaying in her mind ever since, bothering her. And suddenly, the full memory of that night came rushing back to her. She remembers tossing in bed, unable to get the fuzzy details out of her head. It wasn't the memory of what happened. but rather everything leading up to it. Because right as they were about to cross the line, he started snoring. They both just passed out. Kang Subin is absolutely scandalized. They fell asleep? Gayul deadpans that yes, they were both wasted. He's a blushing mess, demanding to know why she hid this crucial truth from him for so long. Gayul admits she wasn't sure how to even begin to explain it. And then she confesses that, honestly, she was a little disappointed they didn't go all the way. She explains that through all her confusion, that incident gave her a sense of stability, making her realize she wants to be by his side. With a blush spreading across her face, Gayul decides she can finally say it. She tells him she likes him and wants him by her side, only for a call to dinner to shatter the mood. As she turns to go, Kang Subin's hand shoots out. Grabbing her wrist, he's not letting this moment end. Downstairs, a delicious-smelling dinner is laid out, and everyone is getting hungry. Mi-hyun points out that the two are missing, and someone offers to go get them, but she quickly interjects, a flustered yet knowing smile on her face. She insists they were having a very important conversation and it's best not to interrupt. The others agree to eat first, and someone quietly closes the door, giving the pair their privacy. And upstairs, with no more interruptions, Kang Subin gives his answer not with words, but with a passionate kiss against the wall.